Wir haben letztes Mal das Raumschiff gefunden und werden damit jetzt abdüsen nach Neges.
Huh? Why are you staring at me?
Oh, we thought we'd turn the tables and critique your appearance for a change.
It's not fair if we're the only ones subjected to it.
What?
Did you guys hear? Apparently, she found that dress of hers in some old ruins.
Alphen, we haven't heard from you yet. Would you care to tell us your verdict?
Sure, I guess. To be honest, when I first saw Shion in that dress, I
Quit it!
was absolutely captivated.
Alright, I think that's enough fun for one day.
So, was sollen wir denn?
Looks perfect and tastes just as good.
Shion, could we talk a moment?
Do you mind if we chat a bit?
Now there's something I never thought I'd hear you say.
Remember when we talked about what it was like for me growing up? Well, I thought it only fair that I also get to ask what you were like as a child.
My childhood? Maybe you missed the memo that was going around, but I can't remember anything of my past.
I know. Just whatever you can remember. There's gotta be something, right?
Let me think. Well, have I ever told you about my army days? Back when I used to serve under a Dahnan master?
Yeah, but that must have been after you were already grown up, right? Do you happen to remember anything from back when you were younger?
Actually, I remember I had a kid with me.
You had a kid?
No, of course not. The child's father was another soldier. Back in those days, we risked our lives for a master we'd never even seen. We just fought for them and didn't even question it. When that kid's dad died and I saw them sitting there crying, I felt this bitter, indescribable feeling. It was like I was drinking something toxic that I knew I shouldn't, but couldn't stop. It was strange. I never understood why I reacted like that. Soldiers died every day. It wasn't anything new.
What it tells me is that deep down, you were the same man then as you are now. You've never been able to accept injustice in the world.
If you keep talking like that, you're going to embarrass me. I wonder whatever happened to that master and poor kid. Not that there's any way of knowing now. You know, I just remembered that kid was good at sewing dolls. They gave me one once. As a good luck charm to protect me.
Dolls? I'm looking forward to breakfast.
Ja, gerade essen und dann schon zum nächsten Essen denken. Kenn ich. So, mir geht's gut soweit.
Come on, guys. We've got lots to do.
Mal keine Migräne ausnahmsweise. Kommt auch manchmal vor. Nice. Schweininchen-Fleisch 17. So. Ach. Die Stadtmusikanten hier. Was haben wir denn hier? Das meiste ist irgendwie immer nur das gleiche. Irgendwie Boostanzeige oder erhöhte Damage beim Nahverteidigung. Beim Nahtod. So.
Hey, look, we've got
Also.
way more animals.
I never imagined Law would have a knack for husbandry.
Makes sense since they're on the same wavelength.
You're making me blush over here.
Law, maybe you should consider what that statement actually means.
Licht vergessen anzumachen. So. Nicht, dass mein Ding so irgendwann vergisst. Beziehungsweise, dass es hier dunkler wird und meine Kamera nichts mehr sieht. So.
Well, it's the moment of truth.
This lady better hold together once we're up in the air.
Law, don't say that. You're going to jinx us.
Speaking of which, Alphen, this bucket of bolts got a name?
A name? You know, I'm not sure she ever had one. I never really thought about it.
Well, after all the trouble we went through to find her, we should give her one, right? I was thinking something like...
Fall Knights.
Huh?
It means owl in the ancient tongue. Literally, the one drawn to the skies.
I like it. Sounds perfect for our little escapade.
Not sure I'm completely convinced, but... Well, it's as good a name as any. From now on, she'll be known as the Fall Knights.
Okay, people. We have two goals. First, we need to get to Lenegis and make the Renans finally leave Dahna alone. And then, we need to figure out the truth behind Shion's thorns and find a way to save her. Sound good? All right, and let's go.
Let's go. So, frei von Pflanzen.
You know, I can still hardly believe it.
Believe what?
I mean, just look at it. The whole of existence, crammed inside a tiny frame.
Now that you mention it, I guess you're right. It does look more like a painting than a living, breathing world.
From up here, all the struggles we've been through feel so insignificant.
Nothing like realizing how small you are to put everything into perspective. Kinda makes the differences between the Renans and the Dahnans feel pretty small too, huh?
How much longer until we reach Lenegis?
There are better ways to use your time than napping. We should take a moment to familiarize ourselves with the facilities on board before arrival.
Good idea. The starship may end up serving as our base of operations once we're down there. Think you'll be all right with the controls?
You mean the one set to automatic pilot? I dare say I'll manage. I'm basically just here to supervise.
In that case, she's all yours.
Hallo Nessa. Na, wie geht's?
Everything okay, Shion? You seem a little different.
Different? Like in a bad way different?
No, not at all. You seem more driven lately, like you found a zest for life. It suits you.
Is something wrong?
No. I was merely thinking how it had been 7 years, that's all.
You mean since you became a lord and left Lenegis? I guess even someone like you can get homesick, huh?
I am as prone to sentimentality as any other. Tell me though, you too have a history with Lenegis. A traumatic one, no less. This trip will probably mean facing up to some difficult emotions. Doesn't that frighten you?
Well, it is a place where I took the lives of countless people. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about it. But I can't keep running forever. The past is what it is. There's no changing that. But the future's what we make it.
I see.
Dohalim?
Forgive me. I was wrong to pry. We have more pressing matters to address. Come back and speak to me when you finish looking around the ship.
We'll be going to Lenegis soon.
This must feel like a homecoming of sorts to you, huh? What was life on Lenegis like back then? You know, before you came to Dahna.
Let's just say I don't have many happy memories. I've had thorns my whole life, for as long as I can remember. They called it treatment, but in truth, they were just using me as a guinea pig for their research.
You mean they experimented on you?
That's right. All I was to them was a riddle to solve. They poked and prodded me, trying to figure out what triggered my thorns or changed the form they took. Day in and day out, every single day, one test after another. I'm still surprised they didn't try to dissect me. The look they gave me whenever one of them touched my skin. How could I forget it? Reeling from the pain, like I was a monster or something. Some existence, huh? A blight on any I touched. Helplessly complicit in their pain. I thought things couldn't get any worse, but then they did. I started to have nightmares, visions of the coming apocalypse. Is it any wonder I lacked a cheery disposition? Unable to so much as touch another soul. Loneliness was my best friend. Sure, I survived, but with the knowledge that one day I'd be swallowed up by oblivion. And that's when it hit me. If I was going to die, then it should mean something. If I have to sacrifice myself to save the world, so be it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you relive that.
No, it's fine. I'm in a much better place now.
You say it's your destiny to die so that others can live. But why not the other way around? Why shouldn't we be the ones dying to save you?
Are you crazy? Why would you sacrifice your life for...
That's exactly my point. Why should you have to give up your life just because you drew the short straw in the destiny stakes? How is that even right? It's that logic that's used to justify slavery, as if some of us were just meant to be sacrificed. This struggle was never about saving only ourselves. But that doesn't mean we have to give up our own lives to save everyone else's either. If we're doing this to protect people, if we're doing this to save the world from destruction, then that has to include saving each other as well.
A world free of sacrifice. That's what you've been fighting for all along, isn't it?
Not just me. We're in this together, remember? This fight is yours too, Xion. If we're going to win, everyone has to win. There can be no room for losers in this fight. Now I see it. The true nature of our struggle.
A victory without losers. But that means that a Dahnan victory over Rena can't be the end. Do you think we can pull it off?
You bet we can pull it off. We have to. It's the only hope we have of things ever changing.
Yeah, you're right. No one's ever changed the future without aiming for the stars. We can do this. Together.
Oh yes, yes, wir werden es tun. Stimmt.
Hey, Alphen, listen to this! So Law and I were just talking and...
Hey, shut up!
What's got Law all flustered?
Only that he's afraid of flying, the big baby. And after all that fuss he made about naming the ship, too.
Hey, I never said I was scared. I just think it's, you know, a little unsettling how we're going to be cruising through space in a glorified tin can. That's all.
It's a starship, dummy. That's what it's supposed to do. I don't think there's anything strange about it.
Well, maybe you're the one with the problem then.
Guys. I'm no expert, but I think we can trust Renan technology. It got me to Dahna in one piece, remember?
Oh, that's a good point. If you think so, Alphen, it must be okay. Don't you agree, Law?
Hard to argue with that, seeing how you hitched a ride in one of these things before, Alphen. It's just wrong, okay?
Ja, nach 300 Jahren können schon mal ein bisschen Roste hier oder da entstehen, also. Egal wie gut Technologie ist. Dem Zahn der Zeit entkommt man nicht so schnell. Aber komisch gebaut hier alles. Keine Betten? Ach, das sind wahrscheinlich unsere Betten.
You okay? Feeling airsick?
Actually, now that you mention it, not at all. These starships are a remarkably smooth ride, all things considered. Nothing like being at sea, thank goodness.
Glad to hear it. That device there caught your eye, huh?
I was just wondering what it is. It looks big enough to fit a person inside of it.
It's a healing pod. It fixes injuries and illnesses.
Oh, you don't say. Well, that should definitely come in handy if any of us get injured while we're down there. Alphen? Was it something I said?
No, I was just thinking back to when I escaped Lenegis, that's all. What with the ceremony and losing control, I was a total mess. Naori laid me inside here.
So, you're saying you got in this thing straight after escaping? But that mean you were inside for 300 years?
Yes, it sounds crazy, I know. But don't even ask me why I stayed asleep all that time.
That's definitely quite some lie-in, all right. But still, whether you meant to or not, I sure am glad that it's this century that you finally woke up in.
What do you mean?
With the amount of fighting we've done, we would have never made it this far without you. And not only that, but... Alphen, can you recall back to what it is that I said to you? Back when we left Menancia? About the dream of coexistence, and needing to learn what it entailed?
Of course. That's why you came with us, right? To learn what you couldn't at home.
Even in that time, I was well aware that what I was living was a lie. But at the same time, I also felt really compelled to fulfill my brother's wishes. I'll always remember him fondly. But the coexistence we're fighting for isn't for him. It's for people now, and those still to come. The world's bigger than just Menancia. My dream is for all Dahnans, wherever they might be, to be free. If I've learned anything on this journey, it's that. And the one who brought me along was you, Alphen. I'll forever be grateful to you.
Well, we're not out of this forest just yet. You should probably save your thanks. At least, until we've dealt with the Red Woman.
I know. But whatever we find when we get down there, I'm through looking the other way.
Kisara.
Probably getting a little ahead of myself, huh? Let's take things one step at a time.
Das ist ein richtig großes Schiff auf jeden Fall. Ich weiß gar nicht, wie das bequem sein soll. Da hinzustehen? Und dann einfach dagegen zu lehnen oder was? Ich schätze. Ja, keine Ahnung.
Is everyone about ready? We'll soon be making preparations to land.
Before we do that, just what exactly should we expect when we get down there?
Kisara has a point. Now that I think of it, I don't know the first thing about Lenegis.
I'd like to hear more too. It's been centuries since I was last there, and they didn't exactly give me the grand tour.
Very well. First and foremost, Lenegis was the base of operations in charge of the crown contest on Dahna. Of course, it also happens to be a city in its own right, complete with its own independent society. Its social structure is based on a strict hierarchy. Put simply, the strength of an individual's astral arts carries great weight.
Enough to determine someone's social rank, you mean? But astral arts are innate, right? So people's positions are fixed at birth.
They can be honed with the right training, and there are admittedly other factors at play. But yes, that's basically the gist. As a result, family lines that churn out lords and their contenders wield disproportionate influence, and those lineages are treated as nobility.
Those capable of only weak astral arts are effectively an underclass, denied the right to descend to Dahna even if they wanted to. Still, even the lowest rung on the Renin ladder is considered superior to being a Dahnan. Keep that in mind down there.
Thanks for the warning. As a lord, Dohalim must have been pretty high up in the pecking order, right? What about you, Shion?
Come on, you've seen her skill with astral arts. You really need to ask?
Fair point.
On arts alone, you're right. I'd have been sitting pretty. But you're forgetting my thorns. They weren't exactly an invitation to high society.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's refreshing to be around someone who says what they're thinking. Life's less complicated that way.
Jeez, give backhanded compliments much?
Wait a second. Are you? He is! Lost blushing!
I am not!
Of course, separating people into castes based on something arbitrary like arts is discrimination at its worst. As if such simplistic criteria could ever be a measure of someone's worth.
So this red woman, are we expecting to find her on Lenegis?
I would wager so. Lenegis is too deeply involved in all this to discard the possibility. Chances are she's also connected to the Renis Alma being stolen from us in Pelegion.
If the Renis Alma is being used to exploit Dahna, we need to take it back at all costs.
That red woman's got a lot to answer for. Just as well I've got a ton of questions.
We're about to land. The descent could be a little bumpy, so brace yourselves.
If there are clues about your thorns out there, Shion, we'll find them. There's no one here. I wasn't expecting a welcome mat, but still.
Lenegis's infrastructure is largely automated. Besides, people won't be expecting incoming traffic while the crown contest is still underway.
Do you think anyone realizes that we're here?
We may not have received a royal welcome, but I doubt our entrance went unnoticed. Don't let your guard down.
I really hope we don't have to fight anybody while we're here.
So now what? We've come all this way on a hunch that this red woman is here, right? And if we're lucky, the Renis Alma too. Any idea where we should start looking?
There is an area of the city that is accessible only to the Sovereigns, known as the Forbidden Zone. That seems as good a place as any for us to start.
Forbidden? What are they hiding?
I don't know, hence my desire to find out. Fortunately, we just so happen to have a Sovereign in our midst. In any case, changing the shape of a huge structure such as Lenegis would have required an immense source of power.
Then you think that source might have been the Renis Alma?
Precisely. Alphen said that he remembered the Renis Alma being used in the spirit channeling ceremony 3 centuries ago. Whatever the ceremony's purpose, if preparations are underway for it to be held once more, then the Renis Alma might be in the same place as last time, possibly together with the Red Woman. Hiding something of that worth in the residential quarters would only court trouble. In which case...
It stands to reason we should be looking somewhere normally out of bounds. Is that it?
Indeed.
But it's been over 300 years since I was made a sovereign. You can't seriously think I'll be able to waltz right into the place after all this time.
There's only one way to find out. If there's even a chance you can get us in, I say we give it a shot.
Shion's right. Who knows? We might even find a clue to her thorns while we're at it.
All right. It's not like we're swimming in leads, so let's try to track down the Forbidden Zone. Beyond that wall lies a city full of Renins. The capital city where Shion and Dohalim used to live, no less. Who knows what we'll find on the other side?
Thinking about what could be lurking out here is giving me the heebie-jeebies.
For such a loudmouth, you sure can be a worrywart at times.
Oh, I'm sorry. How stupid of me for wanting us to stay safe.
Would you two children stop squabbling? Or do you want everyone to know we're here?
So how many Renans actually live in this place?
I couldn't tell you exactly, though not as many as you might expect. Machines and Zeugles take care of most of the city's basic functions.
There's Zeugles out here too, huh? Sounds like we can't afford to let our guard down after all.
So, bin ich mal gespannt, was wir hier finden. Und das ist ja auch ein riesiges Raumschiff selbst. Oder Raumstation, vielleicht sogar. Das sieht nicht so praktisch gut aus hier. Die Stadt wurde wohl nicht auf die Funktion ausgelegt. Als sie sich ausgebreitet hat, alles kaputt gegangen.
What in the world?
This being Renan territory, I was prepared for a lot of things to look different. But this is a bit more than I anticipated.
The very foundations of the city have shifted. What could have caused this?
When Lenegis changed shape, it must have had an effect on the interior too.
Maybe when they sent the wedge down to Dahna?
But they wouldn't move around the places where people live. These are their homes, right?
I would think the citizens themselves didn't have much say in the matter. Either way, locating the Forbidden Zone just became that much trickier.
Dohalim? Is that you?
Avakir, I'm glad to see you're well.
So it is you! But why are you here? Shouldn't you be down on Dahna participating in the crown contest? And these people!
So you haven't heard what happened on Dahna, then?
Heard what?
Someone you know?
An old friend.
Hey, Dohalim, don't tell me you've started keeping company with...
They're with me. More importantly, what's happened here?
I'm really not sure. The city's foundations began to shift without warning, and now everything looks like this. We're all waiting for the Sovereign to tell us what's happening, but so far...
Avakir, listen to me. We're looking for the Forbidden Zone. Do you have any idea where we might find it?
The Forbidden Zone? What business could you possibly have there?
Trust me. The less you know, the better.
You're just the same as ever. I wish I could help, but what with the changed topography, I can barely locate my own home. Let alone the Forbidden Zone.
Very well. It looks like we'll have to find the way there ourselves.
Have you seen Faria yet?
No.
I see. Well, nothing much has changed with her. If anything, she's probably even more...
I can well imagine.
Why did you come back? You know it can only result in pain for you both.
I've no doubt of that.
You really are the same as ever. Fine, I understand. Just don't say I didn't warn you. And take care of yourself, okay, Doe?
Neuer Spitzname? Dope.
So who's Faria?
Law?
If what Avakir said is true, it would seem the people of Lenegis are being kept in the dark about what's happening down on Dana.
They seem to be just as clueless about what's going on up here in their own world. Despite the fact that it's actually here that the wedge originally came from.
We need more information. Let's talk to the citizens, see what we can find out.
While we're at it, we can ask them about the Red Woman, too.
And don't forget about finding the way to the Forbidden Zone either.
Let's leave the talking to Shion. We can't have a bunch of Dahnans poking their noses around.
Good idea. I think that's for the best.
I shall assist.
You sure?
Being a lord on Lenegis has its advantages.
Right. Then we'll leave it to you two. The Dahnans among us should probably keep our heads down.
What if people freak out?
I shall explain it away by saying I'm leading you.
What are we, dogs?
What could be so important? It's worth destroying people's livelihoods and homes in the process. It's just unbelievable. Uprooting an entire city as if it were mere building blocks. Someone's got an awful lot of questions to answer.
From how it looks, they must be siphoning off astral energy from Dana, and then sending it to Rena.
But why do all this? What for? Surely they can't be using all that energy for the crown contest.
Whatever their purpose, disrupting their siphoning process alone won't be sufficient. Not while we still don't know what their endgame is.
He's right. We need to stop this from happening ever again.
This Forbidden Zone might be where we find some answers, right? So what are we waiting for? Let's get moving!
You heard him. We don't have time to stop and chat. Let's move.
So, I've been wondering, do you think when Lenegis was built, it was even made with people living here in mind?
What do you mean?
Well, none of this happened by coincidence, right? They must have designed it to transform like this. But then, if they knew people were going to live here, you'd think they would have taken that into consideration, to avoid all this chaos.
Ordinarily, yes. You'd think so. Trust me, as far as we were concerned, Lenegis was our home, nothing more. No one knew about all this. It makes you wonder whether the city was just built on as an afterthought. But if so, to what exactly?
Sorry. That probably sounded weird, huh?
Not at all. Sometimes it takes an outsider's eye to help you notice what you've been missing all along. This place is a mystery, that's for sure. Something tells me we'll find answers where we're going, though.
Yeah, you're right, Shion. I'm sure we will.
Ich nehme mal an, das wurde anfangs so geplant. Und dann haben sie halt einfach weiter aufgebaut, weil hier immer mehr Leute gelebt haben oder so. Ist Lenegis erledigt? Das Bodenviertel zerbricht in 1000 Teile. So. Angesichts der chaotischen Zustände im Mondviertel gab es unzählige Verletzte. Sachen fallen herunter, aber die Leute stürzen.
Oh dear me, what an unspeakable mess this has all become. Just look at the state of our city. Even the Zugals have stopped heeding our commands. Whatever did we do to deserve this?
You really have no clue what might have caused this?
Would that I have. Alas, there was no warning, no prior decree. His Highness must have deemed it unnecessary for us to know. We have no choice but to grin and bear it. But do my eyes deceive me? Could I really be standing in the presence of his lordship, Dohalim of the House Ilkaris? I believed he was on Dana.
Your eyes do not deceive you. It is I, one and the same. I have returned to fulfill a special duty, the details of which I cannot divulge.
As your lordship wishes. First Lenegis mutates beyond recognition, now this unexpected visit. The Sovereign's plans are inscrutable indeed. The Ilkaris house has produced a great many lords over the centuries. I shall be praying for your victory in the latest crown contest.
Your good wishes do me an honor.
Kann mich irgendjemand hören? Bitte, irgendjemand soll antworten. Was geht hier vor sich? Warum erreiche ich niemanden? Erdbeeren. Wo man ordentlich Wasserzauber runterbringen. Selbst Brindley kann bessere Zauber erzeugen. Wo bin ich? Ich war nur spazieren, aber jetzt weiß ich nicht, wo ich bin. Ich weiß nicht, alles fällt auseinander und sieht völlig anders aus. Ich erreiche auch Mutter und Vater nicht. Ihr müsst euch keine Sorgen machen, Kinder. Ich bin sicher, es gibt eine Erklärung für all das. Alles, was vor sich geht. Aber selbst die Zeuge laufen frei herum. Das scheint mir etwas gefährlich. Zeuge sind nicht mehr als unsere Diener. Sie mögen ausgebrochen sein, aber ich versichere euch, ich habe sie bald wieder unter Kontrolle. Wenn die Kinder euch als stolze Renäer erachtet, dann seid tapfer. Wir haben die Situation im Griff, ehe ihr euch verseht. Ich glaube, wir können noch so viel wählen, aber die werden wahrscheinlich nicht runterkommen. In all meinen Jahren habe ich noch nie derart mächtige Heilungsartes gesehen. Tiefsten Dank für eure Mühen. Einer alten Frau wie ihr mir zu helfen. Rezept für Obstparfait. Ein saftiges Parfait voller Obst und Sahne. Ein unvergleichlicher Genuss. Aber wer zu häufig zulangt, riskiert mehr als nur Karies. 12 Leute. Göttin der Güte. Nehmen wir gleich. Auch wenn wir irgendwo bestimmt noch was anderes bald abschließen könnten. Mystische Wappen.
I wonder just how many people have been saved by Shion in some form.
12.
There's rumors flying around about people being saved by a Renin vision of beauty.
Vision of beauty? That's a bit much.
Alphen had better stay on his toes.
Where do I come into this?
Everything will be okay now.
I know the basics of healing arts, but my skills pale in comparison.
Haben wir gemerkt, als Shion mal weg war.
Your lordship. Oh, what a great honor it is to finally meet you. I descended to Dahna during the last crown contest also. Alas, when the contender I was backing failed to clinch the title, I returned. I witnessed the deaths of so many slaves.
Indeed.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're looking for a woman dressed all in red. Have you seen anyone of that description?
Ich habe eine gesehen, aber ich glaube, die suchen wir nicht.
No, I can't say I remember anyone like that. I imagine she'd stand out somewhat too.
Yeah. What about down on Dahna during the crown contest? You didn't see anyone like that hanging around the lord you were serving?
What's with all these questions? I've never seen her, okay? Not recently or otherwise. Why do you want to find her anyway?
Never mind. Forget I asked. Sorry to take up your time.
Lustig, wenn sie eine extra eine Dinges hätten. Eine Voice-Line dafür, dass wir das Dings haben. Dass wir schön die Kleidung gegeben haben. Die Zeugen haben plötzlich nicht mehr auf unsere Befehle gehört. Sobald wir uns umdrehten, sind sie gen Horizont davon gestürmt. So etwas ist noch nicht vorgekommen. Wir müssen den Kampf um die Krone unterbrechen. Wir können ihn unter diesen Umständen nicht fortführen. Ja, gut. Ich glaube, die Lords können das auch nicht mehr so weiterführen wie bisher.
Is everything okay? You look a little lost.
Hmm? Oh, yes. I can't seem to find my way home, is all. I was just about to make my umpteenth attempt at a new route.
I was hoping to head this way myself. The situation is a real pain, huh?
I suppose the Sovereign knows best. I daren't stay here too long, though. A lower caste can only linger around these parts for so long before I outstay my welcome. I was hoping to avoid it, but maybe I'll have to go that way after all.
You mean you know another way round?
Lord Dohalim Ilkaris! But how? Last I heard, you were in Dahna competing in the crown contest.
Yes, strange, isn't it? If you know another route, we'd be grateful if you could tell us.
But of course. Please forgive me. There's a wall that sprung up ahead of here, with what looks to be an entrance in it. I thought maybe it was a passageway between the different quarters, but I've no way of knowing for sure.
It's worth investigating, at least. I shall go and assess the situation. In the meantime, wait for me here. If it looks safe, I'll come and let you know.
You'd really do that for me? A lord troubling himself for someone of my lowly status?
Our lot in life is of little consequence. We are both Renan, first and foremost.
Oh, why yes, my lord. Thank you.
Well, we've canvassed the city for information. What do you think?
No one has the faintest idea what's happened to the city after all. They haven't heard the news about the crown contest either.
You'd think that info would easily find its way up here. Has it always been like that?
Not to this extent, which would indicate that something's suppressing the truth, that Lenegis is under some kind of control.
Given everything that's happened to their city, the people here seem weirdly okay with it all.
Yeah, that one guy even said his Zoogle had stopped listening to him. If that's true, these people are in big trouble.
Everything that happens here is attributed to the Sovereign's will. It's the way people have been conditioned. Their belief runs deep. Nothing happens devoid of a reason. To them, it's all part of the Sovereign's grand plan.
The Sovereign's plan. There is one thing I'm still not sure about. Just who is this person ruling over Lenegis?
The Sovereign, of course. He rules from Rena while presiding over both Rena and Lenegis.
Without the lords or anyone in the middle doing his dirty work? Isn't Rena at least the same size as Dahna? That's a pretty big dominion for one person to rule over. I would have thought ruling Lenegis alone would be difficult enough.
The points you make are valid, though I confess I'd never given it much thought before. Here, the Sovereign's total authority is as natural as night turning to day. Come to think of it, I know nothing of the nature of how Rena itself is. Shion, have you ever been... No, forgive me. Have you met or crossed paths with, or even heard of someone who's actually made a visit to the homeland?
No, I haven't.
Neither have I. In which case, I would imagine that... But no, surely not. Can it really be that no citizen of Lenegis has ever been there?
Hold up, what are you getting at, Dohalim?
Assuming what I believe to be correct, it's possible that no one on Lenegis has ever laid eyes on the actual Renan homeworld itself. No one but the Sovereign, that is.
But what about trade and communication? There's got to be a flow back and forth, surely.
Not if the Sovereign is imposing his will on Lenegis single-handedly. It could be a one-way street.
But I thought you said that the Sovereign's all the way over on Rena. If that's the case, can he really rule directly over Lenegis from so far away? What if something were to happen to the city, like now?
I'm beginning to wonder what the nature of this Sovereign even is. Alphen said he was forced into the role, right? Just before the ceremony. But Sovereign is also the title given to the almighty Renan ruler. So which one is it?
Whoever wins the crown contest inherits the throne from his or her predecessor, before becoming ruler over all of Rena and Lenegis. Thereafter, That individual is known as the Sovereign. Though, it would appear that the current ruler has gone silent. As for how Volron factors into all this, at this point, I no longer know what to believe.
3 centuries ago, I became the Sovereign here on Lenegis. No, not just became, I was forced to. Me, a Dahnan. 300 years later, we cross paths with Volron, who also bears the Sovereign's crest. That's not the only thing we have in common. We both became Sovereign without winning the crown contest.
Do you think Volron was made sovereign for the same reason? Because of that ceremony?
I can't say for sure, but it certainly sounds like it.
But that would mean that 2 sovereigns would need to exist at any one time. One whose job it is to rule, and the other for ceremonial purposes. We never did see Volron's body back in Ganath Haros. Is a new ceremony underway with Volron at its center this time? Could that be what's causing all this strange activity here?
Wait a second. You don't think Volron and the Red Woman are working together, do you? The ceremony can't go forward without the Renis Alma. The same one that the Red Woman stole.
There's something else the ceremony needs. A maiden. And unless there's another one out there aside from me...
Questions, questions, and yet more questions. Ones that it seems will remain unanswered until we can establish the Sovereign's identity.
If the Forbidden Zone really is off limits to everyone but the Sovereign, that seems as good a place as any to start. For the sake of liberating Dahna, too.
Then it's decided. That's where we need to go.
One of the citizens mentioned a passage that she thought might lead to another section of the city. It could point us in the right direction. Let's go find it.
Meine Theorie? Vielleicht ist Rena ja schon mehr oder weniger zerstört. Und der Negus ist vielleicht die letzte Bastion der Renea. Das auch erklären würde, warum sie nicht nach unten gehen. Oder niemand wirklich nach unten geht. Und jetzt saugen sie vielleicht Dahna aus, um Energie wieder zurückzubringen.
I mean, there's sovereigns up on the Renin homeworld, and all their lords were sent to Dahna.
But Dohalim was a lord, right?
Only current acting lords have power. Renin society is quite strict about such matters.
Even if the other lords were still around, I doubt they'd be able to do much about the situation.
I wonder what they'd think if they were here to see Lenegis now. Balsif, Cannabelt, Almadria, and Volron. Now that I think of it, aside from Dohalim, we know next to nothing about the other lords.
Well, yeah, why would we? To us Dahnans, they were just enemies we needed to overthrow. Nothing more.
I know. But seeing Renins in their own city, going about their day-to-day lives, it gets you thinking.
It feels strange to imagine the lords living here too, you mean?
Yeah, a little.
If you're that curious about them, why not try inquiring with some of the locals? Every lord in their household has their share of supporters here on Lenegis.
Oh, nice.
And luckily for us, the people here are unaware of the events on Dahna, which means they should be more inclined to talk to us.
Die Originale von 90 dann, ne? 1990. Hoffen wir, war nicht allzu teuer.
I didn't realize Renins oppressed their own kind, too.
And yet, weirdly, none of them seem to mind. Am I the only one who finds that strange?
Das geht ja noch.
It is the way things have always been, so no one thinks to question it. You have experience in that regard yourself, do you not?
Unquestioning acceptance of your own servitude. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Even so, the quality of life here seems much higher than any Dahnan city we visited. I used to think it was impossible to build an ideal society without wealth. But I suppose having it doesn't always mean people are treated fairly either.
More to the point, not a single citizen seems to have even heard of the Red Woman.
What if she's not here? What if it turns out we're looking in the wrong place entirely?
It's still too early to say anything for sure.
For all we know, she might be able to blend in, move around unnoticed. I say we hold off judgment until we've exhausted every avenue.
Tell me, Dohalim, has that skill of yours got a name?
And what skill would this be, pray tell?
You know, when you're talking to people around town. The way they suddenly become putty in your hands.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow.
I do. It's called friendly intimidation. Look imposing and speak in a deep, booming voice, and presto, you'll have people wrapped around your finger in no time.
I would never stoop to such scandalous tricks. Any feelings of intimidation are solely in the eye of the beholder.
So there is a knack to it! How do you learn it? Can anyone do it?
Now you've got me curious. Is there special training to master?
Also Alphen hat schon auf jeden Fall die Stimme dafür.
An obsession with being elegant is a must. Oh, and it helps to be old-fashioned, too. Bonus points if you speak in a way no one can understand.
If you've a bone to pick with me, it'd be quicker to just come out and say it.
What? They look up to you, that's all. I'm just helping them along.
Hey! What's got into Alphen and Law all of a sudden? I can barely understand a word they're saying. And what's with the weird poses? Was it something they ate?
I hope you're willing to take the blame for this one.
I wasn't expecting them to take me so seriously. I'll go and have a word with them.
Ihr wollt wissen, welchen Lord ich unterstütze? Wieso? Werbt ihr um Unterstützung für jemanden? Ich stehe auf Seiten seiner Exzellenz. Wolsey Teldiles. Ihr kennt ihn vermutlich besser als Lord Bowser. Ich weiß, dass ihn viele für einen Haudegen halten. Glaubt mir, ich weiß, dass er ein aggressiver Mann sein kann. Diesen Leuten ist jedoch nicht klar, wie sehr er sich um die Mitglieder seines Hauses kümmert. Es ist durchaus so, dass Haus Teldiles wenig Ansehen genießt. Die von uns, die ihm dienen, geben das bereitwillig zu. Aber seine Exzellenz verteidigt uns gegen jeden, der uns schaden will. Das ist gewiss. Seine Bemühungen im Kampf um die Krone dienen nicht nur seiner Familie. Er will damit den Stand jedes Mitglieds seines Hauses verbessern. Ich verdanke seiner Exzellenz so viel. Ich würde es nie erträumen, einem anderen Lord zu dienen.
Balsef had it in him to care about someone other than himself? Really?
It's possible. A change in position can do much to alter one's perspective.
So even he might have had something he wanted to protect.
Lord Dohalim, ihr seid zurück. Oh, und wie ich sehe, erachtet ihr Gehilfen mit. Erinnert ihr euch an meine Wenigkeit, mein Lord? Gewiss doch, ja? Ich unterstütze nicht nur das Haus Ilkaras, sondern auch seine Lordschaft persönlich. So sehr, dass ich meine Wertschätzung seiner Lordschaft mit jedem zu teilen suche, der mir Gehör schenkt. Wie es sich ergibt, plane ich, meine ausführlichen Schriften zu diesem Thema durch eben dieses Terminal zu publizieren, auf das sie jeder lese. Doch seit die Kabel nach der jüngsten Aufruhr getrennt wurden, konnte ich sie noch nicht hochladen. Ich weiß, da ihr mich gerade persönlich beehrt, lese ich sie euch einfach vor. Räusper. Es gibt einen famosen Mann, dessen Attraktivität nur von der Schönheit seiner Worte getroffen wird. Jede Silbe ein Gedicht. Er entstammt dem rühmlichen Haus Ilkaras und trägt den Namen Lord Dohalim. Musik ist seine Passion, die Kunst seine große Liebe. Der gemeine barbarische Pöbel seines Landes erblasst angesichts seiner Herrlichkeit. So vollendet und majestätisch ist seine Haltung. Der bloße Gedanke daran versetzt mich in höchste Ekstase. Sobald er unser Herrscher wird, soll für Rena eine neue Blütezeit anbrechen, eine Ära des Wohlstands für unsere größte Zivilisation. Bis dieser glorreiche Tag kommt, werde ich auf ewig für seinen Sieg beten, ob morgen, Mittag oder Abend. Nun, was denkt ihr, mein Lord? Ich schüttete mein ganzes Herz aus, um euer Wesen angemessen wiederzugeben. Moment, ich vergaß völlig die Vorliebe seiner Lordschaft für das Sammeln kostbarer Artefakte zu erwähnen. Ich muss die Zeit nutzen, in der die Verbindung getrennt ist, um meine Versäumnis nachzuheben. Nur dann ist mein Meisterwerk vollendet. Einfach weggehen, ohne was zu sagen.
I guess she intended to spread it throughout all of Lenegis then.
Good thing the lines were down so she couldn't.
It almost sounded like she was praising them too.
Maybe there was more to the guy than at first glance.
I shall refrain from commenting.
Unerhört, dass jemand versuchen würde, mich von Haus Valkyries abzubringen. Hm? Was wollt ihr? Sagt mir nicht, dass ihr für Dordruhelm arbeitet. Oder dieser schreckliche Almedrier. Oder? Nicht? Naja, jagt mir doch nicht so einen Schrecken ein. Um eure Fragen zu beantworten. Meine Familie unterstützt das seit Generationen Haus Valkyries. In der Tat, ich tue, was ich kann, um Lord Gannabelt hinter den Kulissen zu unterstützen, damit er siegreich hervorgeht. Viele halten ihn für einen grausamen Menschen, aber ich bin überzeugt, dass sie sich irren. Ich leugne nicht, dass er streng sein kann, aber er stellt Renas Interesse vorn an, wie kein anderer. Ja, er wirbt sogar dafür, dass wir Dahna kolonialisieren und unsere Horizont erweitern sollten, statt in Neges zu bleiben. So werden wir Herren beider Welten und sind auf Dahnas Oberfläche keine Minderheit mehr. Deshalb möchte er der nächste Herrscher werden. Sagt mir, könnte es höhere, jeder Motive geben als das? Ich meine nicht. Es ist ein Streben nach Macht für den Fortschritt aller Renier. Das macht ihn zu einem so beispielhaften Lord, ein Vorbild für alle. Obwohl ich ihn selbst nicht begleiten durfte, hatte meine beiden Söhne das Privileg, mit ihm auf die Oberfläche zu kommen. Als Vater erfüllt es mich mit endlosem Stolz. Tja.
Ganabelt was so horrible to people, yet he was invested in helping Rena succeed. Doesn't that seem just a little inconsistent?
I'm perhaps biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign, they're also meant to serve as guardians of all of Rena.
It seems like Ganabelt also had people who cared about him till the very end.
So why couldn't he extend that to us Dahnans?
Ich denke, die haben einfach gelogen. Was Politiker soll manchmal halt machen. Schauen wir mal. Wohnen gegen Zone 16, jetzt sind wir in Wohnviertel Zone 4.
This area doesn't look as badly damaged as that other district we went through.
Indeed, the effects of Lenegis' transformation appear to be less pronounced here. Or, viewed another way, this area was simply luckier.
Dieses Gebiet unterliegt der alleinigen Jurisdiktion von Haus Kaineris. Ich muss euch auffordern, sofort zu gehen. Gewiss wollt ihr nicht vorgeben, nichts ahnend über unser berühmtes Haus zu sein. Beherrscht vom geschätzten Lord Almedria. Falls doch, rufe ich euch an, gut zuzuhören. Nun, ihr sollt so oder so gut zuhören. Ist euch je aufgefallen, dass in der Geschichte von Neges nur wenige Frauen den Titel des Lords erlangten, um im Kampf um die Krone anzutreten? Es gibt zahlreiche Theorien zu den Ursachen, aber Lord Almedria räumte alle Zweifel der Neinsager durch schiere Macht aus. Sie stürzte nicht nur ihren Vater und vorherige Familienanführer, sondern entfernte auch ihren älteren Bruder, um den Thron selbst zu besteigen. Sie ist eine Frau, die von nichts Halt macht, um zu erlangen, was sie möchte. Eine Frau, die ihren Feinden keine Gelegenheit zum Angriff bietet. Lord Almedria ist wahrlich eine talentierte Frau. Niemand sonst verkörpert die Tugend unserer Meritokratie besser als sie. Bald schon wird das Zeitalter einer glorreichen Herrscherin über ganz Neges aufbrechen. Okay.
I guess her willingness to stoop to any low came from a survival of the fittest worldview.
And some people here not only shared her belief, but championed it as morally right too.
That doesn't make it true. Too bad they couldn't see through her.
Yeah.
Tut mir leid, nur autorisiertes Personal ab hier. Die Schäden sind zu gewaltig, ihr müsst außenrum gehen. Wo ist mein Haus? Ich weiß nicht, wie ich nach Hause komme. Du hast mir das Leben gerettet. Ich wäre hinüber, wärst du nicht richtig im richtigen Moment gekommen, mein Fräulein. Wir mögen mitten in einem Kampf um die Krone stecken, aber ich wusste nicht, dass eine so begabte Astralpraktikerin unter uns ist. Verzeiht. Ach, du musst dich nicht so tief verbeugen. Ich habe nur den Schwachpunkt dieses Zeugels getroffen. Ich durfte nicht mal runter nach Dahnas für den Kampf um die Krone. Also bin ich nicht sicher, was ich von deinem ganzen Lob halten soll. Schafsfleisch. Geradezu abscheulich. Ich habe gerade nur etwas über Voran gelesen. Kann ich euch helfen? Ich war immer ein überzeugter Unterstützer von Lord Urvagil Hildras. Wäre er nicht so plötzlich auf der Oberfläche gestorben, wohl noch immer. Mein Augen ist Lord Urvagil, der wahre Wasserlord. Ich glaube keine Sekunde daran, dass er bei einem Unfall starb, wie es heißt. Und was Wohlrans Herrschaft über Garnatharos angeht, ich mag gar nicht dran denken. Er versklavt nicht nur Däneer, sondern auch René. Wir mögen in einer Gesellschaft leben, in der der Sieger alles bekommt, aber seine Handlungen verstoßen gegen Grundgebote unseres Volkes. Und außerdem, was für eine Erblinge soll dieses Haus Igniserie überhaupt sein? Bis er auftauchte, hatte ich noch nie davon gehört. Das kann nur bedeuten, dass er zum niedersten Pöbel der Gesellschaft zählt. Dass eine derart gemeine Familie plötzlich einen Astralpraktiker hervorbringt, der zum Lord aufsteigt, ist völlig unerhört. Nichts davon ergibt Sinn, ganz zu schweigen vom Aufruhr, der hier zuletzt herrschte. Was wird nur aus unserem Volk?
Seems like the people on Lenegis don't really know much about Volron either.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Ganeth changed so abruptly.
Didn't you have any doubts that something suspicious was going on?
On the contrary. Remember, we Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
When you think about it, the families of Renan lords must see them differently than the rest of us.
Yeah, despite the brutality they're known for.
They must have had a lot on their shoulders, carrying all the weight and responsibilities of Renan society.
Renans live in a world where strength and power determine their position in the social hierarchy, so they tend to grow up fiercely competitive. But their loyalty to their people is also strong. It's what brings them together against outside forces, and nothing exemplifies that more than the Lords.
That's what makes them the guardians of all of Rena, so to speak.
Right. It's the same reason Balsif hated my guts, and Ganabelt went after you. Because we're threats to Rena.
Guess that makes you an even bigger oddball than we thought.
So, Alphen, have you gained anything from all of this?
Yeah. I think it's made me realize that the Lords were all people, too. Balsif and the others, they all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through life.
Yeah, but still. Just because they had loved ones in their lives doesn't mean...
I know. What they did was horrible. I'm not trying to dispute that. But at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters either. They were individuals, just like the rest of us. So I guess what I'm trying to say is...
You're saying that they weren't bad because they were Renans, or because they were terrible monsters. Even if they did terrible things, they were still just people.
Rinwell.
Am I wrong?
Not at all.
Being a Dahnan doesn't make you a good person. And being a Renan doesn't make you a bad one. I think that's something we've all seen.
Shion and Dohalim definitely make a good case for it.
And I'm going to keep doing my best to make sure I earn that trust. As a fellow human being above all else.
So, wir haben nichts genau gekriegt hier wahrscheinlich, ne? Wie ist erwachsen geworden. So, Terra-Oben-Gelee.
What is this?
Davon haben wir noch nichts in Kauf gehabt.
There's something I just don't get.
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, right? In which case, the current sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, who was it then?
Hanfried Milgras, the former lord of Cislodia, if memory serves.
So then this Hanfried whatchamacallem is the current ruler of Rena?
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous contest.
You're saying that ever since becoming sovereign, he's never actually shown himself on Lenegus?
I guess over holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the sovereign that came before him.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegus from the motherland, sovereign or otherwise.
And that never struck you as a little bit odd?
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies. The question is then, by whom? And to what end?
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest, meaning each victor is awarded their very own. In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things out there as there have been contests.
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelagian, it didn't look like the sort of thing that could be made to order. But if even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are they? Quite frankly, I'm not even sure what to believe anymore.
You and me both. Though we are Renin by blood, neither of us even knew that such a thing as a Dark Master Core existed, remember?
With any luck, the Forbidden Zone might give us some answers.
No use standing around here chatting about it then. Let's get a move on.
Verdächtig, verdächtig hier alles.
Doe?
Faria.
Varia? Isn't that the person that Avakir guy was...
But why are you here? Wait. Don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Dahna already. Nothing to say? Even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord, you still...
Kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Dahnan rock, you haven't changed one bit. But let me tell you, I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Sure, that's it. Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else. You're just a coward!
Ja, wenn sie wüsste, wie hier kommen, weil da gerade keiner Fighting ist. Ja, suchen wir doch.
Dohalim.
I apologize that you had to witness that.
Is it true? What she said about you killing someone?
Each of us have our pasts. I am no exception.
Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne. Is that what she meant?
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
Did you mean what you said? About letting her take your life if she wanted to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. There are far too many questions I still seek answers to. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me as she does.
Dohalim!
Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
Das nehmen wir noch mit. So. Sollen wir dir helfen? Oder kriegt der das alleine hin? Das ist aber sehr nett eigentlich, wenn sie stehen bleiben und sich angreifen lassen. Da haben wir ein bisschen mehr zu kämpfen. Öffentliche Parkzone. Das sieht genauso aus wie die anderen Bereiche. Ich würde jetzt nicht speziell als Park bezeichnen. So. Tofu. Eine Substanz, die entsteht, wenn man Sojamilch-Gerinnungsmittel ersetzt. Mixtur hängt von der Dicke der Milch und den Vorgang ab.
What is this?
Tofu 1 von 2. Praktisch werden die meisten eher Wassermagie einsetzen können und keine Feuerwehr.
Wow, this place is beautiful.
Yeah, it must be some sort of rest and leisure area for the locals.
You think? Man, these Renan sure know how to live it up, don't they?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Before I went down to Dahna, my friends and I, we used to gather at this very spot and play music together. Avakir, Faria, and Tarnagan. That was a lifetime ago now.
Tarnagan. He was the one that Faria mentioned, right?
He was once my dearest, closest friend. As well as Faria's betrothed. Despite Faria's lower-class upbringing, she possesses a tremendous talent for music. Entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority and introduced her to Tarnagan and Avakir. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love of music, with no care for social standing. Only the next song, the next melody.
A friendship based on mutual respect, and a society where everyone is a prisoner to their social class. You really are different, Dohalim.
I suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have, once. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints and choosing your friends based solely on affection is something beautiful that's worth cherishing. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundations for coexistence in Menancia.
Your praise does me too great an honor. I was merely following the wishes of my own heart. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After that, Tarnagin and I became fierce competitors for the position of Lord. Tarnagin had fallen for Faria. By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the highest echelons of society. But fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
Tarnagin was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the thought of defeat.
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think... Wait, don't tell me she doesn't know.
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less, she would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hating you, so she could use that hate as a crutch for her grief?
That's not the same as running away, though.
It is exactly the same. Unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden of my duty, instead I decried my fate and looked away from what I'd done. As for what happened after, that you already know.
But if you hadn't become Lord, Menancia wouldn't be what it is now. The Dahnans there would still be suffering under Renan oppression like before.
Shion's right. What other lord would have treated me as you did? Anyone else and I would have been dead long ago. You've saved so many people, Dohalim. You saved me. It's thanks to you that I'm here today. So, try not to blame yourself. The burden you've placed on your own shoulders is too much for anyone to bear.
Frank as always. But I shall do my best to heed your advice.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Yeah, I think so. He's got Kisara.
It's important to have someone like that.
I didn't realize how difficult it is just to be there for someone.
Sometimes just knowing someone's on your side can be enough. And he knows, Shion. I promise he does.
I hope you're right. Alphen.
Yeah?
I never appreciated until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe, but I still wanted to say thank you.
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me, they'll likely offer their assistance.
Vorhangenden Besitz. Ich glaube, wir haben nicht viel, was wir verkaufen können. Ein bisschen was kriegen wir noch zusammen. So, haben wir irgendwas Besonderes? Können wir mal kaufen. Ach, das steht auch fast voll. So. Wie das aussieht. Oh, Heuschrecken gerade. Oh, strahlendes Licht. 3. Auch nicht genug Geld. $40.000 bräuchten wir eigentlich nochmal. Das kriegen wir aktuell nicht zusammen, denke ich mal. So.
Did we really just spend that much money?
Yes. Der braucht schon Geld. So, dann kann es weitergehen. Werden wir noch mal essen. Können wir das Parfait noch machen. Oder auch nicht, weil wir keine Milch haben.
Looks perfect and tastes just as good.
Also. Ich glaube, die lassen uns nicht unbedingt kampflos vorbei.
Damn it. Lenegis soldiers.
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Well, so much for them not wanting to fight.
Ho! I am Lord Salim of Elden Menentia. I command you.
Threat to the city must be a rape.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed or not, if they want to fight, they got one. The enemy needs armor too strong.
See about that.
Be my guest.
Eat dirt.
Shouldn't have messed with me.
This one's mine. Dance in the wind. Seal. In here.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! I'll tear you apart!
Oh, magic is down. In here. Here, let me help you.
We're not kidding!
So. So, einfach. Wir waren 1,5 Stunden Cutscenes gehabt, mehr oder weniger nur.
Those soldiers seem different from the citizens we've come across so far.
Yeah, they weren't big talkers, that's for sure. They just attacked without warning.
They weren't in the least bit fazed by Dohalim's presence either.
Indeed. They seem to recognize us as enemies, nothing more. And yet, traditionally, Lenegis hasn't been high on threats. A few frenzied Zeugles during experiments here and there, but not much else.
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and slaves we met back in Ganath Haros. The ones in blind devotion to Volron.
I've never seen anything like that here on Lenegis before.
Maybe someone doesn't want us here, and the soldiers are their way of letting us know.
What with the Red Woman, the Sovereign, and Volron, we're starting to develop quite the growing list of adversaries. At least we'll know to keep our wits about us.
Tja. Level 500 Marke aus Platin. So. Ich glaube, den müssen wir ein bisschen ärgern gleich. Hallo? Alpha Kraftwolf.
These ones can run rings around us. Here's a healing here. This one's mine. Sleep now. Water. Hear my call. Glacial spear. Here's the freeze laser. Armor won't save you. Dance in the wind. Damn it. Now or never. Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Was wollen die von mir?
Everyone, get back! It's too dangerous! Raging cascade! Reload! Dragon Breath! Lightning condemned! I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this! Deus Roar!
This should come in handy when crafting weapons.
Da kommen wir her. Hier müssen wir lang. Ich laufe hier einfach random rum. Gottespilgerin.
As if the normal creepy crawlies aren't disgusting enough. Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Charge like that could easily be faced.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
In here!
Coming through! Ha! Melt! Scarlet Inferno!
Ist die Frage, aber genauso stark ist. Ich glaube, ein bisschen schwächer als der Boss.
You get the gist. Raging cascade! In here!
Take this! This one's mine!
The blah blah blah! Here's the evil! Oh, flame stars of light! Rain down and purify all! You're mine!
That'll bring you down.
Armor won't save you!
Ready to go.
In here! Healing circle! Sleep now! Into the shadows!
You should have messed with me!
Dance in the wind! Field! Healing!
Eat dirt! Take
Pull
this!
myself together!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Der ist aber schon fast besiegt.
I'm real mad.
Here, let me Raging Cascade!
Now or never.
Nothing gets by me! Don't leave me! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! I'll bring you back from death. Do it! Sure! Get toasty!
Bird strike!
Remember...
Alright, back.
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
Out of our way!
I see one, eh?
Need to pull myself together. Raging Cascade! Reload! I can do this all if you won't bow out nice. Then you leave me no choice. Bring them down! In here! Hear me! Sleep now! Water! Feel! Hear my call! That's like you!
Shut him down.
Far beyond the darkest skies, I call upon thee! Here! I'm out of ammo! Back into the fray! Shoot it! Hear me! Flame of fire! Hear my call! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Here, sir!
You picked the wrong fight.
Lightning condemned! Hear me!
Oh wow. Immer nerven sie mich.
Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! I'm on.
Dohalim! This one's got your name on it!
Action to action.
Lightning! Lightning condemned! Not on my watch! Raging Cascade! Here's that! Too much to handle? Freeze Lancer! Sweet dreams! Air thrust! Do it! Lightning condemned!
Look sharp! Lightning tiger blade!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Oh, die haben einen Gegenstand. Den wollen wir nicht vergessen. Rezept für Erdbeerkuchen. Nice.
An opponent like this should be easy.
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Lightning condemned! How long are we gonna keep this up for exactly? If it's in the sky, Raging Cascade!
It's time!
That'll bring you down! Raging Cascade! Friend! Here's a healing arch! Raging arch steel! In here! Burning strike!
I'm on it!
Seal! Tidal wave! Not on my route! Air
Time
thrust!
to let it rip.
Too much to handle? Law! Get toasty!
Bird strike!
Lightning! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Here, let me help! Lightning condemned! Thunder!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Raging Cascade!
Ich frage mich, wie der letzte Boss denn sein wird. Stelle ich mir ein bisschen nervig vor. Hallo? Wollt ihr nicht rüberkommen?
Those soldiers don't seem to have any qualms about attacking on sight.
Is someone making them stand guard over the Forbidden Zone?
Hätte ich auch gesagt, wahrscheinlich.
Now you see what I can do! Take this!
In here! Ready!
You see what happened there if you crossed me? Shouldn't have done that!
Sleep now! Here, let me help!
I'll finish you here again!
I can do this!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Will this
Oh, mein Zauber ist weg. Ja, praktisch, wenn man nicht, wenn man einfach stehen bleiben kann. Nach rechts gehen wir nochmal. Gucken, ob wir da irgendwas finden. Ausreichend FP gesammelt. Erweiterte Ausweichentfernung. War hier nicht irgendwo einen... Oder hatten wir das schon? Ah, hier. Oder wir... Ja. Zeit reduzieren am besten. Oh, schnell bitte viel Damage machen hier. So. Na, da habe ich gewartet.
There's always room for improvement.
Oh, das ist dabei. Gucken, was wir damit machen können. Maximale KP. Gucken, ob wir noch richtig schaffen, bevor der Bonus abläuft. Natürlich nicht. Oh. Das ist deutlich weiter, als ich vorher konnte.
You see what happened there is you crossed me. Shouldn't have done that. I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes!
Das Nerv an diesen Fähigkeiten ist immer, dass hier alles, was auf dem Feld gerade ist, weggeht. Inklusive meiner Zauber. Aua.
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Ach, lol. Ein Kampf und dann siege ich voll wieder. Nee. Get toasty.
Shouldn't have messed with me. Can't get out of this. Finish it. Totally. In an instant. Impact block.
I'll heal you all. Lightning condemned. In here. Healing circle. Seal into the fray. Divide blade. Lightning condemned. Thunder blade. You get the death. Air thrust. Thunder blade. I'll finish you here and now. You get the death. Thunder blade.
Stronger.
Jo, wir alle needen to be stronger. Das ist Geld. Kann man gut gebrauchen. Oh, so.
This must be it. The entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was Sovereigns only.
Alphen.
Yes! It opened!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the Sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
What?
What the?
Alphen.
You again.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Dahnan. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for. Let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imaris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other. So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dahna. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
What the hell just happened?
That vision. Did everyone else see it too?
That person Alphen was speaking to, she looked exactly like Shion.
It was Naori. Naori Imaris. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
She really does look like Shion. I'm beginning to see why Alphen was so confused.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago. The night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
But how is that even possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of Dahnan astral energy rushing over us.
I felt it too. And not for the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dahna's astral energy were being siphoned and sent up here to Lenegus. For all we know, perhaps we're close to the spot where all that energy was stored.
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible for that vision we just saw? But how? And why?
We have no way of knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Shion, you okay?
Yeah. It was all just a little sudden. That's all. So that was my ancestor, huh? It was like looking into a mirror.
Yeah, there certainly is a resemblance.
What about you? How are you holding up?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's likely we'll see more of those. Reliving painful episodes from your past. Do you think you can handle it?
I can't just pretend like the past never happened. Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what that ceremony really was, It might also lead to answers about your thorns.
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free Dana from the Renans. But now that we're here, it seems those same Renans might have it just as bad. I'd like to liberate them too if I can. Which is just another reason I can't afford to shield my eyes from the truth.
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else, you always stay the same. Your indignation and righteous passion, your desire to free and protect, they're all hardwired into you. Not that I'm complaining. Come on, let's bust this thing wide open.
Auf geht's.
Nobody's here.
Stay sharp. After that last illusion, there's no telling what could happen in here.
Ich weiß schon, dass jetzt wahrscheinlich ein Bosskampf kommt. Aber sonst sollte da ein Heilerpunkt sein. Und ein riesiger Raum, der zufällig groß genug ist, um einen Boss zu beinhalten. So. Hallo. Oh, kennen wir doch.
Faria, how did you get in here?
Wait, something about her isn't right.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
A summoning?
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when...
We can talk later. Here it comes.
Gepeinigte Glieder.
I've never known Faria to control symbols like that before.
How about with a stone that looks suspiciously like a master sword?
Where did she get her hands on that?
First we handle the Zugals, then we get command.
Go for the weak point!
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it. Far enough!
Raging Cascade! Lunar Blast!
What is this? Hey, you okay? I can still do this.
I'll bring you back from this abyss.
Dance in the wind! Resuscitation! Here's a healing arm! Dance in the wind!
I owe you one. Now you see what I can do.
Seal! Blah, blah, blah. Evil! Seal! Freeze Lancer!
In a bind.
Blah, blah, blah. Radiant Cyclone! Will this help? Raging Cascade!
Haut ganz schön rein.
This one's mine! Lightning Condemn!
I need to pull my
Sleep now!
ready to go.
Oh, Licht ist schwächer auf jeden Fall.
Far beyond the darkest sky! I call for thee! Going!
Now I'm in the
Lunar
groove.
Blast! Shooting star! Lightning Condemn! First Thunder Blast!
Eat dirt. I can carve through armor. Prepare to be sealed.
Damn it! Out of arrow! Sleep now! Holy Land!
Now, fall it freely.
Take it down! Thunder Blast! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! You get
Ich glaube, das ist das erste Mal, dass ich wirklich einen Gegner hatte, der Licht
seal! Healing! Blah, blah, blah!
schwächer hat.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Here I go!
You picked the wrong fight.
Zumindest kann ich mich nicht daran erinnern.
Sleep now! Burning! Holy Land! Water! Here my God! Lightning Condemn! Anything is doing something big! Try to dodge! You!
Nothing gets by me.
Aber
Here, let me help!
In a bind.
Here I go! Can handle this! Lightning Condemn! In here! Far enough! More for the stockpile! In here! You get the gist! That'll bring you down!
Ignite!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon thee! Healing circle! Ready and lightning! In here!
Now you see what I can do!
I'm all stuffed up! Annihilation! Hear me! Flame of fury! Lightning condemned! Thunder blade! Not on my watch! Here, let me help! First aid!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Almost there!
Oh, close enough. Take it away, Laura.
I thought you'd never ask. Take this!
I'll bring you back from death
Cricket does it!
Bring some rain! Lightning condemned! Sleep now! Healing circle! You get
Ja, ich krieg hätte gelernt. Gerettet.
Here's a healing magic Kazam! Holy hand! That'll bring you down!
Eat dirt! Now you see what I can do!
I'll heal you all! Lightning condemned! Healing arm!
Throbs in pain.
Magic Kazam!
No further! Double demon fang!
Ready! Flame of fury!
Demon fang!
Hit!
Double demon
More
fang!
where that came from! Hear my call! Thunder blade! Lightning condemned! In here! Don't leave me! Sleep now! I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Take care of...
Viele Tote heute auf jeden Fall hier.
I'll finish you here and now!
Magic Kazam! Sleep now! You get the gist! Thunder blade! See my quick handle?
Watch this!
Glacial spear! Here's all disasters made one! Hurry for the helix of purity!
The earth
I'll
throbs
bring you
in
back
pain.
from death's abyss! Magic Kazam! Thunder blade! Ready to go! Here's the call!
In an instant! Impact block!
So. Ah. Nervig. Aber machbar. Auch stärkere Gegner.
Now it's just her!
Faria, can you hear me? Faria!
She's preparing another summoning!
The art she's casting is way too powerful to control. At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more. Dohalim!
Forgive me.
Einfach Mastercore zerstört.
Man, I thought we were goners.
Everything okay?
Yes. She's only unconscious.
Not her. I meant you.
Shion, please. Can you treat her?
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes up. All I can do is heal her physically.
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
In that case...
I'll take her off your hands.
You? Avakir, what are you doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnigan, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohalim. Give me some credit. I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Thank you.
He seems like a good friend.
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. Instead, he was always hanging back, worrying about everyone else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones if it wasn't for me.
You're wrong. Kelzelik was the one who killed my brother, under orders from Almadria. As for Tarnagan, if it weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hierarchy that makes it possible. But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats people as expendable.
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
You can't atone, Dohalim. I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of soul-searching or trying to make amends is going to change that. Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember. You never forget. You keep it in your heart always. And then you go on living. Not for those already past, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others. Lives being the operative word.
That's what living's all about. Being able to still make a difference. Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain of your conscience go away.
Only fixing the problem in its stead. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim, not for yesterday. And not only that, you need to live for yourself, and for the change that you still can be.
I shall try.
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve. The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Shion.
Huh?
Thank you. You have my deepest gratitude for what you did for Faria.
Glad to be of service.
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
You all did much for her as well. I'm most grateful.
Oh, shucks. We're on the same team, right? Let's move on.
Immer schön in die Ecken reingucken, ne? Hier kann ja irgendwo was liegen. Aber nichts übersehen. So, schauen wir mal. Was uns noch so erwartet.
What is it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah. It's that voice.
The will of Dahnas' astral energy.
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
Mhm. Dawn gab es damals schon.
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her, it reminds me of Shion's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe...
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that?
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energy's will is wishing for. But why?
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dahna.
But the will of Dahna is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions... I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dahna's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure.
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
Let's keep moving. If it's Dahna's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Shion's right. All we can do is keep going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching, there could be truths in them I was never aware of. And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Finally, we begin to understand what the thorns are.
Yes, and their source. A ceremony that occurred 3 centuries ago.
But we still don't know how to get rid of them. I just hope we can find a way. Soon, we might very well learn the truth behind Shion's thorns, as well as my own past. I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens. I just need a little time first.
Wir haben nämlich noch
Do you think
Cutscenes.
Faria was really being controlled by someone?
Certainly seemed that way. The question is, who? The Red Woman?
The same person who's behind all of this, I'll bet. Whoever that is.
Brainwashed or otherwise, the feelings of resentment she holds towards me are real.
Someone used her because they knew we'd hold back. If that's not playing dirty, I don't know what is.
It does tell us one thing at least. Someone here in Lenegis is watching us. Someone who means us harm.
There's no question. That attack was meant for us alone.
By someone capable of getting inside a person and manipulating them like a weapon. We need to find whoever it is, fast.
Also.
That vision we saw. It was as if it was meant specifically for us.
What do you make of it? Do you still think the will of Dahna might be involved somehow?
Maybe it's trying to tell us something. But what?
Well, it could be supernatural. You know, like seeing dead people, messages from beyond the grave, ghost-type stuff.
That's your grand theory? That we're being haunted? Come on, Law.
Wait. He might be closer to the mark than you think. What if a person's thoughts and deeds were to somehow become indelibly etched into the ether of a place? And what if those with a connection could then somehow pick up on them?
You think that's what it was? Some kind of message someone left here for us?
I am merely entertaining the possibility. Whether it was Dahna's will, or somehow connected to the Sovereign and Maiden's powers, I do not know.
Okay, back up a sec. You're saying that if a place is full of enough astral energy, it can somehow show us events that happened centuries ago?
More to the point, how does that much astral energy gather in one place anyway? Seems unlikely it happened naturally.
Whatever it was, it survived here intact for 300 years. Whoever left it for us, the strength of their intent is beyond doubt.
The strength of their intent.
So, ich mach mal kurz 3 Minuten Pause, dann gehe ich mal kurz aufs Klo. So. Bis gleich. So. Die Werbung ist auch gleich fertig. Bin ich mal gespannt. Gut, nichts zum Bildschirm. Denke ist immer gut. Muss ich auch hin und wieder eigentlich mal machen. So. Dann kann es weitergehen.
Soon, you might determined to save Shion and Dana. Nothing I learned can change that.
So, wir sind bereit. Wenn wir wieder zurückgehen können, hätte. Moment, das ist, glaube ich, der Bereich, wo wir einmal links eine Story hatten, oder?
What is it?
Ah, tatsächlich. Obwohl, nee.
That's the room you visited in your past, right?
Oder?
Sure. We can check it out.
Ich glaube, dieses Ding da hinten hatten wir nicht, dieses große. Das sieht ähnlich aus, aber nicht, ist nicht der gleiche Raum.
This looks like some kind of research facility.
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out. It might give us a new lead.
Operations der Spiele Testpersonen sind nach ihren Operationen zweifellos nie wieder aufgewacht.
For the people of Lenegis, the Forbidden Zone is the stuff of dreams. Yet here I am, standing within its hallowed halls.
It's off limits even for lords, then? Talk about an exclusive club.
Being exclusive is one thing, but how many important facilities let in only the Sovereign? Doesn't that seem a little strange?
Strange doesn't cover it. If it was only one room, maybe. But a place on this scale? How did they keep it from falling into ruin? Whoever the Sovereign is, they can't manage the upkeep of this whole place themselves.
Did no one ever talk about it when you were growing up?
No, not that I can remember. Then again, Sovereigns and Forbidden Zones weren't exactly breakfast table conversations.
The Forbidden Zone is a hallowed place, at one with the Sovereign's authority, grounds of the one true ruler who presides over all Renans. That is what we believed this place to be. No, what we were made to believe it was. But now, it is finally time to discover this area's true purpose, and why it was kept hidden behind the scenes for so long.
Haben wir noch irgendwas zum Labern? So, verdächtig, aber alles.
I think I can make this work.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records, by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Dahnan astral energy, so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure, taking the form of a Dahnan. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign?
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the Master Course. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the Lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renan citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renans are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme,
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it? Did you find something?
It's a list of names, with the title, Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait, I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Alphen.
They re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Volron? But that means...
He's only sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the Sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new Sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 Sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the Sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
Energie sammeln zum Beispiel.
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a Sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman?
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
I'll do that.
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign, and Volron as well. The significance of this location would suggest...
Hey, it looks like the terminals in here turned on too.
We should look through them. They might contain valuable information.
Only 2 Sovereigns in over 300 years. So why has the experiment only succeeded twice in all this time? And if that's the case, why keep on doing it? Was there really no other way? Or could there be some other reason?
Dohalim.
Forgive me.
Alphen.
Just a little shaken, that's all. I knew what I was already, so it's not like it's a surprise or anything. But it's strange. I've got all this rage inside of me, but I don't even know who it's for. I'm scared that I'll put a face to it, just to have someone to blame.
If that were to happen, then No. Then we'd help you fight it, before you ever got that far. Wouldn't we, everyone?
Yeah, we wouldn't just sit by and watch you spiral out of control.
That's right. No good can come from being consumed by hatred.
If you ever start to lose your way, you can count on us to guide you back. To remind you where home is.
And I would be happy to lend an attentive ear, should you ever have need.
Thank you, everyone. I think I'll be okay now.
Oh. Der Herrscher. Der Herrscher fungiert als lebendiges zentrale Steuerungseinheit für die Geistesbeschwörung. Jeder hat eine Stufe 2 Autorität und ein Wappen. Ein dänisches Zielobjekt dient als Basis seiner Erschaffung. Ideale Kandidaten haben eine gleiche Affinität zu jedem Astralelement. Diese Eigenschaften sind unter den Bedingungen der echten Welt statistisch jedoch selten vorzufinden. Infolgedessen sterben die meisten Zielobjekte während der Angleichungsphase und selbst bei den Überlebenden ist keine Stabilität garantiert. Diese Instabilität kann in Verbindung mit der Macht der zur Astralmanipulation des Herrschers ein großes Sicherheitsrisiko für Lenigis darstellen. Wenn der Herrscher in der Geisterbeschwörungszeremonie eingesetzt wird, ist ein Unterstützungsmechanismus zur Stabilisierung erforderlich. Zusatz 1. Es wird keine effektiven alternativen Methoden zur Zeremonie gefunden. Tests an dänischen Zielen dürfen fortgesetzt werden. Zusatz 2. Einheit 2 Angleichungen waren erfolgreich. Weitere Angleichungen werden während der Beobachtung ausgesetzt. Jungfer. Die Jungfer fungiert als Unterstützungsmechanismus für die Geistesbeschwörung. Jeder Jungfer hat eine Stufe 2 Autorität und ein Wappen. Ein renisches Zielobjekt stellt dem Herrscher das ergänzende dunkle Astralelement zusammen mit dem Renas Alma zur Verfügung. Während der Zeremonie kümmert es sich teilweise um die Astralenergieumwandlung sowie um die Stabilität der eigenen Macht des Herrschers. Es wurde ferner beobachtet, dass das Maß an Intimität zwischen ihm und dem Herrscher positive Auswirkungen auf die Stabilität der Zielobjekte hatte. Aus diesem Grund sind Testaktivierungen des Herrschers in Anwesenheit der Jungfer ausdrücklich verboten. Außerdem sind weder der Herrscher noch die Jungfer über die Einzelheiten der Geisterbeschwörung in Kenntnis zu setzen. Zusatz 1. Die mentale Stabilität der Jungfer gilt als Ursache für die Untriebe des letzten Herrschers. Gegenmaßnahmen sind zu erwägen. Zusatz 2. Gemäß den Plananpassungen wird die Jungfernregistrierung des jetzigen Zielobjekts widerrufen und sie kehrt in ihre Familie zurück. Gut, Terminal verlassen. Lenigis. Ein groß angelegter Astralenergieumwandler, der hauptsächlich die Elementarzusammensetzung von Dahnas Astralenergie umwandelt und an Rena sendet. Die Aktivierung und Steuerung von Astralenergieumwandlung geschieht durch den Herrscher. Die Jungfer und das Renas Alma im zentralen Kern. Lenigis besteht aus geheimen und essentiellen Personalwohnvierteln um einen großen Leiter herum, geschützt durch eine Verteidigungszone. Dieser äußere Ring wird bei Aktivierung entfaltet und legt den zentralen Leiter frei, wenn er gleichzeitig zur Stabilisierung dient. Aufgrund seines Aufbaus ist bei der Entfaltung des äußeren Rings eine Beschädigung der Wohnviertel zu erwarten. Da es jedoch nur während der letzten Stufe der Geisterbeschwörungszeremonie dazu kommt, ist kein Notfallplan für diese Städten erforderlich. Bis zu dieser Phase dient die Lenigis als zentrale Einsatzbasis für die Verwaltung und Durchführung des Kampfes um die Krone auf Dahna. Warnung: Personal mit Stufe 3 Autorität oder niedriger ist der Zutritt zur verbotenen Zone strikt untersagt. Eindringlinge werden exekutiert. Ja. Abtrennbare Erntemaschine. Ein riesiges Geistergefäß, das für die Geisterbeschwörungszeremonie in Dahna platziert wurde. Es dient als Spitze von Lenigis Energieleiter. Wenn er in dänisches Gewässer landet, fährt er 2 Reihen an Leitungsarmen aus. Die vertikalen Arme sind mit dem Zentrum Dahnas verbunden. Die horizontalen Arme umhüllen gleichzeitig die gesamte Oberfläche Dahnas. Nach der Aktivierung verbindet sich mit den biologischen Geistergefäßen in jedem Reich und ändert so die gesamte Astralenergie des Planeten. Die gesammelte Energie wird dann über Lenigis an Renas übertragen. Da der Bau und die Anpassung im Regulierungsbereich der verbotenen Zone stattfindet, wird Lenigis äußerer Ring vor dem Start entfaltet. Aufgrund seiner halbautonomen Funktionsweise ist nur bei Bedarf der Einsatz von Wartungspersonal erforderlich. Abgesehen davon ist kein Personaleinsatz nötig, um die Funktion zu gewährleisten. Zusatz 1. Der abtrennbare Ernte 1 explodierte durch das Wüten des Herrschers auf Dahna und wurde zerstört. Zusatz 2. Der Landepunkt des abtrennbaren Ernters 2 entspricht dem Landepunkt des Vorgängermodells. Das liegt an der Explosion des Vorgängermodells, die planetare Topographie veränderte, was die Verbindung mit dem Zentrum Dahnas erleichtert. Was haben wir hier? Betäubungsmaske und Gehirnwäschebericht. Ein Apparat, der das Gesicht des Trägers bedeckt und seine mentale Aktivität einschränkt. Er wurde zur Ruhigstellung von Gefangenen entwickelt. Kommt auch im medizinischen Bereich zum Einsatz, insbesondere um zu verhindern, dass Patienten ein psychisches Trauma erleiden. Dieser Einsatz ist aber nicht ratsam, da durch eine langfristige Verwendung das Risiko schädlicher Nebenwirkungen ansteigt. Zusatz: Durch den Verlust der Produktionsstätten bei der Zerstörung von Lenigis werden keine weiteren Gefäße mehr hergestellt. Und Gehirnwäschebericht. Nachdem Meldungen über eine stabile neue Herrschaftsform in Dahnas Wasserreich aufkamen, wurden ein Untersuchungsbericht beauftragt. Das System ist insofern einzigartig, als es nur den Lord zur höchsten Autorität erhebt, während Renea und Denea versklavt werden. Das Objekt Nummer 10.105 dient als derzeitiger Lord des Reichs und hat diesen Titel ohne Einsatz besonderer Macht, Drogen oder Geräte erlangt. Vielmehr gelang es ihm durch eine Führung. Angesichts der wirksamen Bevölkerungskontrolle der Methode wird die Situation weiter beobachtet. Zusatz 1. Der Schlüssel seiner Herrschaft scheint im Auslöschen kognitiver Fähigkeiten durch gewaltsame psychische Unterdrückung zu liegen. Sobald ein Zellobjekt seine Autonomie verliert, wird es für Angst desensibilisiert und er ignoriert in Folge selbst seine persönliche Sicherheit. Während ein solcher Zustand für Befehlshaber ungeeignet ist, ist er ein effizientes Mittel zur Kultivierung austauschbarer Infanterie und Sklaven. Zusatz 2. Soldaten in Lenigis, die dieser Behandlung unterzogen wurden, werden teilweise zur Sicherheit geschützter Bereiche eingesetzt. So, hätte man auch alles an ein Terminal schreiben können. Dann gibt es wahrscheinlich keiner mehr. Meisterkerne sind Machtinstrumente und enthalten astrale Energie, die zu einem der 6 Elemente gehören. 5 dieser Meisterkerne für Erde, Wasser, Feuer, Wind und Licht sind beim Kampf um die Krone jederzeit ein reneischer Lord entliehen. Nur der dunkle Meisterkern verbleibt unter strengster Geheimhaltung in der verbotenen Zone, bis das Renas einmal bereit zur Reformation ist. Unter dem runden äußeren Ring des Meisterkerns befindet sich ein Kraftfeldkristall zur Verwahrung der astralen Energie und Stabilität. Die astrale Energie wird im Inneren des Kraftfelds in einem inaktiven Zustand verwahrt. Während ihrer Herrschaft treten alle Lords im Kampf um die Krone an, um ihre jeweilige Art von astraler Energie anzusammeln. In Notlagen darf jeder Lord wie erforderlich astrale Energie von seinem jeweiligen Vorrat einziehen. Die zulässige Menge hängt jedoch von seiner individuellen Stärke ab. Zusatz 1. Es wurden Designfehler bei der Art und Weise entdeckt, wie sich das Renas einmal materialisiert. Hinweis: Aktive Meisterkerne können mit anderen Meisterkernen in der Nähe Resonanzen bilden und dadurch instabil werden. Zusatz 2. Nach der erfolgreichen Regeneration des Renas Eimer werden die Meisterkerne nicht mehr genutzt und der Kampf um die Krone wird beendet. Geisterkerne sind Endstellen für die Ansammlung von astraler Energie. Wenn sie in ein biologisches Zielobjekt eingelassen sind, erreicht sie Verbindung durch seinen ganzen Körper. Durch diese Verbindung wird Astralenergie aus körperlicher Aktivität gesammelt und schließlich vom Wirtkörper selbst ausgestoßen. Weil sich diese ausgestoßene Energie rasch verflüchtigt, muss der Wirt in Reichweite eines Geistergefäßes sein und das die Energie sammelt. Das bedeutet, dass die Nähe zur Ernte der astralen Energie im Rahmen des Kampfes um die Krone einzusetzen sind. Aufgrund der schwierigen Herstellung ist es ratsam, dass die Geisterkerne nach dem Tod des Wirts aus seinem Körper zurückgewonnen werden. Geisterkerne können auch in Zeuge eingelassen werden, um sie durch Astralades zu steuern. Zusatz: erhöhte körperliche Belastung eines Wirtskörpers erzeugt tendenziell mehr ausgestoßene astrale Energie. Die endgültige Bestätigung der idealen Belastung von Wirtskörpern zur idealen astralen Energieausbeute ohne zum Tod zu führen, steht noch aus. So, 2 haben wir noch, denke ich mal. Lords und bei jedem Kampf um die Krone werden 5 der fähigsten renäischen Bürger als Lords auserwählt und treten an, der nächste Herrscher zu werden. Während ihrer Herrschaft wird ihnen Stufe 3 Autorität sowie 1 von 5 Elementarreichen mitsamt des entsprechenden Meisterkerns verliehen. Sie erhalten außerdem ein Wappen, das ihr jeweiliges Element ausweist. Die Auswahl berücksichtigt nur die Astralkünste sowie die körperliche und geistige Eigenschaften. Andere Faktoren wie Alter haben keinen Einfluss. Da nur die stärksten Renäer-Lords werden, verleiht der Titel einem Lord keine zusätzliche Kraft. Es ist jedoch zu beachten, dass Lords nicht die einzigen sind, die einen Meisterkern seine Macht entlocken können. Alle Renäer müssen am Auswahlvorgang teilnehmen und die Annahme des Titels ist Pflicht. Geeignete Kandidaten dürfen darauf nicht verzichten. Falls ein amtierender Lord nicht mehr in einer Rolle dienen kann, muss schnell ein Ersatz gefunden werden. Ah, das war nicht so gut. Wow. Wir haben unten sehr lange gewartet. Okay, individuelle Testobjektangleichungsindex. Dies ist ein Bericht zum zweiten erfolgreichen Experiment an einem Herrscher-Testsubjekt. Testsubjekt Nummer 10.105, Name Wohlran. Okay. Das Zielobjekt weist ein hohes latentes Potenzial auf, zeigt jedoch Merkmale mentaler Instabilität, sowie eine starke Abneigung, Befehle zu folgen. Die Risiken, die es darstellt, betreffen sogar die des letzten erfolgreichen Testsubjekts, das selbst scheiterte. Seine Beseitigung wird erwogen. Zusatz: dies ist der erste erfolgreiche Fall in 300 Jahren. Die zuvor genannten Risiken wurden dank Kontrollprotokollen inzwischen minimiert. Zielobjekt wird unter der Annahme beobachtet, dass Plan 2 umgesetzt wird und in Dahnas unter der Tarnung eines Lords eingesetzt. Oh. Okay. Alles interessant. Aber doch, wir waren hier. Es kann sein, dass wir nur da bei dem anderen Raum da nicht rein durften, glaube ich, ne? Dieses viele Zahlen sieht nach Protokolle aus über den Angleich zwischen Testperson und Linnaeus selbst. Das stimmt, hier war der Raum, wo wir gestartet sind. Ein Raum, der über 3 Jahrhunderte hinweg unverändert geblieben ist. So als ob ihr die Zeit selbst stehen geblieben wäre. Ach, immerhin eine.
Naori,
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dahna. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Rena never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Elfin. Farewell.
Naori.
His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... If I don't head back, Lenegis will be nothing but ashes, and this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Alphen. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Alphen. That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Alphen escape Lenegis.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lenegis crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me. It made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
Oh, weiter geht's. Nehmen wir mit. Kraftschmanker nehmen wir gerne an. Das wird auch bestimmt nützlich. Das sieht verdächtig aus, wie diese Pflanze. Ja.
This place. We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of course. After 300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony. This is where the Renis Alma was.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renis Alma isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
Naori, what is this? Is it the work of Dahna's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony. The purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening...
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done. With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alphen, the Sovereign, was in a starship bound for Dahna. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse onto my descendants as well. Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just...
Naori.
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Dahnan voice speaking through her?
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this Is the maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Shion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience. By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a Maiden and Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Shion.
It's possible? You really think so?
I do. We can rid you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but I just can't seem to help it. Just hearing there's the slightest chance, even though I know the world's still in great peril. It's selfish of me, I know, but still.
No, it isn't. You found hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Rinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse and still save the world at the same time.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we find it.
Yeah, we can protect the world and save Shion at the same time.
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renan lore is bound to be a useful asset.
And they say modesty is dead.
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
How do you know it's me they're following? We're all in this together, Shion. You included. Now let's get moving, shall we? Last I heard, we had an apocalypse to stop. Thank you, Naori. So Naori sealed away the power that made me lose control of myself. She stopped my rampage and saved my life. But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry, Shion. It's my fault that you're cursed.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony, and Naori's attempt to stop Oblivion. You paid a heavy price for it, and then fell asleep for 300 years. The reason you lost your memories
is the reason for your curse.
The thorns.
It all leads back to them. But once they're gone, we can finally put an end to all this.
When my thorns are gone, I never dared to dream that such a thing could be possible. No, the truth is, I think maybe I've always been dreaming about a life without my thorns. The touch of my family, or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved smack, embracing everyone. All the normal things that people do together. I always wished I could experience them for myself, and finally know what they were like. Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen? I'm so scared of getting my hopes up. What if it doesn't work out in the end, and...
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live a normal life. There are a lot of things you still want to do, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's such a strange feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up ahead. And it's for my sake. So I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you, Alphen.
Good. I'll keep on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.
Die letzte Jungfer. Nice, nice. Machen wir trotzdem erstmal das hier noch. So. Sodale Artalis. Gam Artalis. Leas Fiaquis. Okay. Jetzt passt natürlich das Schwert nicht mehr so dazu. Ja, passt. Aber wir nehmen das noch wieder. So.
Sounds like this Naori chick had quite the big heart.
Her position demanded nothing less. From the sound of things, she didn't focus on differences, least of all those between Renans and Dahnas.
Yeah. It was Naori who first showed me that such a thing was even possible. And then she saved my life by sending me back home to Dahna.
Not only that, but she willingly stayed behind on Lenegis for the sake of her people. It sounds like she was quite the hero, all right. A truly caring person.
It's as if walls meant nothing to her. The ones separating the Renans from the Dahnans, or herself from others. She had no need for them.
Which basically meant that she never had anything to break down in the first place, huh? Yeah. I think you may be right about that.
You inherited that legacy. Her wish for the world.
Don't I know it?
She's kind of like a lodestar guiding our way, showing us what we can aspire to.
Und hallo, Edin Schwert und Gruppe. Na, wie geht's? Was habt ihr Schönes gemacht? Und ich hoffe, ihr hattet Spaß und Glück gehabt. So, wer noch Tales of Arise spielen will, sollte vielleicht weggucken, weil das ist so ziemlich das Ende, was wir hier gerade spielen. So. Aber wer schon gespielt hat oder sowas, kann natürlich gerne bleiben und mitfiebern. Ach, na. Vielleicht nächstes Mal dann.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
After everything we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
This is it, guys. Time to see what secrets are in store.
Auf jeden Fall Bosskampf.
We're a long way from the residential quarters now. It looks completely different.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, this place... it reminds me more of being back inside the wedge.
Except the Dahnan astral energy feels even stronger here.
In a portion of the city reserved purely for the Renin Sovereign.
Maybe he just has strange tastes?
This place looks like it has been here for quite some time now. If its design were a matter of personal preference, we would be talking from centuries ago. Or perhaps even further back. Still, this isn't the sort of decadence of taste spoken of in artistic circles. So what is it then?
Hold up, decadence? Artistic circles?
When a preference is indulged to its extreme, it descends into kitsch, eccentricity for the sake of it. I'd be happy to illuminate you further.
That depends. Does it involve you buying me lunch?
The void that art fills isn't the stomach, it's the soul.
In that case, I'll let you know the next time my soul starts to rumble.
Now all we need is something to fill up the void inside your head.
Shut up!
Eine Sache hätte ich noch vergessen. Und zwar die Waffe noch anzupassen. Dass es ein bisschen mehr passt. Nee, die Rose mit blauem Dings wäre natürlich passender, glaube ich. Aber zumindest. Heilen einmal. Oh, und dann gucken, was hier abgeht. Bevor wir die rote Lady finden.
Volron!
Oh.
He really was still alive.
Den haben wir ja am wenigsten erwartet.
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait though.
Kannst nicht alleine
Doesn't
machen.
seem right here.
Once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Rena, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself. Reduced to a mere cog in a machine.
Hey look! Over there!
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but... are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dahna.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dahna's energy. That said, we should retrieve the Renis Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alvin, look!
The Red Woman! So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible? What is this?
Who the hell are they?
It can't be. Are they even people?
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
Gleich dreimal.
I'm not feeling particularly talkative.
It's no use, Alvin. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting ducks here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand.
Where are you going?
I'll smash you! Now I'm in the groove!
Can't get out of this!
In here!
We now need to use all of my healing arts to accomplish this.
All disasters day one! Come forth and heal its security!
Here's the evil.
Maelstrom!
Here, let me have it.
First aid! Blah, blah, blah. In here! Holy lamp!
I'll burn it all!
Ist eine neue Fähigkeit? Ach nee, das kennen wir schon. Da sitzt meistens so die andere ein.
Raging Cascade! Raging Cascade!
Here, power up.
This one's mine!
Lightning Condense! Sealed! Holy lamp!
I can carve through! Now I'm in the groove!
Water, hear my call.
Close one!
Stay away from my friend!
Flame of fury! Burning strike! Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
In the sky is mine.
Not done yet!
Where are you going?
Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Be still!
Here,
Far
let me
beyond
have
the
it.
dark sky!
What is
All
this?
upon thee!
Glacial spear.
Here's the
Hey, I'm on a roll now!
Oh,
Let me have it.
ich war fast fertig.
Not today! No further!
Here's the healing art. Here I go.
Into the shadows!
Oh, Shion will nicht sterben.
I won't give up.
You'll pay for that!
Aber meint.
Ready to go.
First aid!
Ist aber ein lauter Geräusch gewesen, so wir brauchen einmal einen Kraftschmanker.
Shouldn't have messed with me!
Air thrust! Dance in the wind!
Smash you!
Air thrust! Lightning Condense! Sleep now!
Now I'm in the groove! I'll crush you! Ah! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Blah, blah, blah!
Die Frage. Wir haben wahrscheinlich nur einen Lebensbalken.
Burn in hell! No further!
Not in your dreams!
Take this!
Ich glaube, die haben eh keine Art, dass sie klauen kann. Schon wieder gestorben. Ach ja.
Ready to go.
Now we're never. Oh, you are gonna pay for that.
Könnten mal die Strategie auf aggressiv stellen. Wird ja auch mehr Items einsetzen. Also. Ständig bleibt sie uns weg. Ja, ich kann halt kurz anhalten und dann gucken, dass ich, wenn ich zum Beispiel Alten spielen will. Das Problem ist, Nahkämpfer sind sehr anstrengend und Shion ist ein Heiler und deswegen spiele ich. Was ist das denn? Deswegen spiele ich meistens einfach einen Magier. Dann kann ich mich halt konzentrieren, einfach wegzustehen. Plus, es ist halt der stärkste Charakter, den wir haben hier. Von den Fähigkeiten her. So, wir brauchen einmal. Und ich mache halt Items, vor allem halt auch Ananas-Gelee. So. Oh, wir haben ich muss nur gucken, ich bin natürlich auch relativ schwach in der Hinsicht. Wir haben es gleich geschafft. Ja, das ist auch der Hauptgrund, warum ich es mache. Eigentlich mag ich solche Action-Kampfsysteme auch nicht unbedingt. Aber so geht's.
Do you think it's really over?
Astral energy. Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve.
What? It's self-destructed?
Alvin!
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
You had me worried there.
Who said you could touch that?
Damn it! He's awake!
I should have thought as much. So you know this place? Naturally, it was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart. Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me? You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really, is that what you think? Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alf, who happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dahna, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dahna. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Dahnan. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Then you mean Voron was kidnapped just like Alphen? But then he became a
slave from Dahna. Just like us. Isn't that right, Volron?
So he posed as a Renan and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renan and Dahnan are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
A red woman?
Another one?
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Don't do it!
Wir waren so nah dran.
It's too late. You can't stay here.
We need to go. Alphen!
Go. But know I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Let's go.
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything. Who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am.
Are you two okay?
Yeah. We'll be fine.
Is Volron... have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers in Faria in a trance?
What, those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renaissalma. Damn it, that's the second time now!
Whatever's stolen from us, we'll steal it back. The future's ours to protect. And right now, those things are what's standing in our way. We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
So this thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind all this, huh?
They have the Renaissalma in their grasp already, so it's unlikely they'll have cause to return to Dahna. I agree that Rena's our best shot.
Then we're agreed. Let's head back to the starship.
But seriously, I was not expecting Voron to actually be here.
He seemed to care not one whit about Renans or Dahnans.
Yeah, not in a good way like with us.
Ich bin jetzt richtig angepisst, dass wir nochmal 300 Jahre suchen müssen nach dem nächsten Herrscher.
I didn't see that coming about Volron. As for those red women, to think they were monsters all along.
Tell me about it. One minute they look perfectly human. Next thing you know, they're not actually human at all.
They definitely weren't Renan or Dahnan. I'm not even sure language would get through to them.
So what were they then? Human Zoogle hybrids?
Is the most terrifying thing anyone said all day.
How about you, Shion? Doherly? You ever seen anything like that before?
No, never. However, if they're the same as the Red Woman we've seen with Volron, I think it's safe for us to assume they understand our language at the very least.
I had just so much I wanted to ask them. About Rena, and Shion's thorns.
Unfortunately, they blew themselves up before we got the chance. Why would they do such a thing, though? To take us with them? Or in order to keep something hidden?
Both sound plausible to my ears. They took off with the Renaissalma too, remember?
Yeah, they did. And the next time we meet them, we're going to make sure they tell us everything they know.
So, ich werde mal kurz auf Klo gehen. Wir schalten auf wieder ein bisschen Werbung. Wenn es keine Formstream wieder gibt. So, ich bin gleich wieder da. War ein mäßig harter Kampf, würde ich sagen. Also. So. Warten wir noch kurz ab. Bin mal gespannt, was das alles zu bedeuten hat. Ich dachte, jetzt würde alles sich auf Lenegis entscheiden, aber dass wir nach Rena gehen, kann man auch mal machen. So. Oh, kann es gleich weitergehen? Wir haben sogar noch einen Verteidigungsbus noch mit dabei gehabt. Ich glaube, wir müssen zum Schiff, ne? So, wir müssen echt zurücklaufen. Hätte man aber auch teleportieren können. Müssen bestimmt nochmal alles wegräumen gleich. Bestimmt auch nervig. Zumindest nochmal so nett sind sie. Bevor wir nochmal zu den Kämpfen jetzt zurückgehen. So. Ein Wartungsklo. Oder. Okay, wenn sie weg sind, ist natürlich praktisch. Nevermind. So, nur die am Anfang da weg. So. Das ist ja geschafft. Gucken, ob wir die Großen wieder nochmal besiegen müssen. Okay, der ist weg. Sind nicht alle da. Wahrscheinlich nur die Kleinen, denke ich mal. Und dann auch nur die Hälfte gefüllt. Ach, da ist ein großer. So. Öffentliche Parkzone. Sie was davon mitbekommen haben, dass da ein bisschen was explodiert ist?
What the? When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out.
Keine Energie mehr?
Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone?
Joe?
You two. Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
She doesn't remember a thing, so she really was being controlled.
He told me about Tarnigan, too. Is it true?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once!
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegis is in grave peril.
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration's still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer, and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd...
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegis from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
At ease? Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegis right now?
Lenegis wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is... Ah. Very well then.
Wir haben doch einen Herrscher.
Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegis. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Eldaman and Sia.
Look, up there! It's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid. As people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegis, not the Lords and Sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among many. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
Praktisch. dass es genau jetzt wieder angeht.
Your speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possibly not even existing, was it true?
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been...
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan society? How can we live without someone to guide us?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
You? You can't be serious.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return. But not as your sovereign, nor as a leader the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose to rule?
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegis, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright, or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things. More important things. Things like, oh, I don't know, musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different. I feel like maybe now I can finally begin to accept Turnagain's death. To see a future.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do. I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegis till you get back.
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
Indeed. Forgive me.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegis who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menancia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul.
How could I not be, after the second chance that I've been granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world. Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship. Business on Rena awaits.
Was haben wir denn hier? Venerischer Herrscher. Bodenzerstörer. Verbesserte Heilungsartes, falls er auch mal reinkommen sollte wieder. Haben wir theoretisch alles freigeschaltet? Ne, 2 fehlen hier noch. Hier fehlen auch noch 2. Sonst haben wir... Und ja, hier fehlt noch einer.
Looks like the people of Lenegis can rest easy.
I couldn't have done it without your words of encouragement, Law.
Hey, you're the one who made the speech.
I think everybody can share the credit here.
In one sense, when all is said and done, perhaps I have been a slave this whole time too.
You, a Renan lord? How do you figure that exactly?
I was complicit in the Renan system, bound by its values, resigned to being swept along, without the resolve to take a stand. And when I realized the severity of my mistake, all I longed for was punishment. A lord, and yet my first instinct was to place my fate in the hands of others.
I think I can relate. I couldn't stand watching my people bow and scrape their way through life, but I didn't know what else I could do about it either. The ability to think for yourself and be your own master, that's what separates a slave from a free person. At least, that's what Law's dad Zephyr used to say. Zephyr taught me how to fight. But in doing so, he also taught me how to live.
Even if it means stumbling along the way. If it's on a road of our own choosing, free of regret. Why, that's the road of freedom. Or, to put it another way, so long as his heart is compromised, even the loftiest of kings is no freer than a slave. I think I finally understand now. This Zephyr character sounds like he was a wise man indeed. I only wish I could have met him.
There's just so much I wish I could ask him, especially now. I wonder, have I been correctly carrying on the torch that he passed to me?
Ein neuer Anfang.
How long have you known?
Known what?
About the darkness I carry inside me. You seem to have been aware of it for quite some time now.
Why ask me now? What does it matter? But yes, I have. I've pretty much known that something was gnawing at you ever since we left Menancia.
So basically since the very start of our journey then. Just when I thought I couldn't feel more ashamed.
Leave the past where it belongs. We have no need for it now. You're forging ahead. That's what matters. If my brother could see you, he'd be proud.
Not as proud as he would be of his sister, I'm sure.
Well then, just as well it's not a competition, huh?
Kisara? Anyone at home in there?
Sorry. Did I look distracted?
Among other things. To be entirely honest, I couldn't tell whether you were smiling or frowning.
You were thinking about Dohalim, weren't you?
That obvious, huh? I was just thinking how good it is to see him moving forward at last. It was always so infuriating, knowing how capable he could be if he just put his mind to it. A prisoner trapped in a cage of his own self-doubt. But now, he's finally beginning to spread his wings. I'm happy for him.
So, then why do you look so sad?
Oh, I don't know if I'd say sad. There's a bittersweetness to it, I guess. It's good and strange, knowing that he won't be needing me anymore. It probably sounds weird, doesn't it? I have this massive worry off my mind. I should be jumping up and down for joy, right?
Must be that maternal instinct of yours at work.
Rinwell's right. You're like a mother bird, finally letting go as her child takes his first shaking and nervous flight from the nest.
A pretty big child.
That's one way to look at it. I wouldn't like to see Dohalim's face if he heard you say that. All this has made me realize I can't allow myself to become a prisoner of my own making like he was. If Dohalim can forge his own path ahead, then I can too. I won't be left behind.
Können wir mal unseren Buff aufladen wieder. Und Waffen herstellen.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
Und ja, auf die Ranch schauen wir nochmal. Nicht so viele. Objekte verkaufen. 7 Platin. Oh, 2500 pro Stück. Das passt auch ganz gut. Das ist schwächer als das, was er jetzt hat. Nice. Aber das ist stärker. Ja, die sind nicht so wichtig, weil sie meist... meistens eh nicht kämpfen. Rosafarbener Schnurrschutz. Stimmt aber, glaube ich, Katzenbastion. So, die wichtigen Leute habe ich auf jeden Fall nochmal. Haben wir hier Erdbeerkuchen, glaube ich, gehabt, ne? Ach, Milch fehlt uns hier auch. Erhöhter Elementarangriff, ey. Ach, nehmen wir das hier.
Done. This is sure to give the others some much needed.
So, schauen wir mal, wie es unserem Schiff geht. Gut, dass es keiner geklaut hat, natürlich. Das war nicht so, als wenn wir dann Schlüssel für brauchten. Nervig, dass wir einmal komplett zurücklaufen müssen. Ging wahrscheinlich irgendwo noch eine Cutscene. Vor einem Teleportpunkt. Ja, wir waren noch beschäftigt. Mittel löschen. So, ein Gebiet noch durchlaufen. Dann müssten wir wieder zurück sein, glaube ich. Ja, Abflug. Genau. Das ist, glaube ich, das, was ich am wenigsten mag, wenn sie die Teleportpunkte sperren. Ach, steht doch da. Hätten die Leute auch benutzen können, um abzuhauen.
I thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegis.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman and the Renis Alma. The answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
Ich denke doch mal.
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should... What?
Ich habe gerade ein bisschen erschreckt. Sieht ungünstig aus.
Damn! The hell just happened?
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
Aber tatsächlich schon mehr oder weniger kaputt.
A flower blooming out of Rena?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dahnas' energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
The Flower of Oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down! You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Ah!
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
Ah, Shion, just in the nick of time. Here, lend me a hand while I...
No!
What the... Oh, right. The thorns. My bad.
No, I'm the one who should apologize. I overreacted.
Again, Law? Can't you even go a minute without putting your foot in your mouth?
Seriously, it's fine. I'd rather that than people feeling like they're walking on eggshells around me. Besides, I'm the one who should be vigilant about not touching you guys, not the other way around.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask. Not being able to touch people, does it ever get lonely sometimes?
I guess I never really thought about it in those terms. It was either accept it for what it was or come undone. Before long, it was just part of my everyday reality. I think I even forgot there was another way to live. Which isn't to say I didn't feel alone. I did. Always.
So numb to your reality, you couldn't even recognize it as loneliness? I don't know how you managed.
It's fine. I know I'm not alone anymore.
But I can't even touch you. No way of lending you a shoulder when you're down? Even Alphen.
I appreciate the concern. Until I get rid of these thorns, I guess I'll have to put up with it just a little longer. But not forever. Alphen promised me that. Maybe it'll be soon, maybe it won't be. But either way, the day will come. And I'll be ready when it does.
Yeah, just hang in there. One day, we'll share a big warm hug. You'll see. I promise.
Boo! Ah! What the? Are you out of your mind? This isn't the time for games, Rinwell!
Oh, come on. How am I supposed to resist with you looking all jittery like that?
It's called experiencing feelings appropriate to the situation. You ought to try it sometime.
Yeah, but seeing you act all nervous, you're making me start to feel nervous too.
Oh, sorry.
Staying alert is important, but too much caution can cloud your judgment. Try to strike a balance.
Jo. So. Gucken, was wir hier
Still can't
bekämpfen.
get over what we saw happening outside the starship.
Yeah, our planet's really not doing too hot right about now.
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dahna, so I figured it was just another round planet like ours. Still though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming out of it?
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue. It's so surreal. It looks like a broken egg or something.
Rena and Dahna. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies that floated amongst the stars in the heavens. But to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the Crown contest, but also the form of our own planet.
Dohalim.
Okay, who's the wise guy that summoned us here?
Someone formidable enough to bring our starship along with us.
They must be here somewhere. Let's find them.
That beam of light joining Dahna and Rena. It was the Renan side that it first came from, right?
That's what it looked like. And then the Dahnan side responded.
Perhaps it was some kind of directive from the Renan homeworld? To reawaken the Wedge and Lenegis?
Which would mean that whoever's behind all this is on Rena after all. But what are they after? Is it really worth going through all this trouble just to steal Dahna's energy?
Try to stay calm. With so many factors we don't understand, dwelling on it won't get us anywhere. What is it?
No, it's just... Zephyr once told me the same thing. So much for me making progress, huh?
You made it this far, didn't you? You notice something, you change it. That's all anyone can do. But you can't stand still in the meantime.
Du pflanzt ja auch ein paar Bäume. Ah. Unten ist nicht zugänglich. Okay, sind wir schon mal richtig, wie es aussieht.
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that? It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk.
What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Hevrect 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh goody, more riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helganquil. The red women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helganquil?
You are on Dake Phasal, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's Great Spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dahna from this position.
A question. What is this Great Spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The great astral spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dahna.
The voice of the great spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it without question throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this great spirit be the true sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this great spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dahna? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dahna back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegus. If Dahna has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dahna has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dahna this whole time, just like these things.
Dahna's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrect 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dahna's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dahna is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's great spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dahna's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegus are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy, and the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dahna.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dahna?
Indeed, and it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dahna's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegus was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renasalma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dahna.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dahna.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrect 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegus has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dahna's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Others? Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Faisal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
Viele Vitalparameter werden angezeigt.
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it. How about you, Dohalim? Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least, everything it said about the Renan Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dahna, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dahna completely destroyed.
But why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not going to let it destroy Dahna.
Right.
There is one other thing that concerns me. How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But what about the Renans? How do they factor into all this?
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevric 35 never even brought up the Renans once. And as for the Helganquil, we never did find out just what they are either.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe the others will shed more light on the matter. Let's find out.
Kann natürlich sein, dass sie die Däner aufgetrennt haben. Und die Hälfte davon, die dunkle Magie konnten, haben sie dann irgendwie Renea genannt oder so. Damit sie halt diesen Kronen-Contest abhalten wollen. Dass quasi vielleicht alle vom gleichen Planeten stammen. Und dass seine Art quasi von Rena kommt. Das könnte ich mir... Das ist so das Einzige, was ich mir gerade vorstellen könnte. Ich muss aber erklären, würde, dass Renea und Denea gleich aussehen. Oh, was haben wir denn hier? Ach, wir sind sehr weit weg. Es handelt sich um Dike Baupläne mit einem zentralen Fahrstuhlschacht und mehrere kreisförmige Bereiche. Das ist wahrscheinlich das Schiff hier, ne? Es sieht ein bisschen aus wie auf Lenegas.
Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Are you a Renan?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevrecht 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
Have you guys lived up here in Deg Faisal with Hevrecht 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Dafür gibt's
Why are
Uhren.
you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegus from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrecht 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegus is still run.
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Hevrecht 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegus? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead. Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions.
So.
Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquil.
You mean the Overseer species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
We'll see.
Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Dahnans by the Helganquil.
Das erklärt, warum wir gleich aussehen.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't, but there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means in their language, people of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquil are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Dahnans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Dahnans that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use Astro Arts on Dana now.
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries. They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and—
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while.
Es glaubt einfach selbst nicht. Wir haben nämlich nur einen Stern, ja. So.
Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner! However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans and Helganquil that day. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dana, and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contests began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dana. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Hevricht 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes, and yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Dahnas.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Dahnans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over, before we decide on our next move?
That's a good idea, Kisara. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us. Because it's not just Dahna on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely sure of ourselves. So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds too.
Sounds good. Let's go find them.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up each spot. Everything we thought we knew, it was all just a fabrication that the Red Women, that the Helganquil made up.
Right. Assuming we can believe anything that Hevricht 35 has told us, that is.
Well, if the names are anything to go by, it's possible the Helganquil could be behind the fruits of Helgen too.
But if Hevricht 35 was telling the truth, and this was all just one massive lie, does that mean everything we've done up until now has been pointless?
No, I don't think so. Or at least I hope not. I think it just means we've lost our foothold for now. That's all.
Really? Well then, if we've lost it, I guess we'll just have to find another. All of us together. And if we can't find one, then we'll make a new one. End of story.
Make one, huh? I see. Right then. Count me in.
So. Geht er nicht dabei. Wir uns noch mal ein bisschen besser, 2 Minuten ausholen können. Es sind aber immer ganz viele da hier, oder was? Der Plan zur Geisterbeschwörung wird sobald bald endlich vollendet, da der Aufseher nun das Ende seiner Lebensspanne erreicht. Nachdem er sich bereits unzählige Male in einen Ruhezustand versetzt hat, war dies abzusehen, um es vorsichtig auszudrücken. Was machen wir, wenn das Projekt vorüber ist und nichts mehr für uns zu erforschen bleibt? Wir beobachten weiter, solange es Dinge gibt, dies zu beobachten lohnt. Wenn unsere Zeit gekommen ist, werden wir wieder zu nichts. Ein passendes Schicksal für diese Situation und ihre Bewohner, nachdem sie in den Kosmos entsandt wurden. Ich habe mich wieder zusammengebrochen vorgefunden und mir aufgeholfen. Das weiß ich zu schätzen. Dank euch kann ich wieder weiterforschen. Thank you.
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the Renans, and the Great Spirit, and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is like a huge natural disaster, but with a mind and will of its own. But if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it. As for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Dahnans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So, to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is, well, I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the Helgan Quill and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But at the same time, I realize that not every Dahnan is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Dahnans have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Dahnans, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain, in a sense.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
Kriegen wir schon hin.
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Dahnan mages like my family were persecuted and died out. And now, I finally know why that is. But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Dahnans again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dahna anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that, but Dahnans probably won't be so quick to let their guards down. And there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
Yeah. I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you let it in. But even so, I was still able to change. And if I can change, so can anyone else. So I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Dahnan and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Renwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Dahna's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Now that you mention it, Everett 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the day, Dahna's still our home. There's no way we can let it be destroyed.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
I still can't believe it, man.
You're not the only one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the type of guy to get hung up on these sorts of things.
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my memories started coming back to me, I felt completely and totally lost.
It was really that bad for you?
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and everybody else, I remembered that I still had things out there worth fighting for.
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy gonna get his act together?
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my dad, and running away from the truth. That was no way to live. And I've tried to stay strong, my way. But all this talk about other races and the world ending, if I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe the key is not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons, but I never really opened up to anyone about them. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, I didn't know what I should do, or who to tell. But that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah, I think you're right.
The thing that's most important, what I really care about, all I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me, to fight for them. That's good enough, right?
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight, and you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Yeah, I think it does. It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders. I'll fight to protect the people around me. Just like I always have. I think that's best.
I apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is actually true.
Let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie, it's a rather elaborate one. I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shion. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
Well, to say the least. But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegis or Dahna, right?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dahna, our problems will still remain. Putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we do not truly belong there,
we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegis, or come down to Dahna, huh? And right now, Lenegis might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Dahnans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegis, after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain determined. On that note, I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
Oh? What is it?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator so that the Renans can live on Dahna peaceably. As the one and only Blazing Sword, I suspect the Dahnans may listen to what you have to say when problems arise.
And I take it that you'll be the one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Dahnan society without any bloodshed. That is why...
You're the same as ever, Dohalim.
Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor. Listen, there's no need for that. We're friends.
You're too kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Thank you, my friend.
Well, it sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you, Shion? How do you feel about the origin of the Renans?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. Not if or when, but how. I thought I'd die alone. That fate had me in its steely grip. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dahna. I mean, how could I have? It's been going on for 300 years. All this tragedy and destruction. When you consider the Helganquil's part in all this, it's been even longer than that. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it, before it was too late. How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call, is a mystery.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed. She considered me, a Dahnan, as a real person. And she very much cherished her own people, too. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved, just so they could go back to hurting each other. Oh, maybe this is what she meant.
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering. She said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred. That means forgiving other people, even and especially before they forgive you.
Forgiving. So it goes both ways, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain. But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Shion. I too want to protect the world we live in, and all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori for everything that she did.
Yeah. I want a future that she would feel proud to live in, and I'm going to fight for it.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live, and that's the honest truth.
Hallo, Boychen, und vielen Dank.
Well, is everybody ready to do what needs to be done?
I am. There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dahna's still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Das ist noch
Like
nicht zu
Ra
Ende.
said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world. And it's going to take not just our home, but all of existence along with it. That alone is enough to make it our enemy. But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Shion.
You're saying there's a chance?
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Shion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Shion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's great spirit is what's behind Dahna's pending destruction, then...
Shion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Shion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's great spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorns connection thanks to Naori.
Hevric 35 has been observing the Great Astral Spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is.
2 Jahre ist echt viel. Vergisst man gerne mal, wie lange das sein kann, ja. Ich glaube schon 3 oder 4 Jahre streame ich schon relativ regelmäßig. Ich glaube 3 Jahre müssten es jetzt sein. Aber ich gehe nochmal aufs Klo, nochmal ein bisschen Werbung und danach widmen wir uns dem Ende. Denke ich mal. So, jetzt wissen wir nämlich, auf was wir uns einlassen. Und dann geht's gleich weiter. 5 Stunden schon. Und irgendwie gefühlt nur, gar nicht 40 Minuten oder was gekämpft. Starker Kontrast zu gestern, wo ich 5 Stunden lang nur durchgelabert habe. Und alles vorlesen musste. Müssen wir mal gucken. Mittwoch. Die 4. Folge von Phoenix Wright. Das 4. Kapitel müsste auch so ungefähr 6 Stunden dauern. Das könnte man gerade so hinkriegen, wenn wir da irgendwo hängen bleiben. Und das 5. Kapitel dauert auch mal so 6 Stunden. Müssen wir mal gucken. Es wäre natürlich doof, wenn ich wegen des Rennens dann nicht komplett zu Ende kriege, die Dingens. So, 5 Sekunden noch, dann geht's so weiter. So, willkommen zurück aus der Werbung. So, dann gehen wir uns mal.
Let's go give Hevrek 35 our answer.
So if the Sovereign and Maiden were originally boot-up programs for Lenegis, what about now?
Even with the Forbidden Zone in ruins and the Renis Alma stolen, Lenegis is functioning fine. If it needed us before, it doesn't appear to now.
First they lumber you with a position you never asked for, then you're discarded like you're nothing? Who the hell do they think they are?
More importantly, who do they think we are? We might not even factor into their list of concerns.
I just hope everyone on Lenegis is safe.
Worst comes to worst, Lenegis is equipped with a large number of starships the people can escape in. As long as the whole satellite doesn't suddenly explode or something, they should be fine.
Wait, explode?
In any case, if we're truly going to make a difference, it's on Rena we're needed, not Lenegis. The people there will be fine, I'm sure of it.
Right.
Auf geht's. So, Herr Frank, 35. Wir sind bereit.
Do you have your answer for me?
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do that? You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the Great Spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience, and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
By using the Renis Alma. You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renis Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit, and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the Great Spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die, that we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her. We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational.
That's...
It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile, and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Wait. Naori said that the Renis Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns can be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, can it?
It is true that the Renis Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony. Considering that the Renis Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed, I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you?
Zeit für eine Lüge.
I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Oder Erpressung.
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dahna's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dahna from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
Ah, es hat geklappt.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Renis Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Renis Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegis.
It is likely that the Renis Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dahna's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Man, I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Havrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar is all. Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
Man, is it too much to ask for Hevrick 35 to talk like a normal person? I swear I can feel my brain starting to fry after listening to all that complicated stuff.
Don't worry. I think we're mostly done with him. Now all we have to do is rest up and wait. Is Alma really our only hope against the Great Spirit? There has to be another way, right?
Shion's Fire Master Core was able to suppress astral energy to prevent it from gaining sentience, right? Couldn't we make use of that somehow?
I'm not sure. In small doses, maybe. But with the amount of energy we're talking about here...
Back in Calaglia, the Blazing Sword was able to take in a whole spirit vessel's worth of energy. If it has the capacity to manage that, it can do this, right?
Except after it absorbed the energy, it ended up releasing it all moments later, remember? Let's not forget, it nearly killed you. Besides, this is the Great Spirit we're talking about, not a paltry vessel. Even if I could use the Master Core, your body wouldn't be able to take the strain of channeling that much energy.
Hevrick 35 didn't mention it, and it did not seem the type to skimp on details. So assuming it's even possible, the chances are slim to none.
You're probably right.
Hallo, hallo. Es wird ein Weilchen dauern, euer Raumschiff vollständig zu reparieren. Ich würde vorschlagen, dass ihr euch bis dahin etwas ausruht. So.
You still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Dahnans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head-on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead. Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Dahnans.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Dahnans alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends. If we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright. To deal with one another as humans, and nothing more. That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost. Do you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order of business may be to find somewhere to live.
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Did you just... Never mind. Thank you, Kisara. I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
You know, I hadn't actually thought of it that way before. But I do like the sound of it.
Yeah, I think I do too.
Hey, why'd you call me here? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
Well, if everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're getting close to our final battle. So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
I was being real stupid before, about whether Dahnas' will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
But you really trust Dahnas' will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it a lot more than the rest of us? Because you can understand it?
Yeah, I think that might be part of it. But I think I also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run and had to live in hiding.
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, something changed inside me. It was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning, even if that meaning was only helping you guys fight. Then, when I felt Dahnas' will, I was overwhelmed by how vast and warm it was. It made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it. It made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You almost need it to be kind.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Rinwell, and that's enough for me. So I'll trust it because you do.
Remember what I said about neither planet's great spirit reaching us here?
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
You... what?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But I think that's how Dahna's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dahna's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dahna's will?
What?
Well, like you said, Unless Dana's energy comes together, it has no will. So if we all have a little bit of Dana's astral energy inside us...
Yeah, maybe...
Heverick 35 might know the answer. But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for. That's who I am now. Who I've become. So thanks, Rinwell, for sharing that with me.
Ah.
To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dana's will... Well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because...
Huh?
Never mind. Nothing. Just forget about it.
Huh? No, what were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember
Come
saying
on.
anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were
No,
thinking?
that's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
You sure you don't want to get some rest?
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is. How are you doing, Shion?
Same as you, still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We were only fighting all the lords on Dana? All of that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Ages and ages ago. Everything that's happened since we first met. So many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful people.
If I hadn't run into you that day, well, I wouldn't have met all of you. I never would have held the blazing sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen. I want you to promise me something.
Yeah?
If we can't find the Renis Alma, there's something I want you to do. Like Heverick 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen, that if for some reason we can't get the Renis Alma back, you'll use the blazing sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the blazing sword may not have the strength of the Renis Alma. But it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything
Listen,
that we've...
the Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat to our entire world. Renans and Dahnans alike. We don't know what's going to happen when we face it, but we need to be prepared for anything. We can't second-guess ourselves when the time comes. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere. I'm prepared to fight with absolutely everything I've got. But if it comes down to it, I need you to be prepared too.
Okay. But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Shion. I'm going to fight this until the very end. I hope you can forgive me for that.
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Xion.
So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
I remember how I felt the first time you touched me. My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before. But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Xion,
No. You can tell me once my thorns are gone. Okay?
Yeah. Okay. Everybody get enough rest? We ready for this?
Yeah, we should probably get moving.
Agreed. Can't stand around waiting all day.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need only descend down to Rena, defeat the Great Spirit, and restore stability to both worlds.
We're fighting for a new future for both Dahna and Rena.
Right. We've come this far. We will save our worlds. That's a promise.
Then let's go, everybody. We've got one last wall to tear down.
Repairs on your starship are complete. Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrek 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see anywhere within the bounds of Dake Faisal.
Sounds like someone's a peeping Tom.
Maybe we should give Hevrek 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very, very long time.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship. You can now make use of its warp drive.
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like what the Red Women used on us? What brought us here?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship. They are Helganquil, after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected.
Wait, should?
You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
Will all the Helganquil go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage. As such, it would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
We understand.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Doe.
Hold up, did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you continue to exist. Why?
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable. Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand. All right, time to get back on the Fall Knights.
So. Auf zum letzten Kampf. Obwohl, was heißt, wir dürfen auf der Oberfläche. Jetzt auf dem Planetenoberfläche-Dings. Und dann müssen wir 6000 Kilometer oder sowas in die Mitte laufen oder so. Wäre schon ein bisschen heftig. Das würde irgendwie 1000 Stunden dauern oder sowas, wenn wir nicht schlafen.
It would appear that our Helganquil host really has fulfilled its end of the bargain.
You know what that means. Time to go to Rena.
I guess this means we should give that warp drive a spin.
So. Auf geht's. Kein Empfangskomitee?
There's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere. Is this really where the Helganquil come from?
I don't sense even a trace of astral energy. This world is dead.
Then this must be the hollowing.
You mean to tell me this whole world, the entire ocean is that stuff?
And it's covering everything. The entire planet.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck of astral energy, it went after Dahna.
So arresting. This world of doom.
Back in its day, Rena was probably just as vibrant as Dahna is. But after being robbed of its astral energy for so long, those days are gone and past. This is all that will remain.
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy not just from living beings, but the land, the sea, everything.
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude, until their whole world was nothing but this. And by the looks of it, that's how it remains to this day. A world of death and emptiness.
With nothing left here to consume, the Great Spirit turned its sights on Dahna, looking for another host.
You're saying if we don't stop it, this is what Dahna's going to look like?
We can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life will not be spared in the end.
If the oblivion and darkness both Shion and Naori saw comes to pass, nothing will survive. It looks like we can climb down from there. Let's take a look.
Arena. Ist die Frage, was hat der Geist vor, wenn er erstmal alles ausgesaugt hat?
So this is Rena.
Muss er jetzt zum nächsten
This is where everything began.
Planeten.
Yet it's a dead world?
I won't let Dahnas suffer the same fate. Ever.
So.
A hollowed ocean as far as the eye can see. What do you think would happen if we fell in?
What do you mean, what would happen? You'd drown, wouldn't you?
Come to think of it, I don't believe I've heard of someone ever trying. Perhaps you'd like the glory of being the first?
Nah, I'll pass.
This is essentially a world-sized Renan graveyard. Are you proposing to disturb the dead slumber just to satisfy your curiosity, Law?
No, because I said I passed.
Taking an interest is understandable, but let's not forget where we are. This place deserves our respect.
Looks like we're not going to be hearing the end of this one for a while.
You'd think I was already snorkeling in it or something. So the idea is to seal the Great Spirit inside the Renas Alma using the Sovereign and Maiden's power. But just how do we do that exactly?
I'm guessing it won't be as easy as holding a spirit channeling ceremony at our leisure.
I already had wielded astral energy once 3 centuries ago. As for suppressing her thorns, Shion's had a lifetime's experience. The problem isn't just our enemy's strength, it's that it's sentient too. And you can bet anything you like it's not going to just sit back and let us destroy it.
In other words, we need to find some way to weaken it in advance. The Great Spirit, that is.
Back when Shion's thorns flew out of control, we were able to deal with them directly. If this is their host, they should be even more corporeal here.
If that's the case, it should make them easier to attack at least. And if we can manage to divert enough energy away from the spirit's core, even temporarily,
we might just be able to weaken it enough to steal the Renas Alma, which we can then use to seal it away forever. It won't be easy, but it's our only shot. Time to buckle up. Question for you. Let's say, knock on wood, everything turns out for the best.
What'll the world be like? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of this, do you really think everything will be that different?
A lot will have to change, that's for sure. The world will have to adjust to so much. My only worry is if those changes turn out to be merely skin deep.
What do you mean?
It's well and good putting an end to Renan rule. But if it just turns the tables, it's all for naught.
That's true. Just as bad if the Dahnans started pressing their own.
Renans, Dahnans, astral art users, mages. The world is full of labels used to divide and separate people.
If only we could see differences like that for what they are. No different to someone having a musical talent or being good with their hands. Not differences so much as characteristics.
It will take someone in power to set an example. But with time, people will follow. And then, perhaps one day,
there will no longer be any need for the example. It will have become second nature.
That's where we come in. We can set the example. Imagine it. A world where magic and astral arts are used to help people. Where that's the norm rather than the exception.
Yeah, you're right, Rinwell. Why wait for somebody else? We can show them ourselves.
So. Menge an Story. Hat aber auf jeden Fall schon Metal Gear Solid-mäßige Ausmaße. Kommt gar nicht zum Spielen. Bei den ganzen Cutscenes. Das sind wahrscheinlich Zurück-Teleportationspunkte, die wir drinnen aktivieren müssen.
Looks like we've warped into that pit of astral energy.
I wonder what Helganquil's civilization was like at its zenith.
I can imagine that'd be something you'd take an interest in.
There's no question it must have been advanced, like none either world has ever seen. We could surely stand to learn a thing or two from such a people.
I get that you're itching to delve into its history, but we've got bigger fish to fry right now.
Put a pin in it, and you can do all the research you want when you retire.
I can think of worse things than a retirement dedicated to research. As for whether Rena is amenable to an aging specimen...
It's a little early to be giving it serious thought just yet.
A man can dream, though. A man can dream.
Oh, we didn't say there's anything wrong with dreaming.
In your case, Dohalim, dreams have a habit of spiraling into something else.
You'll need to stay with us for now, though. You're too helpful to let retire.
Why do I feel this is less of a compliment and more of an ultimatum?
Just a friendly suggestion.
Hey! Hey, I just realized something!
Is this about dinner last night? I didn't realize those ingredients were off.
What? No! I mean, wait, you fed us rotten food?
Rinwell, the point.
Hmm? Oh, yeah, right. So I was thinking about those armored soldiers we've seen. There are regular Renans inside them, right?
Yeah, they're designed to make whoever's wearing them stronger. At least, I think that's the idea.
Right. So it kind of begs the question then, why are they made so huge?
I don't know, makes them more intimidating, I guess? Or maybe all that tech wizardry inside takes up a lot of space.
You don't think it's weird how the armored soldiers are the exact same height as the Helganquil?
Can't say I'd ever noticed it till now. And?
Hab ich auch nicht.
Connect the dots, Law!
Okay, let me get this straight. You think the armored suits might have originally been designed to allow Renans to work alongside the Helganquil?
Huh. But if that's true, what would that mean?
It would mean... just that, I guess. But still, don't you think it's kind of interesting?
Not hugely. Hey, Kisara, well, I've got you. What's on tonight's menu? Because I was thinking, maybe meat?
Get him, Hoodle.
What did I do?
Oh, now you want to listen. Keep pecking, Hoodle!
Ow, ow, ow! Seriously, what the hell?
Gut abgerichtet.
You know, guys, when you think about it, we've taken out a lot of Zoogles. Like, a whole lot.
You can say that again. If one thing's for certain in this world, it's that wherever we go, we'll always end up bumping into them.
Isn't it weird that they're still so plentiful? You don't think the Renans have, like, a ranch where they breed them, do you?
Certainly in all of my years, I've never heard of them constructing such a massive facility on Dahna, let alone up in Lenegis.
The only thing I can think of, then, is that the feral ones must be reproducing on their own.
There's also no organized effort on our part to hunt them down, so it's difficult to fully exterminate them.
Exterminate them? Whoa, don't you think that's maybe a little harsh?
What do you mean?
Zoogles originally used to be living creatures native to Dahna and Rena, right? Being genetically modified isn't their fault.
You're right. Zoogles were only created because of us Renans. We altered the original creatures to suit our own ends.
First, people made Zoogles, and then we let them go. And now we're trying to kill them because they're a threat. They really have only seen the very worst, huh?
I hope we find a way to be able to live side by side with them one day.
It's a nice thought, but they attack towns and cities. What else are we supposed to do?
Aside from the strays that have gone wild, it's worth remembering that Renans are able to keep them somewhat under control.
If we had distinct territories that didn't overlap, that might reduce the danger they pose.
Well, I guess when you look at it that way, maybe people and Zoogles aren't so different after all.
Was ist das denn? So. Wartet aber bestimmt auch schon gelangweilt, weil wir so viel rumquasseln, statt hinzugehen. Aha. Sieht wichtig aus. Oh, hallo, hallo und hallo.
Helganquil! Guess they don't need their Red Woman disguises anymore.
Wait, can you understand us?
It's no use. We're not going to get through to them.
So they really are being controlled. In that case, we've got no choice.
I knew there was something off.
6 Stück.
They're not pulling punches. We have no choice but to beat.
Nope, das will ich haben. So. Scheint aber schwächer zu sein als die wir schon mal bekämpft haben.
Should have met the enemy's arc to me. Armor won't no place here. I hope this thing is breaking. Arc requires complete healing arc. I'll crush you. Lightning reflexes. Tenebrous claw. Dust to dust. Lightning condemned. In here. Blow away.
Sleep now.
Ach, gerade so rechtzeitig hier gehabt, geil. Bin ich sonst drauf gegangen.
Look sharp. Lightning tiger blade.
Alphen.
I can't forgive them for what they've done, but I hate killing them. They don't even know why they're fighting. How does that even make them any different from the Dahnan slaves?
Perhaps. However, if we don't make a choice, the guilt of not doing anything will be that much worse.
Yeah, I know. I hate for it to be like this. But if it happens again, you won't find me hesitating to act.
I wonder if we're going to get attacked again.
If we lose heart now, this whole mission is over. We have to stay the course.
I thought there'd be more dirt and rocks and stuff underneath the hollowed ocean, but it's all artificial.
I would imagine they're remnants left behind by the Helganquil, seeing as there's little actual land remaining.
It's incredible. Do you think it stretches all the way down to the center of the planet?
Hey, these guys built Lenegus, remember? He probably did this in a weekend.
If they had the power to create things like this, did they really only use those immense capabilities to serve the Great Spirit? Or rather, was that the only use the Great Spirit let them use their capabilities for? We haven't seen anyone here except Helganquil. Looks like this place really is their home planet.
The true citizens of Rena. What a shame that they have become nothing more than puppets to the Great Spirit. To think of the promise their accomplishments once held. They had the potential to be great indeed.
Do you think we could have got along with them? You know, if we had met under different circumstances. Like
all of us, you mean? I suppose it's difficult to say for sure. We don't even know if they would see us as being on an equal level with them or not.
I think we may have had the chance once, before the Renan Great Spirit came along and changed everything.
You and Alphen both share an optimism. A strong willingness to believe in hope.
Do you think that's foolish?
On the contrary, I should like to take a leaf from your book myself. In tragedy's aftermath, hope is all we have.
3 Stories pro Raum.
The Helganquil's technology certainly is impressive. And they don't seem to do things by halves either. In the past 300 years. Oh, even before that. Just how many people, Renan or Dahnan, do you think have ever seen this?
Regarding the past 3 centuries at least, I'd say there's a good chance that we're the first. Also, while I get that it's impressive and all, I'm just amazed you're still standing around gawping at it at a time like this. Sometimes I wonder about your priorities.
I can understand where he's coming from. More to the point, does anyone know where it leads?
What do you mean where it leads? To the center of the planet, of course.
And that doesn't strike you as sounding just a little bit, oh, I don't know, far? There has to be a quicker way to get there, right?
Yeah. With all this technology at their fingertips, it seems pretty unlikely that they'd make that kind of journey on foot. There must be some kind of device somewhere. Let's see if we can figure out how to use it.
Borrow one of their contraptions? You're either brave or out of your mind.
If it works for them, there's no reason it wouldn't for us. Why make things harder for ourselves?
You know what he's like, Law. Once he gets an idea in his head, there's no talking him out of it.
Ja, verstehe. Jetzt schon mal eine Möglichkeit suchen, in die Mitte zu kommen. Ich frage mich ja, wo die ganzen Lords hin sind. Die früher zu Herrschern gemacht wurden. Ob sie getötet worden sind oder irgendwo noch hierher gebracht werden, wirklich.
You see what happened there is you crossed me. Shouldn't have done that. I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Rising wyvern! Lightning condensed! Anything in armor is all mine! Lightning condensed! Thunder evil! Eat this! Dance to the wind! Air thrust! Raging cascade!
Wow.
There's always room for improvement.
Wo haben wir Essen? Oben schon. Ich weiß nicht, ob ich das essen würde noch.
I wonder how the Renans avoided being mind-controlled like the Helganquil. Do you think it might have something to do with the fact that they were originally Dahnans?
I'd say it's likely. Which is pretty ironic when you think about it.
Ironic?
The Renans have committed grave injustices against the Dahnans. But it was all of their own volition, not because they were being controlled. Now, it turns out they themselves were once Dahnans too.
Which must mean that the root of their evil isn't the Great Spirit, but something inherent in all of us. Our free will.
Now hang on, though. It was that same free will that allowed Xion and Dohalim to choose to fight alongside us. Without it, we wouldn't have been able to beat hatred and forge all those connections we've made. Free will is what saved us, right?
Law's entirely right. In any case, it certainly can't hurt to look on the bright side every now and then.
Yeah. Where there's hope, there's a way.
What'd he say?
He said, without a doubt.
So.
Is this a dead end?
It appears this whole room functions as an elevator. That apparatus there is likely what's used to control it.
What the? Where did they come from?
Less worry, more action. Concentrate.
Let the marksman all disasters made one. I'm not so good with airborne targets.
Now I'm in trouble.
Pesky airborne scoundrel.
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
Dance in the wind. Watch your back. Magic is there.
Nothing gets by me. Will this help?
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts to accomplish this.
Air thrust. Lightning conduct. Sleep now. Seal.
I'm on hurricane!
Do it. Go for it.
Prepare to crumble!
Dance in the wind.
Und gerade noch erzählt. Gut, dass sie manche so lange brauchen immer.
We got the advantage.
Enemies incoming.
Just have to make sure we keep. Don't worry, cause law's on it.
Oh, sparkling stars of light. Rain down and purify my own.
Rising Wyvern! Hurricane
Go away!
Annihilation storm. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. All disasters made one. Come forth, healing
Where are you
ability.
going? These fists have got your name on them!
Maelstrom.
Glacial
Dance
Field.
in the wind. Air thrust. Magic is there. Thunderblade. All disasters made one.
I'll crush you!
Ja, das ist schön. Aber
Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Reinforcements?
Raging cascade.
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts.
da kommen immer mehr. Das ist zu viel.
In here. Blah blah blah. Tidal wave.
Armor won't save you!
Immer.
Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Lightning conduct. Seal.
Dragon form! Sonic thrust!
Magic is there. Holy land. Do it.
Look sharp! Lightning tiger blade! See that?
That training's paying off.
Die sind schon Level 52.
Sleep now. In here. Burning strike. Blah blah blah. Cyclone.
Ach, da kommt tatsächlich mehr. Jetzt kommen noch die ganzen Figuren hier. Aber
These fists have got your name on them!
This one's mine.
Lightning conduct. Thunderblade.
Anything in armor is all mine!
Glacial Field.
Seal. Sleep now. You get to dance. Cyclone.
What's this? No further!
Healing circle. Raging cascade.
Back into the fray.
Far beyond the darkest skies. I call upon thee. Seal. There. Help this. Flame. Hear me. Flame of fury.
Dragon form!
Glacial Field.
Raging cascade.
Now I'm real mad!
Hold on to your heart. Here I come.
Your arts are really incredible.
It's thanks to you I can use them.
Then I promise I'll always be here.
Your astral arts were truly incredible.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
There you go, Alvin.
It's time to end this battle.
da kommt noch mehr.
I'm sorry to be a bother.
We've all got enough on us.
Yes, ma'am!
Let's get you all tucked away. In here. Blah blah blah. Magic cyclone. Lightning conduct.
1000 hat gerettet.
In here.
Nice.
Dance in the wind. In here. Crossblade. Raging cascade.
Ich frage, ob wir mal alle Monsterarten kommen.
Raging cascade. First aid. In here.
Glacial Spear.
Pierce evil.
Here it goes. You're mine.
Lightning conduct. Thunderblade.
These fists have got your name on them!
Glacial Spear.
Pierce evil.
You made quick work of them.
Want me to pick up your slack then?
Just pointing it out.
As impressive as always.
Ah, and here I hope that wasn't true.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Xion actually look flustered. In here! Gemini Ogre! Blah, 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 sealed! Glacial Spear! Pierce Evil! Freeze Lancer!
Take this!
Raging Cascade! Here's a healing art! Spread! Rage! Condemn!
Mach ich da auch mal mit hier. Scheint der letzte zu sein. So.
You're quite the gunslinger.
I have to be, in this world.
Don't worry, I've got your back.
Even in such a harsh environment as this, there are still creatures here?
You think they're native to Rena? Or could they be Zugals somehow?
Whatever they are, they're dangerous. Watch yourselves around them.
Das sind definitiv Säuger.
You think that pit stretches all the way to Rena's core?
If that's true, and if we go down, we should find the Great Spirit at the bottom.
We could get there even faster if we simply jump down instead.
You sound alarmingly serious when you say that.
Ja, aber wo er recht hat, einfach runterspringen.
I have a bad feeling about this.
I'll smash you!
In here!
Insects should stay on the ground.
Take this!
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly. Far beyond the darkest sky, I call upon thee. By the power of Earth
Aber
flame of fury, raging glacial spear.
immer nervig, wenn ein langer Zauber abgebrochen wird.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Xion, astral energy, full throttle!
A flawless victory.
Raging cascade, naturally. Annihilation! Dance in the wind! Fury!
Glacial spear.
You let the marksman handle this! Raging Listen! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Take this! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Lightning condemned! Thunderbolt! Lightning condemned! Thunderbolt! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Gemini Aqua! Here's another! Talon Hurricane! Raging Cascade! Jolene! This one's got your name on it!
Action to action.
Mega Ray! Lightning condemned!
So.
Sleep now! Seal! Glacial Spear! Divine Behavior! Freeze Lancer! Dance in the wind!
Muss einer der letzten sein.
Name on him!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Raging Cascade! Do it! Jolene!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis!
Onward and upward.
Hallo, hallo. Level 50.
Got a really bad feeling about this. I'll bring you down. Lightning condemned!
Dragon core through
In here!
burn!
Blah blah blah! Magic in here! You get the gist. Divine Savior!
You picked the wrong fight.
Reload! Lightning condemned! Thunderbolt! You got company! Back into the fray! Sleep now.
See what happened there is
Leave the
crossed.
ensnaring to me.
Shouldn't have done that. Yeah, and the pummeling to me.
Blah blah blah! Magic!
I'll finish you here now.
I don't know what.
Oh, ich wollte in das Feld rein. Hab noch.
Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Dragon
Here, let me help. First aid!
Double demon fang! Destruction!
Blah blah blah! Magic!
Swallow dance!
Sealed!
Talon demon fang!
They want you to get the gist. Tidal wave! Glacial Spear! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Freeze Lancer!
No further.
Anything in armor is all mine!
Spread!
I can carve through armor.
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Lightning condensed! Steel! Glacial spear! I'll be saving this one! Blah blah blah! Arch require complete I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing art. Magic is there! Sleep now! Resurrection! Divine danger!
We turned the tables on.
There are still more left.
Right. No time to hold back.
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Einen großen. Ja. Gucken wir, wollen wir alle Bosse mal sehen. Nochmal. Als normale Gegner. Machen wir erstmal die Kleinen fertig.
Consider yourself finished.
There you go, Alphen.
It's time to end this battle.
I'm right beside you.
No further.
I'm almost done. Raging cascade. Sleep now. In here. You get the gist. In here. Air thrust. Raging cascade. All the power of my healing art. Now resurrection. You like me here. Oh, here I come. Lightning condemned.
So. Ist ja Licht und Schatten in sich der Wolf? Okay. Das ist schon was Besonderes. Würde ich behaupten. So, dann bist nur noch du da.
Now you see what I can do! Soaring light spin! I could do without this pain. Take this! What my art can do! Double demon fang! Double demon fang! I'll tear you apart!
Oh, sparkling stars of light! Rain down and purify us!
Blow away! You picked the wrong fight!
Meteor storm! One more time! Reload! Dance in the wind! To the shadows! In here! Let's tear it up!
Finish you here and now!
Cyclone! This one's mine! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! All disasters made one! Come forth and heal some purity! Flame of Glacial spear! Here's the evil!
These six have got your name on them!
Freeze Lancer! Lightning condensed! Here's a healing art! In here! Sleep now!
I'll smash you!
Divine
This
Savior!
one's mine! I'll finish you here and now!
Healing Dance in the wind!
Now I can let
Air
loose.
thrust! I owe you, Sion. Healing is what my art do best. All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction. Ragging Sleep now! Outstanding form! Raging cascade! Now do it! Sion, astral energy! Boom! Go!
Hält ganz schön was aus. So aufpassen. Aber vielleicht lohnt es sich.
Become even stronger!
Hundeweste. Okay. Oh. Ja, schon ordentlich.
This looks nice and tough.
Frage, ob es für jeden ein Rüstungsteil gibt. Menge Türen haben wir ja.
Did anybody see that?
Der fleischende Gottesanbeter an. Komm hier, komm hier, ob wir wirklich hier mit Level 45 hinkommen sollten. Ich weiß nicht, dass das nicht ginge, aber...
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Okay, here I go. Eagle fly! I'll tear you apart! Swallow dance! I'll burn it all! Flaming pillar! Fire!
I'll heal you all! Sparkling stars of light! Rain down and swallow down!
So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a complaint, I hear.
Nope, that'd be silly.
I can do it all day! You go
Not today! Eagle fly! I'll smash you! I'll finish you here and now!
Lunar dance in the wind! Lunar
Fly
blast!
dance!
Lightning conduct!
Yeah.
These fists have got your name on them! Do it! Lock! Demon's descent! Flashing fang!
Ja, erledigt. Bye bye.
There's always room for improvement.
Wir haben natürlich alle das Gelee, das heißt, da sollten wir nicht so viele Probleme haben. Von der Menge her eigentlich erstmal.
These structures don't look like anything built by
Aber wir gehen wahrscheinlich hier rein und gehen dann da raus.
what we saw in the Forbidden Zone.
Perhaps this is the true architectural style of the Helganquil. Or perhaps the opposite, given their situation.
You mean like how some places favor building stuff with stone, while others rely on wood?
That's an interesting way of looking at it. I'll have to inquire with Hevrek 35 about it sometime.
Ja, wenn er dann noch lebt. So. Geld an so einem Ort. Ich weiß gar nicht, ob ich ihn campen will am besten. Training ist, glaube ich, nicht schlecht.
Got a really bad feeling about this! Think of your voice! Sleep now! Divine Savior! You're mine! Dance in the wind! Annihilation! Mega Sleep now!
Ne. Gibt ein System, wo wir extra Erfahrung kriegen, wenn wir unter dem liegen. Und weniger Erfahrung, wenn wir drüber liegen.
Damn, you beat me to it. Gotta be quick, or I'll take them all myself.
Oh, like hell you will.
Ready to go. One more time. I'm only getting started.
These fists have got your name
So,
on 'em.
den haben wir gleich hier.
We are freaking invincible.
Alvin and the others truly are strong. What about me? Glacial spear. Here's the wind. I never miss. Air thrust. Raging cascade.
Watch this.
Gemini aqua. Radiant here. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Glacial spear. Here's evil. Freeze land.
Take this.
Sleep now. Gotta hold it together. Healing. Do or die.
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying? Raging cascade.
So,
Hear my call.
bye bye. So,
I can feel my precision improving.
Looks like trouble with a capital T. Together we got this.
Sleep now.
Swallow blade.
They're surrounding us.
Eat this.
Water. Annihilation. Hear me. I never miss.
I'll smash you.
I'll heal those sparkling stars of light. Rain down.
I'll crush you. Lightning reflexes. Tenebrous claw.
Will this love get toasty?
Bird strike.
Right. Next one.
Already on.
Astral energy.
überraschend angenehm eigentlich.
Raging cascade. Do it. Fresh. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
Tja.
Lady Fortune must truly be watching over me.
Haben wir hier noch Gegner? Ich schätze ja.
Those thorns.
I'm not letting them get in our way.
Besiegen wir den einmal kurz.
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
I have no limits.
Focus.
Megasonic thrust. Dragon air.
Das war... Oh, stimmt, der. Nachdem Dora Leben aufgegeben hatte als Lord. Als sein Stellvertreter quasi den beschworen.
Scarlet Inferno.
Lightning condensed. In here. Magic condensed. Sleep now.
So weak.
Quit pushing yourself and get behind us.
I'll be right as rain in no time.
Seal. This'll come in handy.
Ah, lass mich weg, ja.
Freaking does it.
Dance in the wind. Air thrust. One more time.
This is looking good.
Seal. In here. Get on in there with the yellow. Divine savior. Glacial spear.
Jetzt wenn wir zu mir kommen muss.
Freeze laser. Here's a healing arc. All disasters made one. That one's mine. Security.
Here I come.
Seal.
So, wir brauchen mehr HP.
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it. Far enough!
Zu langsam reagiert.
I'll bring you
Hold nothing back.
this.
Whoa, away.
Resuscitation. I still got to fight.
Now I'm in trouble.
Air thrust.
Coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno.
I'll heal you all.
Demon Fang. Double Demon Fang.
Healing circle.
Freaking does it.
Now I can let loose.
Dance in the wind. Leave the enemy's arc to me.
No,
You picked the wrong fight.
Ready.
Armor won't save you.
Mega ray.
No further.
Ja. So. Gucken, ob das auch ordentlich was bringt. 2000 Erfahrung. So. Schlimm. So. Ich glaube, bei der Strategie müssten wir nochmal Löwen. Mr. Ginny haben wir. Trank des Lebens. Mitteltrank Pfirsich, Apfel, Orange. Ananas. Und Zitron, Traubengelee. Und Zitronengelee. So. Oder Einstellung vor. Ach, da. So. Zweiter Item. Heiliges Gewand. So. Nice.
Some decent equipment.
Anything that makes battles easier is okay by me.
Das ist echt eine Menge Astralenergie sein, wenn so aus dem Boden raussprüht.
I've got a really bad feeling about this. Glacial spear. Lightning again. Seal. These things really get on my nerves.
Ich kann mich auch an die Zeiten erinnern, wo ich die Fähigkeiten immer nur zweimal aufgeladen habe. So. Wäre sicherlich nervig gewesen, wenn wir es bis jetzt immer noch gemacht hätten.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Well, this magic is there! Don't leave me! Radiant Here's evil!
I'm sorry to be a
Sleep now.
bother.
We've all got enough on our plate.
Seal!
Yes, ma'am.
Tidal wave! If all disasters made one, come forth a healer security! Sion, astral energy, full throttle!
Looks like it could be worth something.
Nochmal du. Holy Kontras. So.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
All disasters made one. Come forth! All disasters made one. Come forth! Sleep now. More for the stockpile.
I'll smash you! Demon Fang!
You require a hand.
Out of ammo.
Can't get out of this! Eternal Devastation coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Will this far beyond the darkest skies? I call healing thee!
So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a complaint anyway.
Nope, that is so.
Mega ray! Annihilation! Dance in the wind! I'm on a roll Sleep now. More for the stockpile. Flame! Lightning hit! In here! I'm ready!
This is bad, right?
Yes, Alphen. Very bad.
I don't feel so good.
This one's mine.
I'll smash you!
You require a hand.
Shouldn't have messed with me!
Will this help?
In a bind? Double Demon Fang!
Dance in the wind!
Fine, not too long ago.
Raging cascade! Mega ray! I can feel the medicine working. Dance in the wind! Sleep now. Feel by the power of water.
Demon Fang!
I heal you all.
Watch this!
Healing circle. Raging cascade.
Coming through! Ha! Melt! Scarlet Inferno! You're mine!
Healing flame of fury. Strike.
You require a hand.
Pierce evil. Spray. Freeze lancer.
I can carve through
Lightning in the sewers. Take thunder. If it's in the sky, it's mine. Lightning condemned. Thunder. I won't give up. Dance in the wind. Air thrust.
Dragon Shell! Okay, come on, do it!
Lock. Demon's descent.
Flashing Fang!
Oh, lassen sich einfach so besiegen hier. Hm, unsere Dings ist auch leer. Hm. Können wir sogar entscheiden, ja. Dass ich nicht selber machen muss, alles anscheinend.
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
Eine Falle ist oder einfach nur ein was zum Anziehen? Kopfschmankerl, okay. Nehmen wir das. Ich glaube, Klamotten sind alle in roten, der ganze Ende, ne? Auf 4 Stück. Don't mind. Elfenkristall. Wir essen noch mal kurz ein bisschen Orangengelee. Muss ich das nicht im Kampf machen, falls es mal so weit kommt. Wenn er sich mal einfach durchlaufen könnte. Wenn man genau in der Mitte ist.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Whirlwind
Neon, astral energy, full throttle! A flawless victory. Naturally. In here. I never miss. Sleep now.
You're mine!
Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Keine Herausforderung.
No complaints from me.
Kommt den Level 50. Oh, 9000 Erfahrung. Wir kommen den Level 50 schnell Schrittes näher. Ja, Red Screen of Death, oder was haben die hier? Ach, das dauert wohl ein bisschen hier. Ist nicht gut, wenn es leuchtet, glaube ich. Glücksreif.
Looks like some solid equipment.
Das war jetzt keine 50 HP wert.
What's with that shining foe over there?
I have a bad feeling about this.
Not today! I'll smash you!
Dance in the wind! Lightning and death! In here!
Watch this! Let's tear 'em up! It's time!
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to start.
You get the gist. Tidal wave!
Okay, here I go. I'll finish you here and now! Rip it right! Eat dirt!
Far beyond the darkest sky!
Now I'm in the
I
groove.
call upon thee!
Anything in order is all mine! Shouldn't have messed with me! I'm on it!
In here!
Glacial steel!
Here's the evil!
Swallow dance!
Freeze lantern!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Super swallow dance!
Ancient stars of light! Rain down and mix!
Double demon fight! That frickin' does it!
Meteor storm!
In a bind?
One more time! Don't mind if I do!
Demon fang!
Healing circle!
So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be it.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes!
Gut.
Tenebrous claw!
Überdurchschnittlich wie er, der hier diese Fähigkeiten aussetzt.
Not today!
Lightning condemned! Corruption! In here! By the power of water! Sealed! Outstanding form! Thunderblade! Ammo! Arc requires complete focus! Back into the fray!
Demon fang! First strike! These fists have got your name on them!
Raising cat!
Far enough! Double demon fang!
In here! Rise and shine! Sealed!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! I'll finish you here and now!
Sealed!
This one's mine!
More for the
I
stockpile!
can carve through armor!
Into the shadows!
Demon fang! No further! Double demon fang!
Maelstrom! Now for something
Talon hurricane!
Lunar corruption! Close one! Hear my call!
Swallow blade!
Lightning condemned! Water! Here I never mix! Sealed!
Double demon fang! Watch
Here's the healing art! Lightning condemned! Gotta hold it together! It's do or die! Hear my call!
Now
Don't get in my way!
yours to be let free!
Lightning condemned!
Okay, here I go!
Lightning condemned! Pierce evil! Thunderblade!
Dann verstehe ich diese Links nicht. Wahrscheinlich nicht nah genug an einem Gegner drin.
Look sharp! Lightning tiger blade!
Na denn.
I feel stronger.
11.000.
A bit.
Immer mehr.
We're counting on you, Rinwell.
On me? Well, I'll do my best.
That enemy looks strong. I bet it'll be worth our while to fight it.
I've got a really bad feeling about this. Here's dream.
No further! Demon fang! Rip and tear! I'll finish you here and now! Thunderblade! crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Totally! In an instant! Impact claw!
I'm going to need to use all
Double Demon Fang! First strike!
That'll bring you down. Dance in the wind.
Sie sind relativ schwach vergleichsweise.
Get toasty.
Bird strike!
Dass sie uns unterworfen haben. Oh, das wollen wir haben.
Don't get careless.
Don't tell me!
Lightning condemned. There, seal.
Crumble! Double Demon Fang!
Sleep now.
Smash you!
Divine.
They got me flanked!
Dance in the wind. Air thrust.
We got fire!
I've got it. Let a marksman handle it.
Leave the ensnaring to me.
All yours!
Yeah! And pummeling to me!
Eat dirt!
Magic is down. Free blaster.
Hold on to your arm. Here I come.
In a bind? I'm sorry to be a bother.
We've all got enough on our plates.
Yes, ma'am.
Glacial spear.
Seal.
Do it.
Alvin. Astral energy.
Say no more!
Well done.
Storm!
Dance in the wind.
Rising
Air
Viper!
thrust. Here my lightning condemned. Lightning condemned. In here.
So.
Seal. Divine savior.
Eat dirt!
Armor won't save what? Take this! Do it!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
I'll heal you all. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Healing circle.
Wollen wir aber hier nach langsam nochmal zum Ende kommen.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Oder ob ihr euch so einfach nur sicher machen wollt, dass man auch wirklich leveltechnisch hoch genug ist.
This one's got your name on it.
My fists are crushing it out there!
Rote Kamille. Durchdringen deutlich erhöhen. Ich weiß immer noch nicht, wofür Durchdringung sein soll. Wahrscheinlich, wenn die gepanzert sind, die Gegner, aber... 2 Bosse auch noch. Wir besiegen wir sie mal nacheinander, würde ich sagen. Wenn wir es hinkriegen.
It can hide itself?
Sleep now.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Lunar blast. Magic is in. Sleep now. Arch requires complete focus.
Can't get out of this! Take this!
Healing circle.
Ja, das wurde eigentlich so eingestellt, dass man eigentlich beide bekämpfen sollte.
Need to pull myself together. Air thrust. I'm going to need to use all the power. Raging cascade. In here. Resurrection. Seal. Your blood.
This one's blood!
Mega ray. Annihilation. Far beyond the darkest sky. I call upon thee. By the power of water. Sleep now. Radiant here. Annihilation.
Now I'm real mad! Take this! No further!
Not on my watch. Lightning.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
I'm going to need sparkling to use stars of light. Rain down and purify. If it's in the sky,
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Right.
oh, sparkling stars of light. I never rain down and purify.
Now you see what I can do! Eat this!
Here's a healing art.
I won't give in!
Now I'll fix you up. Everyone, get back. It's too dangerous.
I owe you one.
Leave the enemy's art to me. I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this. Deus Roar! Let me show you what my now. I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Prepare to be sealed.
Lightning condemned. Thunder blade. Raging cascade.
Dragon swarm.
Refresh.
Sonic thrust.
Dance in the wind.
Inside me.
Sleep now.
Let free.
In here. Let's get you all put away.
Here I go.
Cyclone.
Eat dirt.
Here goes. Air drop.
Es wäre echt schon anstrengend gewesen, beide gleichzeitig zu bekämpfen.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
Check out these biceps. Pretty glorious, right?
Wir können mal die Dings auf Wille retten da.
I can carve through one. Here and now.
Where are you going?
Take this. Double demon
Amazing.
coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno.
Will this
Take
help?
this.
All disasters made one. Come forth, Helix of Tyranny. Nail thrust.
Burn in hell.
Lightning condemned.
Let's tear 'em up.
In here.
Anything in armor is all.
Sleep now. Air thrust.
Can't get out of this.
Armor won't save you.
Far beyond the dark
Shouldn't have
shore.
messed with me.
I call upon
Swallow blade.
I'll tear you apart.
This one's all mine.
sleep now.
Ach, gerade noch so speichern können, bevor er mal loslegt. Falls er. Okay, er legt nicht mehr los.
Oh, sparkling stars of light, rain down and purify all.
Burn.
Lunar whirlwind, meteor storm. That'll bring you down. Now for something smash.
Die beiden zusammen sehen immer lustig aus. Dass wir sie zusammengehören. Ein bisschen.
In a bind.
Raging cascade. Feel. In here. All disasters made one. Come forth and
These
Helix of
fists have got your
Tyranny.
name on them.
I'm on it. Nail thrust. Don't give up. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Raging cascade. I'll bring you back. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Lightning condemned. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
I need to be stronger.
48 sind wir schon. Geht aber über fix. So, nächste Leitung. Ich glaube, da sind wir bei 4? Ne, bei 3, ne? Boah, die beiden haben ja schon eine Kleidung gekriegt. Vielleicht ist das schon die bessere. Wenn, dann brauchen wir nur noch für ihm was halt was.
Strength yet grows.
Unser Essen ist auch bald leer.
Brace yourself. This one's tough.
I can carve through armor.
Lightning condemned. Sleep now.
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Now we're not.
Perhaps now is that time.
I really don't.
Dance in the wind. Sleep now. Hold together. Just a little longer.
Thanks for the sympathy.
Not today.
Get together. We need you informed.
Take this.
Double demon
In here. I'll be saving this one.
Rip and tear. I'll finish you here and now.
Oh, was kommst du denn hier rüber?
Now I'm real mad. Demon Fang.
Raging Cascade!
Take this.
Here!
Blow away.
Hands in the wind! Air thrust! Water, hear my call!
Armor won't save you.
All the best, one! Come forth and heal security!
Now
You
I'm in
picked
the
the wrong
groove.
fight.
Maelstrom! Dance in the wind!
Sword Rain
Air
Alpha.
thrust! Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah, you too.
Demon Fang.
Lightning condemned!
Aua.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! I'm on a roll now!
Blah, blah, blah! Holy land!
Double Demon Fang. Demon
Lightning condemned! Thunderblade!
Double Demon Fang.
Lightning condemned! Thunderblade! Lightning condemned! Seal!
Das sollte nicht mehr lange aushalten.
More for the stockpile! You get the gist. Air through it! Seal! Astral energy! Full throttle!
So.
I've never seen so many bullseyes.
I couldn't have done it without you.
Kleidungsstück. Oh, das ist bestimmt teuer.
This will be a delicious piece of cake. Where are you going?
I have no limits.
Armor won't save you!
Cascade!
Demon Fang.
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts to
Lightning
accomplish
condemned!
this.
Demon Fang. Double
Sleep
Demon
now.
Fang.
Seal!
Coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno.
Magic attack! Holy land!
Get out of the pit!
Burn.
I'll tear you apart! Outstanding form! Raging Cascade!
I'll crush you!
Wo brauchen wir die 100er?
Reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Dings kommen. Wahrscheinlich nicht, wie es aussieht. Doch, oh, 100. 120. 120er Combo.
Thanks, Kisara! Lightning condemned! Seal! Sleep now!
Now or never.
Raging Cascade! Far beyond the darkened sky! I call upon thee! Shoot it down! Here's a healing art! First aid! Water, hear my call! This one's mine! Raging Cascade!
In a bind?
Arts require power of water!
Falschen gerufen.
Lightning condemned! I don't even know the word
Can't end
defeat.
here.
In here!
Shattering the pieces!
Seal! I'll be saving this one! Glacial Spear! Kisara, frozen!
Hammer!
Hey! Anyone
So, wir sind knapp gewesen am Ende.
else think this might be a touch too dangerous?
Ridwell's right. We should fall back to regroup and try again later.
Aber wir haben die ganze Zeit immer relativ wenig Gelee gegessen. Und jetzt können wir alles gerne raushauen. Und vielleicht kriegen wir da nochmal unsere letzte Klamotte. Okay, wir kriegen sie nicht getrennt.
Brace yourselves. This one's
Now
tough.
you see what I can do!
Seal! In here!
I'm like bait to them.
Nothing gets by me. Oh, sparkling stars of law, get toasty.
Bird strike.
Right, next one. Oh, sparkling stars
Already on.
rain down and
Oh, now I'm real mad.
In here!
I'll crush you! Ah! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! I'm on a roll now!
Gucken, ob ich 2 Meteoritenstürme kombinieren kann.
Not much longer to go.
Come on, one final push.
Let's do this together.
Ein bisschen zu viel.
Now you see what I can do!
Lightning weapon! In here!
Hold on here.
Your arts are
Here I
really
come.
incredible.
It's thanks to you I can use them.
And I promise I'll always be.
Your astral arts are truly incredible.
Every little bit helps, right?
Indeed it does. I'll keep pushing to be better as well.
So. Bringen wir den mal weg hier noch.
Look sharp! Lightning tiger blade!
Können wir uns voll jetzt konzentrieren darauf hier.
Shouldn't have messed with me! Double demon fang! Demon fang! Double demon fang! Destruction! Hey! Glimmer! I'm just getting started! I'll crush you! Ah! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Watch this! Anything in armor is all mine!
My tomahawk arts require complete focus.
Take this!
Steering clear!
Get out of this!
Demon fang!
Another round to the far beyond the
I'll show you what my arts can do. If it's in the sky, it's mine.
I owe you, Tion.
Healing is what my arts do best.
All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
I'm ready. Glacial spear. Pierce evil.
Eat dirt!
Freeze lancer.
I'll crush you!
So, das wäre auch erledigt.
Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! First strike! I'm on a roll now!
Also.
Failure's not an option. Lightning can do it. Jolene,
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis.
So.
Step back! This one's all lost!
Dual-Lebensrüstung. Nehme ich mal an. Elementarumhang. Nice. Und das wollte ich nochmal gucken. So.
This looks nice and tough.
Das heißt, jetzt haben wir alle Ausrüstungsteile. Dauert sicherlich nicht mehr lange. Ja. Tja, habt ein schönes Haustier, aber es muss leider weg.
Brace yourselves! This one's tough!
Here I come.
Dragon swarm!
Where are you going?
Konzentrieren wir uns mal auf die Kleinen erstmal.
Save you. Far enough. Glacial spear. Pierce evil.
Dance in the wind.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Kikara frozen.
Hammer.
You got time. Raging Cascade.
Roll now!
Lightning.
Quicker!
Dance in the wind.
Here, let me help
I'll
now.
finish you here and now!
Lunar Rondo!
Into the shadow. Raging Cascade.
Finish it!
Kikara frozen.
Hammer.
Double Demon Fang!
Dance in the wind.
Double Demon
In
Fang!
here.
Big one's all mine!
Flame.
Double Demon Fang!
Blow away!
Shattering. Adrenaline.
Ignite!
charges to me!
In here! You get the gist. I'll heal you all!
Feel like me. I'll crush you.
So.
Lightning reflexes. Tenebrous claw.
Wir haben einen größeren Zauber einsetzen.
Here's a healing sparkling stars of light. Rain down and purify all. I never miss. Meteor storm one more time. Close one. Healing circle. I ran far beyond the rocket sky. I will. All disasters made one. Come forth. Hearts require complete focus.
Aber
Now or never. It's too much.
Everyone, get back. It's too dangerous.
I'm on it.
Raging cascade.
Is this it?
Don't leave me.
ach ja.
Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Lightning condemned. Lightning condemned. In here.
Astral
Save you. That's my cue.
Shut him down.
Shouldn't have messed with me.
Leave the charges to me!
Take this.
Dance in the wind. Evil. Air thrust. I never miss. Raging cascade. Seal.
Need to use all the power of my healing
In
arts
here.
to accomplish this.
I can't hold on much longer. You get the gist. Air thrust. Do it. Kitara frozen.
Haben auch kein HP mehr wieder. So.
I won't be able to heal you for much longer.
Maybe we should head back?
Nein, nein. Wenn es hier einen Bosskampf gibt, dann gibt es dieses Heilfeld da, wie immer. So, Fähigkeit-Matrix, das da. Das sollte nicht. So. Das sieht doch wie Endboss aus, langsam. Wir sind Level 48, haben wir es geschafft. Nice.
What do you think this place was for?
What the hell? Are they asleep?
No. They appear to be well preserved. However, they are all dead.
Dead? So this is a mass grave?
Looks that way. However, none of them appear to be Helganquil.
Bear in mind that Renans were originally Dahnas, who were remade and sent to live on Lenegis. Knowing that, they would have needed a place to perform the procedures somewhere.
And that place is here, I assume.
So what you're saying is that all of these are Dahnan, or rather, Renan bodies?
Most likely, yes. It must have been abandoned for one reason or another.
There are so many of them. They were all taken away, but never given the chance to wake.
Oh, hello.
What is that thing?
Something we have to fight if we want to get across, it seems.
Be careful! It's huge!
Weil Kylonismus.
With all the huge lumbering beasts lately.
It's no ordinary Zoogle. That much is damn sure.
Watch yourself. All bets are off when it comes to this thing.
In here. Savior!
I'll finish you here and now.
Sleep now. Look.
It's time.
Magic is there.
Armor won't save you.
All disasters made one. Come for the healing opportunity.
Its head is its weak point? We'll need to bring it down somehow to hit it.
In that case, let's...
Hat nur das. Wir können eh nichts angreifen.
Amazing.
Far beyond the darkest sky, I call upon thee! Here, let me help. Lightning condemned! Sleep now. Holy land!
The earth throbs in pain.
Dance in the wind! Feel!
Now you see what I can do.
Sleep now. Far beyond the darkest sky, I call upon thee! I'm only getting started. Lightning condemned!
Oder getroffen will ich nicht.
Got your name on them.
Here's a healing art! Far beyond the darkest sky, I call upon thee! Reload!
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing art to accomplish this.
This'll come in handy.
Resurrection! This one's mine!
Far beyond the darkest sky, I call upon thee! Not too much to handle. Dance in the wind! Feel! Sleep now.
Where are you going? Not today. I can carve through armor.
Raging cascade! Feel!
Here, let me help.
Freeze lancer! Outstanding sparkling stars of light! Raging!
Take this.
Storm! Far enough!
I'm only getting Meteor storm! Lightning condemned! Sealed! I'm sorry.
Stay away from
Do
my
it!
friend!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I'll bring you back
all
to life
mine.
a bit.
Swallow blade!
Dragon shell! Here's a healing art. I've still got some fight left in me.
This one's mine!
Magic Kazam! In here! Seal!
I can carve through armor.
Blah, blah, blah. Thunderblade! I can do this. Art expert coming through! Here's the
The earth throbs in pain.
Freeze lancer! Raging cascade! I'm going to need to use they're not playing around. Blah, blah, blah.
Demon Fang!
Maelstrom!
Rising Wyvern! Take it to dance!
Lightning condemned! In here!
I'm not done!
Sleep now!
Der bewegt sich der Kopf da bitte. Sieht doch sehr seltsam aus.
Now you see what I can do.
Can't get out of this!
Will this help? Heal! Healing! It's about to strike!
Look sharp, everyone!
Raging cascade! Here I go! Seal! I'm only getting in here! Damn it! Sleep now! Here's a healing art! All the sparkling stars of light! Blah, blah, blah! Meteor storm! I can do this all day! Lightning condemned!
Dieses Rumgedecke da. Ich weiß nicht, ob das geplant ist.
Now or never.
So, einmal Orangenjelly bitte. Oh, wir sind fast durch.
You picked the wrong fight.
That'll bring you down. Feel. I'm all stuffed up. Sleep now. Far beyond the darkest sky. I call upon thee. Spread. I'm on. Feel. Get out of there with the others. Here's a healing arm. Super dance.
Take this.
One more time. Reload.
Denied. Double demon fang.
Not in your dreams.
The flame inside me yearns to be let
Feel.
free.
The enemy is going all out. You get the gist. Cyclone. Dance in the wind.
Double demon fang.
Blah blah blah.
Demon fang.
Feel. Sleep now.
Double demon fang.
I really owe you one.
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Right.
Sleep now. Need to use all the power of my feel. Tidal wave. Water. Here's my time. Glacial spear. Here's evil. Meteor storm. I'm on. Do it. Astral energy.
Say no more.
Was hätten wir für kriegen wir? Erfahrung?
Was that thing?
Probably something that was made here and somehow managed to survive, even after all this time. Not that there's any way of knowing now.
What's wrong?
Oh, I just suddenly found myself contemplating what might have happened to the sovereigns that were meant to emerge from the crown contests.
Ne?
What do you mean?
You see, the winners of the past crown contests were all strong astral arts practitioners.
Vielleicht haben sie
Furthermore,
getestet.
that enemy we just fought appeared to be composed of several human bodies. It was certainly nothing one would find in nature.
You're saying those were the remains of the winners? That they forgot who they once were?
I'm merely saying it's a possibility.
That's absolutely gruesome. How long had the Helganquil been at this?
It was Rena's great spirit that made them do all of this. Anything to get its astral energy.
We're not gonna jump down, right?
16.900.
Certainly hope not.
After hearing Dohalim's suggestion, I'm honestly not sure what to say.
I assure you all, I was merely stating the possibility.
So, looks like the Helganquil have been engineering Zeugles too. Why doesn't that surprise me at this point?
The creatures we've been encountering here have been a little different to what we're used to fighting, but I'm pretty sure they're Zeugles too.
Do you think they were engineered using creatures native to the area?
Indeed. However, based on the current circumstances, I would guess these Zeugles are all that's left of the planet's fauna now.
You mean there might have been native owl species here once upon a time too?
Die kriegen uns nicht. Dann Chalet nehmen wir mit.
Man, I'm famished.
Nächste Fahrstuhl oder was ist das hier?
We're back in that other room? Did the teleporter fail or something?
Something feels off about it.
Look! Everything's upside down!
The furnishings are at least. No, you're right. The whole room's flipped on its head.
So what was once down is now up, and vice versa. I suppose the teleporter reversed our orientation then.
Also ich mach mal kurz Pause. 2 Minuten. Und dann bin ich gleich wieder da. Nur kurz aufs Klo nehme ich. Sport. Wie viel wir noch bekämpfen müssen. Sehr viel weiter wird es wahrscheinlich nicht mehr sein unbedingt. Also, noch eine Stunde jetzt keine Werbung mehr. Mal gucken, ob das reicht. Auf der anderen Seite gibt er ja noch einen zweiten Teleporter. Wir sind, da ist auf jeden Fall ein Gasthaus. Wir müssen mal wieder aufstocken.
Always good to be back in familiar territory.
Sure is good to be back in the pleasant climes of Menancia. Especially after the extremes of some of the other regions we visited.
Definitely. Your country is beautiful.
You do me an honor. However, this place was never mine to own.
I didn't mean it that way. Though, I guess technically you weren't born here either. Native or not, that doesn't change the feelings you had for the place. If I were you, I'd try to take a little pride in people's compliments.
Allow myself to feel pride, huh? That sounds like no easy task.
Nothing sounds easy when you overthink things the way you do. It must be exhausting.
He's always worrying about something. It's probably what gives him his eye for detail. That's just the way he is.
Yeah, so we'd noticed.
Let's change the subject, shall we? It's a wonder so many things coincided to bring us here. Alphen's awakening, Shion's decision to revolt, the Dahnan uprising in Calaglia, the crown contest's final, sputtering throws.
Zephyr's being in the right place at the right time. The fact that you happened to be a lord just as this was all going on.
It's almost as if we were brought together by design. By someone who wanted to bring down the system.
No, enough Hand of Destiny talk. We did this on our own steam. It's our responsibility to see it through.
Did Law just utter a pearl of wisdom?
I do think about things, you know. Just what do you take me for exactly?
Honestly, I always sort of pegged you as a likable dolt.
What the hell makes me a dolt, you dolt?
I mean, she did say he was a likable dolt, didn't she?
Let's refrain from poking this particular Zoogle any further. Some lessons just can't be taught.
Not to dolts, anyway.
Hey, Kisara, what's your secret for putting up with Dohalim? I don't know how you managed to deal with him.
Secret? Oh, I don't think it's as difficult as all that, really.
Could have had me fooled. Anyone who waxes lyrical on the aesthetic qualities of cactus thorns is a step too far for me.
And those poetic flourishes he sneaks into regular conversation? How am I supposed to react?
He likes the sound of his own voice, that's for sure. I say let him have his fun. No need to try and understand anything he says.
Has he always been like that?
He didn't seem as on edge all the time back in Menancia. Though he was my superior back then. So who's to say what I didn't see?
The Lord of Cislodia hid in plain sight while a crony posing as him carried out all his business. What if the Lord we met in Vicente was really...
An imposter? Dohalim? Hardly. Like it or not, that's him all right. In all his flamboyant, circumloquacious glory.
I'd like to see someone try to impersonate that on a daily basis.
Come to think of it, what with being a lord and all, he's probably never had anyone to speak to on an equal basis.
It wouldn't surprise me. Having you guys around, having a family in a way, must be what's helped him change.
A little heads up on some of his eccentricities would have been nice.
It's those eccentricities that make him who he is.
So, einmal verkaufen. Wir haben oh, 10.000 Stück. So, und wir wollen aber kaufen. Und zwar Orangengelee und... Nehmen wir das so. Nur für Geld pro Prozent ist das auf jeden Fall das beste Orangengelee. Und 2 davon. Die Kleidung können wir noch verkaufen.
You can never be too prepared. But did we have to spend
Ich habe nur einen Kampf vor uns. Natürlich spendieren wir so viel. Reicht für einer. Okay. Sieht sehr unpraktisch aus. Da bricht er sofort ab, wenn man damit zerschlägt. Genau wie das hier. Das hier geht noch. Bei Waffen kann man es noch verkraften irgendwie. Aber. Heilige Angelika. Lol. Das sieht aus der Dings aus, Rena. Oh, ein paar Baupläne mitgehen lassen.
much?
So. So, kaufen wir noch mehr davon. So. Brauchen wir ein paar Sachen hier nochmal gut. Kartoffeln leider nicht. So, dann haben wir nämlich mal ein bisschen Erdbeerkuchen. Erhöhter Elementarangriff. Nicht ganz so 20% schwächer, aber dafür die Dauer erhöht. Das ist auch deutlich. Und sind wir auf jeden Fall stärker.
I knew I could handle it.
Hm. So, dann können wir wieder zurück. Wir haben ja nichts Besseres zu tun, als uns in irgendeinem Gasthaus durchzufuttern. Hallo, Heilenwald. Ach, Rena hat einen eigenen Dings. Ich habe mich gerade gewundert. So. So, wir sind voll gefuttert und einsatzbereit, auch itemtechnisch. Kann gar nichts mehr gegen uns.
I guess this is the flip side of that pathway we were walking on just a little while ago.
This is crazy. Who knew such amazing technology existed?
Everything's topsy-turvy and that's all you can think about?
Bear in mind, the core of Rena now sits above us. I pray that we won't encounter many stairs along the way.
Was ist das? Und den hatten wir schon mal gekämpft, genau wie letztens, ne?
So much for sitting this fight out. That could easily be crazy. Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Gotta hold it together. It's do or die. Hey, just what I need.
I'm sorry to be Bob.
I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this. Deus Roar!
Now I'm real mad.
Get on in there with the others.
Burn in hell! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Here's a hammer to the wind!
I can carve through
Air thrust!
Dragon
Here's a close one!
All good things come to an
Raging
end.
cascade!
Here I come! Stunner!
Here's evil! Air thrust!
Ich frage mich, wie weit wir jetzt noch zurück müssen. Also, wo nochmal mehr Gegner besiegen müssen. Noch mehr Platin. Mein einen Teleporter haben wir ja noch. Ist die Frage dann, wo genau der ist. Was wollte ich gucken? Irgendwas wollte ich machen. Aber ich weiß nicht mehr was.
What are those? They look like Shion's thorns, and with flowers too.
Not real ones, though. They're just like that flower growing out of Rena.
We must be getting close to the Great Spirit now.
Hey, Rinwell, what was that thing you said about how a little bit of Dahna's Great Spirit is inside all of us?
Right. That's why Dahna's Great Spirit is so much more diluted. Weak, even. Whether it was a choice so it didn't overpower others, or just the way it is anyone's guess.
If that's true, then wouldn't it mean Dahna's will could never form under natural conditions?
Yeah, sounds like that's probably the case.
So if Dahna exists within all of us, then what if something occurred that brought everyone's hearts and minds together as one? That unity could potentially act as Dahna's will.
You mean if everybody was, like, thinking the exact same thing at the exact same time? Come on, there's no way we could pull that off.
I know it's a long shot, but it might work.
Vielleicht hat
Let's assume that's even possible.
Trainer das gemacht.
Would it even be enough to fight back against Rena's Great Spirit?
If nothing else, it might be an option if we can't use the Renasalma.
Things are different here than on the surface.
That shows how deeply we've ventured into Rena.
And how close we've come to the real enemy.
So here's a question. We came all this way to Rena on the assumption the Renasalma's here, right?
Just don't say it, Law.
Yeah, but I'm just saying...
I said don't.
I can understand why you might be concerned, Law. But you need to remember that there are people it affects more directly than you.
Oh, sorry.
We've managed to make it this far believing. Losing faith now won't do us any good. We're better off focusing our anxiety elsewhere.
Such as?
The Great Spirit. If Hevrect 35's to be believed, our enemy won't just be handing over the Renas Alma to us. At least, not without a fight.
Not only that, but that same enemy just gulped down more than an entire world's worth of astral energy.
Point taken. It may be strange to say, but when I'm fighting, or at least know what needs to be done, it helps me a lot. I don't doubt myself as much. So thanks, both of you. The floor's on the ceiling and the ceiling's on the floor. This whole thing's making my head spin. Why would they even do something like this?
The Helganquil can bend life forms to suit their will. Nothing they could do at this point would surprise me.
The ceiling is on the floor. That doesn't weird you out?
What good is a team made up of members who all share the same opinions on everything? And besides, when you get to be at my ripe old age, one begins to consider it quite uncouth to show one's true emotions at times.
Oh, come on, Grandpa. You can't be that old.
The sands of time wait for none of us, lad.
Yeah, we'll see. Though at this rate, I guess I'll have to live long enough to get as old as you first, huh?
You will. And when the time comes, I look forward to hearing you change your tune on the matter.
Vielleicht haben sie einfach nur gebaut, weil es kann. Wenn man sagen muss, das sieht nicht aus, als wenn das. Das sieht trotzdem noch wie der Boden aus. Keine Ahnung, was sie die ganze Zeit reden. Oder darüber zu laufen wäre sehr anstrengend. Uncouth habe ich auch schon ewig nicht mehr gehört als Wort. Astralfaultier. Not on my watch.
Can you take care of them?
The enemy heals us too. We'll soon see about that.
Ich muss sagen, ich habe es noch nie gehört. Das sind nicht so die nicht Wörter, die man häufig sagt.
You picked the wrong fight.
Freeze laser! Cyclone! You get the gist. In here! Holy Land! Glorious Dream! Raging Cascade! Glacial Spear! Here's Evil! I can do this all day! Freeze Lancer! Dance in the Wind! Air Drop! Here's my call!
Step back. This one's all law.
Gut, dass er nicht einfach intelligent sind oder einfach mal alle Türen zu machen. Aber
You picked the wrong fight.
Armor won't save you! Whoa! Hey! One at a time! Here's a healing art! Hold on for you down! Here I come!
In the groove.
Will this help?
ja, ich war doch fast fertig. Wir haben wenigstens warten können, bis ich eingespeichert hätte. So, da geht's noch, weil ich dann nicht arbeite, aber ein Speicher gerade nicht so groß ist.
Here, let me help.
Smash you! Now I'm in the groove. Can't get out of this.
Here I go. I'm only
coming through.
Wir hatten einen strengen Schläger. Kurz. Was bedeutet das überhaupt? Wir hatten nur nicht so die strengen.
Something's wrong with me.
Ungehobelt grob behabt, ja.
I can't believe it's come to this.
Sleep now. This one's mine. Cross blade. Here, let me help. First aid. By the power of one.
Now or never.
Wir haben keine Dings mehr. Kein Wunder, dass er nicht mehr wiederbelebt.
Just what the doctor ordered. I'll hold on to your heart. Here I come. I'll bring you back from death's abyss. Ready and rare. Here's a healing art. Dance in the wind. Seal. In here. Into the shadows. Cyclone. Do it. Law. Demon's descent. Flashing fang.
That... Took more energy than I expected.
Wir werden noch ein bisschen was ausgeben müssen.
No holding back.
This'll be a piece of cake. Take this.
Air thrust. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Far beyond the dragon's stone. I hit him with outstanding form.
Coming through.
Ein gutes Talent dafür, sehr unpassend seine Fähigkeit einzusetzen. In letzter Zeit.
This
one's mine.
Evil God. Freeze laser. Sleep now. This one's mine. Oh, sparkling star of blood. Rain down and pure.
Denied. This one keeps charging us.
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it. I'll leave it to you.
It's no time.
Oh, now you're talking.
This one's mine.
Now you see what I can do. Shouldn't have messed with me.
Lightning condemned. Sleep now. Hear my call. In here.
I'll crush you. Lightning reflexes. Tenebrous claw.
Water.
So.
Hear my call. Magic is there. Divine Helium. Flame of fury.
Burn. Now, while it's reeling.
Take it down.
Nothing gets by me.
Raging Captain. Sleep now. In here.
Art can do.
Let's get you all tucked away. Tidal wave.
Do you require a hand?
Lightning condemned. Seal. Sleep now. Magic is there. Divine saving.
In a vine. Armor won't save you.
Lightning condemned. I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing art to accomplish the art can handle this.
Tear you apart. Coming through.
So, jetzt noch ein Boss. Angriff.
Inferno.
Dance in the wind.
Und dafür muss ich treffen einmal.
Demon's descent.
Flashing fang.
Mal gucken wir mal, was sich
Still in one piece?
hier hinter versteckt.
That enemy looks strong. I bet it'll be worth our while to fight it.
So. Astral Klagen.
Brace yourselves. This one's tough.
Don't mind if I do. Here goes. Dragon shot. Air thrust. Now clearing the air. It's a duel of the arts.
Oh. Schon ordentlich ein Laser.
Now.
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly. That's my cue.
Shut him down.
Lightning condemned. Thunder blade. I can do this. Here
Now you see what I can do.
There's too many of them. In here. That's my evil.
I'll crush you. Lightning reflexes. Tenebrous claw. I'm on a roll
Lightning
now.
condemned. Thunder blade. Now for something special. Annihilation. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
Hier können wir viel Zauber stehen. Die sind immer sehr offensichtlich dabei. Besonders sehr lange brauchen die immer. So rum. Ich bin gespannt, was es hier gibt. Kleidung oder Feenring?
Let me take a look at it.
Gucken, was wir noch so sehen an Bossen. Ich hoffe mal, das dauert nicht mehr zu lange. Oh, die beiden wieder. Gucken, was sie da so bewachen. Ach, schade.
No choice.
Take this. Be careful, everyone. This one isn't normal.
You got fire.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
There you go, Alvin.
It's time to end it. Battle.
I'm right beside you.
Burn.
Magic is out.
Well, now I'm in trouble.
So you get the gist. Tidal wave. Healing circle.
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time.
I really don't.
Commander of Heaven.
Auch schon lange nicht mehr gesehen.
In here. That'll bring you down. Blah, blah, blah. Annihilation.
Hold nothing back. Save you. Denied.
Dance in the wind. Sleep now.
Do you require a hand? I'm nearly done for.
You get the gist. Air thrust.
Coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno.
Raging cascade.
Dragon
Seal.
Storm.
Healing circle.
I really owe you.
In here. Tidal wave. Fly beyond the darkest sky. Fire speed.
Ah! Not today.
Sleep now.
Watch this.
So, langsam werden die Dings wieder niedrig.
Coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno.
Oh, sparkling stars of light. Rain down and pure focus.
Take this.
Let's tear 'em up. Meteor.
Nothing gets by me. That's where you done it.
Here's a healing arm. Lightning condemned. First aid.
See what happened there as you crossed me. Shouldn't have done that.
Magic condemned. Here's a sleep now.
No. I won't give in. I'll crush you.
Gut, dass ich die Stufe 3 aber gespeichert habe.
Here's a raging cascade. I never miss.
Armor won't save you.
I can do it all day. The enemy is going all out. Dance in the wind. Do it. Neon, astral energy. Full throttle. Here I go. It's over. Lightning condemned. Annihilate. Sleep now. Mega ray.
Wie wär's, wenn du mal
Seal.
Elfen wiederbelebst? Oder?
No further.
First aid. That lightning seal. Into the shadows. In here. Won't get under there with the others. No more playing nice. In here. Will this help? Air thrust. Too much to handle. Healing circle. Water. Hear my call.
Burn.
I'll tear you apart. Raging cascade. Glacial steel. Raging cascade.
Now you're talking.
In
bring you down.
You require a hand.
So, die waren machbar. Aber auch ein bisschen anstrengend. Was HP natürlich angeht.
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Mystikwappen. Das die Wirkzeit von Astralades verringert. Es funktioniert mit jeglichen Ades. Und ist somit bei allen Astralpraktikern.
Hey, new equipment.
Ups. Das war nicht so intelligent, glaube ich.
I'll be okay.
Gucken, ob es gespeichert hat, ne? Nee, natürlich nicht.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! I'll finish you here and now!
I'm going to need you. That'll bring you down.
I'll smash you! Double demon! Ignite!
Art expert coming through. Here's a healing art. Raging cascade. Hear my call. All disasters made one. Come forth the healing fury.
Leave the enemy's arts to me.
Oh, Stalagmit. Ich habe es leider nicht klauen können.
Healing is what my arts do best.
All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
Aber das ist aber gut ausgewichen gerade. Neu.
Now you see what I can do!
In here! Blah blah blah. I can do this all day. Alvin, astral energy.
Say no more.
So.
You sure showed them.
All in a day's work.
Go no further.
Glacial spear.
They're surrounding us.
This one's mine.
In here.
That'll bring you down. This one's mine. Airborne beast. My spec.
I'll finish you here and now!
What's this?
Dance in the wind. Breeze land.
Hold on to your heart.
Here I come.
I never miss.
Kikara, go for it.
Prepare to crumble.
Radiant
Ready to go.
Air
Glacial spear.
Raging cascade. In here.
Finish it!
Alvin, this ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
There you go, Alvin.
It's time to end this battle.
I'm right beside you.
Lightning condemned.
Field.
Annihilation. In here.
Field.
Shouldn't have messed with me!
Take this!
Field.
Sword Rain
I
Alpha!
can carve through armor!
Another one running. Hear my call. Glacial spear. Here's the evil.
Air thrust. Breeze laser.
To be let free!
Raging cascade.
Finish it!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
Oh, wir haben es gleich hier durchgeschafft. Stimmt, wir hatten ja noch einmal Objekte, glaube ich, ne? Und die haben wir schon eingesetzt. So, Orangengelee, nice. Hallo, hallo.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Right.
This one's mine. Air thrust. Lightning conjunction. Thunder blade. Not in your dreams. Magic is in. Now for something sacred. Radiant.
Not much longer to go.
Come on.
Now you
One
see what I
final
can
push.
do. Let's do this together, Alvin.
Lightning conjunction. Super swallow.
Aua!
Not today. You see what happened there is you crossed me. Shouldn't have done that.
In here. Get you all tucked away.
Here I come.
Here, let me heal.
I'll crush you. Lightning reflexes.
Auf jeden Fall sehr chaotisch alles immer. Danach werden wir auf jeden Fall wieder was Entspannteres spielen. Aber mal gucken, ob wir vielleicht auch nochmal andere Tales-Spiele spielen. Vor allem, wenn es halt dieses Auswahl-Feature, welchen Charakter man spielen, wir auch in anderen Spielen gibt.
We don't have firearms here on Dahnas.
I can show you mine if you like.
That would be really awesome, Sion. Too much to handle? Alright, it's time.
How much longer will our healing arts last?
Sehr, sehr lange. Eigentlich ist ja nur Shion quasi die HP weg. Die müsste ja schon eigentlich schon platzen vor. Keine Ahnung, tonnenweise Gelee, was wir in die reinstopfen, ne? Damit sie heilen kann. Das ist wieder ein Gegner. Ja.
When did I get so popular? Burn in hell.
Sealed.
I can shatter any speed.
I never
Flying
miss.
free.
Raging
Why can't they just sit still?
Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
Now you see what I can do.
Mega ray. Art expert coming through. Here,
More Sukos?
keep calm and take them down.
We got the advantage.
Good. Now we just have to make sure we keep it.
Don't worry, cause Law's on.
I can't hold on much longer.
Eat dirt.
So, wir brauchen einmal AP.
Thanks so much.
I'll tear you apart. Just getting started.
Lightning condensed. Sealed. Steering blade. Holy land.
Oh, now I'm real mad.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
There you go, Alvin.
It's time to end this battle.
I'm right beside you. Raging cascade.
An astral art? I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Enemies incoming.
Then we'll take them down.
Hear my call. Lightning again. Sleep now. That'll bring you down. If it's in the sky, it's mine. Far beyond the darkest sky. I call upon. Don't mind if I do. Dance in
Das ist
the
meiner.
wind. Air thrust.
Neue Fähigkeit gelernt. Haben wir auch schon lange nicht mehr gehabt.
Raging cascade.
Burn in hell! I'll smash you! Now I'm in the
Lightning
groove.
condensed. Pierce evil. Sleep now. Free cleanser. Magic again. Lightning condensed.
These fists have got your name on them!
Sweet dreams bring you down. Arch shield. This ends
So.
now.
Consider yourself finished.
Lightning condensed. Thunder parry. Flame of fury. Raging glacial spear. Piercing.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Eat this! Take this!
Raging cascade. Seal, do it. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
Blah blah blah. Magic. Seal, adaptation. Tidal wave. Healing.
So, wir wollen einmal deine Fähigkeit haben.
In here.
Take this. Flaming thrust.
Seal. I'm going to need to use Raging Cascade. Failure's not an option. All right, it's showtime. Here's a healing art. Dance in the wind.
You're mine. Rising Wyvern.
Where are you going?
Dragon stick. Burn. In a bind.
Raging Cascade.
Severing wind.
In here. Glacial Spear. Pierce evil. Seal. Free Blazer. Here. The one. Blah blah blah. Magic. Tidal wave.
What a relief. Fantastic.
Great.
So, den letzten. Ja, auf jeden Fall. Nice.
Right. Next one.
Oh, scheint so, ja.
Already on. Free Blazer. Sleep now. Seal.
Commander of Heaven. Phoenix Cyclone.
I need to be stronger.
14.000. Sind wir bei Hälfte oder was? Ich hoffe nicht. Ach, fast übersehen. So. Orange Jelly? Oder Elixier, okay. Elixier ist auch nicht schlecht. Nächstes Level sind wir 51. Das heißt, noch kriegen wir ein bisschen erhöhte Dings, aber es ist nicht mehr viel. Sicherlich nicht schlecht, wenn wir auf 52 kommen.
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it. I'll leave it to you.
Now we're never. It's time to finish this. Die! Consuming wildfire.
Glacial Spear. Pierce evil. Lightning condemn.
Now you see what I can do.
Thunderblade. One more time.
Take this. Demon Fang. Double Demon Fang.
Dance in the wind.
I'm taking too much damage.
I won't give up.
Das ist nicht gut. Trank des Lebens. Aufstehen bitte.
Now I'm real mad.
I'm going to need that'll bring you down.
Raging cascade. Lightning condemned. Sealed. In here. Divine savior. Do it. Alpin. Astral
Also,
energy.
Say no more.
Well done.
den kriegen wir auch noch schnell rein.
No further. Stop.
No more playing nice.
Not today.
Will this help? Raging cascade.
Rising wyvern.
Seal. In here. Sleep now. They're not playing around.
Anything in armor is
Dance in the wind. Air thrust.
in the carve through one.
Lightning condemned. In here. Seal. I never miss. Divine savior.
This isn't looking good.
It's time. And more of this that I'll burn out.
Hear my call.
Can't get out of this.
Raging cascade of evil. Fresh.
Coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno. Dazzle.
Air thrust. Lightning condemned. In here. Sleep now. Fresh. Too much to handle?
Take this.
Oh, sparkling stars of light. Rain down and purify all.
Eat this.
Healing circle. Here I go. Sleep now. I'm only getting radiant. More for the stockpile.
Demon Fang.
I'll finish you here and
Glacial
now.
spear.
I'll crush you.
Also,
Lightning reflexes. Tenebrous claw.
Raging cascade.
Now we're never.
Too much to handle. Alpin. Astral energy.
Say no more.
da Rene, eine Welt des Todes. Ach stimmt, hier haben wir ja noch einen
I know
Hintereingang.
weapon material when I see it.
Ist hier noch mal ein Boss gibt oder so? Für ein Item oder so? Oh. So, 90% der hoch und wieder kleine Gegners.
Lightning condemned.
Eat dirt.
It's surrounding us. It's over.
I can carve through armor.
Seal. Flame of fury. Divine.
No further.
Glacial spear. Far beyond
got
the
fire.
evil. I've got this. Let a marksman handle it.
Do it.
All yours.
Sleep now.
Look sharp.
Lightning
Tiger blade.
See that? That training's paying off.
Lightning condemned.
I'm sorry to be a bother.
We've all got enough on our
In the
plates.
wind.
Yes,
As
ma'am.
impressive as always.
Here I hoped I was improving.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
Like we're gonna lose to small fry.
So, dahinter auch wieder praktisch. Das zehrt echt an der Energie. Anfangs hat man ja noch einfach gespart und überlegt, ob man es braucht, aber zwischen
Got some good equipment.
I can't say its appearance is to my tastes, personally.
zwischen ist HP nicht mehr so wichtig, habe ich. Wenn man jetzt einfach genug Geld hat, natürlich. Die kennen wir doch.
Gotta break through.
Dance in the wind. This one's mine.
Demon Fang.
Coming. Seal.
Blow away.
Let me help.
Demon Fang.
Thunder blade. I'll shoot them out of the sky. Far beyond the darkest sky. I call upon the flashing parts. Their weak point. You hear it now. Stand far beyond the darkest sky.
Ignore. Watch this. Armor won't save you. Take this.
Megasonic thrust.
Eat this.
More for the power pile. Oh, sparkling stars of light.
1600 mit einem Schlag ist auch nice, natürlich. Oder pro Dingens, pro Hit.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Ready and rare! I never miss! Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down! Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
No further!
I can do it all! I'm only getting started!
For Christ! Watch
Hear
this!
me! Lightning condemned! Glacial sweep now!
You picked the wrong fight!
Holy land! Raging cascade!
Rising Wyvern!
In here! Flame of power! Seal! Hear my call! In here! Too much to handle! Hear my call! Dance in the wind!
So.
Air thrust! Lightning condemned! Thunder ray! Law! Demon's descent!
Flashing fang!
Lady, your fortune must truly be watching over me.
Natürlich sehr praktisch, dass genau hier eine Pflanze wächst. So. Da haben wir nichts mehr. Ein bisschen länger als ich dachte. Oder als die anderen gesagt haben, aber vielleicht haben sie nicht so gründlich gespielt oder so, keine Ahnung.
You picked the wrong fight!
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly. Meteor storm! I never miss. Glacial spear. Here's evil.
Now I'm real mad!
Lightning condemned. Sleep now.
Here I come!
In here.
An astral arch?
That's my cue.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
You're mine!
Now I'm in the groove!
We're cleaning house.
Let me take the rest
No
of it!
further.
Well, someone's feeling lively. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Lightning condemned. In here. Holy land. Raging cascade.
So.
Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Lightning condemned. Thunderblade.
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone. Don't mind if I do. Dance in the wind. Now something. Get toasty.
Bird strike!
So.
Let's do it! Let's go! Calaglia ho!
Hat er schon mal gesagt? Genau, ob sich jetzt lohnt. Theoretisch könnten wir ja die Gegner, also die KI komplett kämpfen lassen, aber irgendwas sagt mir, dass sie da wahrscheinlich verkackt, wenn man sie zu lange allein lässt. Wir sind jetzt Level 51. Ich frage mich, wie viel wir am besten hiervon töten sollen.
This won't be easy. Don't be such a pessimist.
You picked the wrong fight!
Wie immer ein guter Trainingspunkt.
Now you see what I can do!
Take this!
Sleep now.
No further! Oh, now you're talking!
One more time.
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
I'll leave it to you!
Seal!
Far enough!
Let's tear him up!
This one's mine!
Seal! In here!
Anything in order! That frickin' does it!
Glacial spear!
It's finished!
Let's do it! In here!
Prepare to be healed! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
So.
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts to accomplish this.
Ready to go! Take this!
Lightning condemned! Seal! Let the marksman handle this! Magic is there! Seal!
Coming through! Ha! Melt!
Mhm.
Scarlet Inferno!
Raging cascade! I never miss! One more time! I'll cover you!
So. Dürfte nicht mehr lange halten.
Commander of Heaven! Phoenix
Hey! Poodle's quivering! I think we're about to be real lucky!
Dann hoffe ich mal, dass es mal so vorbei ist hier. Das ist mir sehr viel. Mehr kann ja nicht mehr kommen eigentlich. Ups. Falsche Richtung. Ich hoffe mal, die spawnen nicht wieder. Aber dann laufen wir einfach vorbei. Das müssen wir jetzt nicht haben. Lol.
The Zoogles here are putting up a real fight.
Ja, das ist ein sehr, sehr realer Fight gewesen.
This goes to show how important this place is.
Bisschen mehr Story wäre jetzt nicht schlecht.
Thrived freely here under such harsh conditions.
I don't give a damn why they're here. We'll burn it all to the ground.
Astral energy here is so dense. It's like trying to walk through water.
I know the Great Spirit's will is in the center of Rena, but with the world in this state, the entire planet has become its body, right? So doesn't that mean we're already inside it?
I would say that is horrifyingly correct. After all, the further we climb, the denser the astral energy becomes.
What's the matter, Rinwell? Are you not feeling all right?
No, it's nothing like that. It just feels like the energy here is a little more intense than it was before.
You mean Rena's energy?
Yeah, it's like when I made contact with Dahnas' will in the wedge. It's almost as though I can understand what Rena's will is thinking.
But Rena's will is supposed to be a lot stronger. Aren't we risking the Great Spirit controlling us if we interact with it directly?
I don't think we have to worry about that. Rena's will is only supposed to control true Renans, like the Helganquil. If we can discern what the Great Spirit is thinking too, we might learn something, a weakness. But just to be safe, let me contact it alone.
Are you insane? Rinwell, you're gonna...
Rinwell!
There was only meant to be one world. And your goal is to make them one. Is this fear?
Tja.
What just happened?
Are you all right? Rinwell? Rinwell, are you okay?
No, I'm fine. I think.
What were you thinking? You could have gotten yourself killed.
He's right. You had us all terrified, Rinwell.
I'm sorry. I really am. But I know now. I know how the Great Spirit thinks. I know what it wants, how it feels. Rena's Great Spirit wants to complete the world.
What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying it's trying to make something?
Yes, exactly. Originally, Dana and Rena were meant to be one world. But that never happened. They've stayed separated, and the Great Spirit wants to finish the process.
What do you mean, one world? How is that even possible?
I don't know, but its will is clear. That's what the Great Spirit is trying to accomplish. The only problem is that since Rena's energy isn't evenly spread like Dana's, it seems like it'll vanish before that happens naturally.
So it's trying to absorb Dana while it still can, so that it can force the two planets to unite. Is that what you're saying?
The Great Spirit is scared. But it's not scared the way a rational person would be. It's more raw and undiluted, like just pure fear.
Like an animal, acting out of instinct. Although admittedly, an animal would be easier to communicate with. At the very least, I have my doubts that it recognizes us as sentient beings with a reason for coming here. Earth, water, fire, and wind energy exist in both worlds, but only darkness and light can be found within Rena and Dana, respectively. The Renis Alma, as far as we know, the only host capable of harvesting the astral energy, is composed of all six. Knowing all that, Rinwell's findings do sound plausible.
That sounds a lot like Shion's thorns, doesn't it? The whole reason the Great Spirit is trying to unite Dana and Rena into one world is in order to save itself. And if her thorns are part of the Great Spirit, then they must also be trying to save themselves?
Alphen, what is it?
We thought the only way to free your thorns was for you to die. Yet despite that, they seem to be doing everything in their power to stop that from happening to you. Something wasn't adding up. But then I just realized something. If the Great Spirit doesn't want to die, then neither would your thorns. Those same emotions, that fear, that determination, and its energy must have been the same thing that was keeping you alive. You were its vessel.
In that case, is that why her thorns caused so much pain to anyone who touched her? Because they were trying to protect themselves?
If that's all true, then... well, it's more than a little ironic.
The Great Spirit merely expresses its desires. I imagine it was the Helganquil who were likely tasked with putting together and implementing an actual plan.
Shion.
I'm okay. We need to hurry and clean this mess up before it gets out of hand.
Still, even if the current state of the world is wrong like you said, does that really make everything okay?
If the world had been whole from the start, as it should have been, there'd be no Dana and no Rena, no masters or slaves, no lords, no crown contest, maybe just peace.
So. Wir nehmen einfach die Energie und schieben sie woanders hin. Zum Beispiel nach Dana. Ich glaube, da wäre sie besser aufgehoben gerade.
All this started because of the Great Spirit's desire to keep living. The only reason it craves energy is because it's dying from starvation. When you think about it like that, Maybe the things it's done aren't so strange after all.
If Rena had been more like Dana, things would have worked out a whole lot better.
It's like Hevrecht 35 told us. The Dahnan and Renan spirits are meant to be completely different beings.
Rena's energy amassing in one place led to its developing a powerful will. But that also made it crave energy, sapping Rena dry until it perished.
Whereas Dana's energy is dispersed, meaning its will never developed to the same extent. And without that hunger, Dana the planet was spared.
As for which is correct, well, I'm not sure it's our place to even say. Still, I can't help but think it reminds me a lot of the dichotomy of the human condition.
Dichotomy? What do you mean?
Those who know not satisfaction are driven to keep devouring without limit. But those who are content with their lot in life rarely fulfill their potential. I imagine it's likely that the larger Rena's great spirit grew, the more and more powerful its hunger also became.
Everything in moderation. When all's said and done, maybe that's the hardest thing for people to learn.
So. Schon wieder länger als ich dachte. Das ist so 6-7 Stunden, dann wären wir fertig, aber es wird wieder so ein kleiner Marathon. Oh, hallo. So, nur schon, weil das die schwächsten Gegner irgendwie gefühlt inzwischen auf dem Planeten hier.
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis!
Dragon
Water! Hands in the wind! Air thrust! Raging cascade! Breath! Rage! We're in the home stretch, guys!
What'd she say? Eyes on the prize!
That focus goes double for you, Law.
Me? How come I get singled out? You make quick work! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Is there anything more magnificent than the musculature of a warrior? Perhaps it is in search of this perfect beauty that I myself am drawn into battle.
So, was haben wir hier? Omega-Elixier, nice. Mehr Platin. Oh, da sind Teleporter wieder. Nice.
What happened there is you crossed me. I shouldn't have done that.
In here!
It's finished!
Let's do it!
Aren't you human?
To stop you dying?
Right.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Raging cascade!
This one's mine!
I can do this all day!
Armor won't save you!
Take this! Swallow blade!
Lightning condemned! Let's tear it now! Squeeze
broken blades here!
Thunderblade! One more time!
Be still! Rising Sun!
In here!
Super Swallow King! The Talon
Hold it
Power!
out!
Rising Hurricane!
Flame of Spirit! Dance to the wind! Hear my call! Air thrust! Spread! Raging Helios! First aid! Spread! Do it! Get toasty!
Burn Strike!
Waren sind auch keine Herausforderungen mehr.
This firearm feels like a part of me now.
Have you ever thought of wielding two at once?
Would be double the firepower, and plenty of style to boot.
What use is style when it's life or death?
Ja.
Wherever we go on this planet, there are machines littered everywhere.
It's impressive to look at as a bystander, but I sure wouldn't want to live here with all of this around.
I know what you mean. There are no fish here. I couldn't cook any of my delicious dinners for you all if we lived here.
Clearly the worst point against it.
Ja. Abwesenheit vom Fischen ist natürlich der einzige Grund, warum wir hier nicht leben wollen. So. Den Level 52, hier kommen wir daran vorbei. Natürlich nicht. Oh ja, für zwischen müsste das eine Breeze sein, mehr oder weniger.
Coming through! Ha! Melt! Scarlet Inferno!
Here's a Helios, the darkest sky! I call upon thee, searing tempest, and next I will!
Warte.
Flare tornado! Sleep now!
So, jetzt kann er.
Get on in there with the others! Healing surface!
You're mine! Hurricane Thrust! Super Swallow Dance! Talon Hurricane!
Lunar corruption!
Das macht er natürlich nicht.
I can do this all day! Dance in the wind! Sleep now! Blade! Here's a healing lightning condensed! First aid! Sleep now! Heal! Glacial field! If it's in the sky, it's mine! Where are you going?
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Time to let it rip!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Raging cascade!
I don't feel like my usual self.
Are you alright? Let me handle this one.
So sorry.
Coming through! Ha! Melt! Scarlet Inferno!
You require a hand.
Pierce through! Rising Wyvern!
Cool.
Not today!
Armor won't save you! All fitted to here and now!
Thunderblade! Dance in the wind! Glacial spear! Here's evil! Raging
Was er?
do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
That's some power you wield.
You're the one who did the heavy lifting.
So. Hoffentlich. Wir haben zwei Leute, zwei Dingens. Versucht Schaden beim Anwender. Jetzt für eigentlich auch nicht mehr so wichtig. Verteidigung auf 50. Gucken wir, ob wir es noch hinkriegen. Ich glaube zwar nicht, aber. Können wir mal zulassen. Inzwischen haben wir die Heilung.
dispose of the trash. Dance in the wind.
Mal gucken, ob wir es schaffen.
Sleep now. Not in your dreams. Thunder arts require complete focus. Hold nothing back.
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly. Feel.
The enemy wields our
You'll soon see about that. If it's in the sky, it's mine.
So.
We're cleaning house. Let me take the rest of them. Well, someone's feeling lively. Coming through. Ha! Now, Scarlet Inferno. Demon Blade. Lightning condemn. Here's a rush you. This one's mine. Seal. First aid. In here. Divine dance in the wind. Do it. Air Alpin. Astral energy.
So ist es die Frage, welchen halt der erst machen. Ich glaube, eine von, also den hier. Ist auch schwäch. 100.000 ungefähr alle, aber er kann uns halt vergiften, das ist immer nervig.
Consuming wildfire! Far beyond the darkest skies, I call upon thee! I won't lose!
So, Ananas ist nicht das, sondern oh, gerade so. Ich wäre nämlich so gut wie gestorben gerade. So.
I don't even know the word defeat. A new lease on life. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Lightning condemned. In here. It's time. Holy land.
Das war nicht so die beste Idee, glaube ich. So, wen greift ihr denn an? Oh. Die hören auf jeden Fall nicht auf mich hier. Halten, immer tot. Und Shion stirbt auch gerne mal. Doch können wir. So. So.
Sleep now. Burn in hell. Magic is am.
In here. I'll bring you back from death. Divide. I'll bring you back from death abyss. Ready. Not in your dreams. Dance to the wind. Seal. They're not playing around. You get the gist. Lightning and death. I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this. Deus roar. Here's a hit. Close one. Lightning and death. Denied.
Not my finest. I'm nearly done for.
I'll bring you back from death abyss.
Immer nur am Rumsterben hier alle. So. Oh, jetzt haben wir es gleich erledigt. Es wird uns eine Lektion sein, ja.
Sorry.
Oh, you are good. Pay for that. Nothing gets by me. Now you see what I can do.
I'll bring you back from death abyss. Lunar corruption.
This isn't ideal.
This can't be happening.
Ich glaube, wir haben es ein bisschen unterschätzt.
Magic is out. Seal. Divide. I won't give up.
Robbed in pain. Take this. Vacuum blade.
Dance in the wind. In here.
So, aber jetzt sollten wir langsam.
A new lease on life. Blah blah blah. Cross
So.
First aid.
Jetzt müssen wir langsam. Der ist ja nur gedacht, dass man hier allein kämpft oder halt mit freien Gegnern, ne? Wir mussten echt Stirn jetzt echt oft wiederbeleben. Also unsere Tränke waren auch schon mal mehr. Das ist nicht dein Ernst, ne? Gerade erst wiederbelebt, direkt gestorben nochmal. So, aber jetzt mal leben wir nicht wieder. Ja, schon Boss-Level-Härte. Sie sollten die nicht kombinieren, die Gegner.
Lady Fortune must truly be watching over me.
So. Was haben wir denn hier? Verteidigung. Spion könnte mal ein bisschen was gebrauchen. Ich theoretisch auch, aber Spion ist halt wichtiger wegen Heilung. So, das sieht doch mal nach dem Ende aus, ne? Schnell besiegen, bevor der da hinten kommt. So. Behalten wir mal die ganzen Spezialattacken gleich. Für den der Großen da. Level 51er nur noch.
with this. Here.
In here.
I really owe you
Divine
one.
Savior.
Eagle Fly. No further. I'm on a roll now.
In here. Sealed.
Hold nothing back.
So you get the gist. Sealed.
Burn in hell.
More for the satellite. Not in your dream.
Slash. Okay, here I go. Coming through. Ha! Melt. Scarlet Inferno.
All disasters made one. Come forth, the healers of purity.
Eagle Fly.
Hearts require complete focus. Reload. Damn it.
This one keeps charging us.
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it. I'll leave it to you. I'm not done. Hurricane Thrust. It's time.
Now sleep now.
Eat dirt.
In here.
These things got your name on them. Armor won't save you. I'm not done.
One more time. Here's Eagle. Lightning condemned.
I'll crush you.
Darfst du auch nicht mehr lange durchhalten.
Lightning reflexes. Tenebrous claw.
I'll heal you all. Raging cascade. Elton. Astral energy.
Say no more.
You sure showed.
L4, Bodenzerstörer.
Them.
All in a day's work.
So those thorns of Shion's, they're really a part of Rena's great spirit?
Most likely. But only a small fragment of it in the big picture. I don't sense a will of its own emanating from them.
If it's that insignificant, is there that much point getting rid of it?
Noch einmal unseren Buffer auf, das ist auch wichtig, würde ich sagen. Erd, Licht, Wind. So, jetzt Bosse. 6 Bosse bekämpfen oder was? Ich würde gerne lieber zurück, aber
That's not your run-of-the-mill enemy.
Schwerttänzer. Wo ist ein neuer Gegner?
The sword-wielding Zugel? And not just one, but 4! It thinks 2 extra hands is enough to beat me. It's sorely mistaken.
Just focus on what's important.
Charge like that.
Knapp, knapp.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Nice work.
Dance in the wind. Air thrust.
Armor won't save you.
Lightning condemned. Lunar corruption. Sleep now.
Take this.
Sealed. Hearts require complete Raging cascade. Raging cascade.
No further.
Sleep now. Sealed. Sleep now.
That'll bring you down.
Lightning condemned. Outstanding form. Raging cascade.
Also.
To stop you dying?
Und die geht noch von der Stärke her. Zumindest wenn sie keine zweite Phase haben oder so.
I call upon thee! Freeze Lancer! I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts to accomplish it.
This'll come in handy.
Time to let it rip.
Too much to handle? Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Lightning condemned!
So.
Coming through! Ha! No! Scarlet Inferno!
Lightning condemned! Thunder blade! Now I'm in the groove! Lightning condemned!
Take this!
In here! Blah blah blah! Holy land!
Do it! Do it!
Astral energy! Full throttle!
Glacial spear.
Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Where are you going? I can carve through walls!
Lightning condemned! Sealed! In here! Sealed!
I'm far enough! In a bind?
Dance in the air thrust! The enemy is going all out!
Not today!
Raging cascade! Sealed! Sleep now!
Eagle fly!
Too much to handle?
I'm not done! Swallow blade!
Lightning condemned! Thunderblade!
Armor won't save you!
Dance in the wind! Freeze Lancer! Dance in the wind! In here! Water! Hear my call!
Prepare to be seen!
Glacial spear! Sleep now! Freeze Lancer! Thunderblade! One more! Got it! Here I go! Now's our chance! Lightning condemned! In here! Sleep now!
This one's mine!
In here! Too much to handle? Up and at 'em! It's weakened!
This ends now!
Air thrust! Sparkling piercing light! Rain down and purify all! Sealed! The enemy is going all out! Alright, it's showtime! Far beyond the darkest sky, I call upon thee!
Aua. Du kannst nicht einfach aufgeben. Du hast doch schon sowieso so gut wie besiegt. So.
See what happened there as you crossed me. Shouldn't have done that. Do it, Elfin!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Bye bye. Ich hätte nicht sagen sollen. Zweite Phase.
Looks like I won after all!
Except it doesn't look like that thing's finished yet.
See what I can do?
By a long shot. Dance in the wind. In here. Magic light. Far enough. Blah blah blah. One more time. Sealed. Blah blah blah. In here. Blah blah blah. Divine savior.
I'm right behind you!
In here.
Das Gefühl, dass er keine weniger Verteidigung hat jetzt.
Leave the chargers to me.
That's been smart.
This one's mine!
Armor won't save you!
Far beyond the darkest sky. Here goes. In here.
Far enough!
Water, hear my call. Where are you going? Close one. I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts
To be let free!
Lightning condemned! Thunderblade! Too much to handle?
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Vielleicht können wir jetzt die Teile vom Renas Alma jetzt zurückholen. Oder so, keine Ahnung.
Sleep now. I can't heal you forever. Seal, take care of Dragon.
Ach ja. Ach ja, das ist schwierig. So weiter geht, wird noch 10 Stunden Stream wieder. Ja. Bitte keine dritte Phase. Danke.
I think I'm getting the hang of this.
You're definitely way stronger.
Yeah, nothing motivates you like having stakes this high.
Vielleicht, dass man trägt, wenn man einen geliebten Menschen das Ja-Wort gibt. Das Anziehen ist und lässt sich, aber es erfüllt einen mit Bestimmtheit. Frag mich, ob das überhaupt nötig ist, hier alle zu besiegen. Scheinen wir nur einen besiegt haben. Den Rest gucke ich mal, wie ich es vielleicht alleine mache, falls ich noch weitermache dann überhaupt. Ne, wir wollen jetzt erstmal die Story dann. Ja, zumindest haben wir einen Heilpunkt hier. Oh, wenn ich natürlich nochmal gegessen hätte, gerne. Aber unser Buff läuft noch, also geht noch. Und jetzt läuft die Energie zusammen vielleicht? Denke ich mal.
A dead end, huh?
Why don't we just use this?
Wait!
Jeez! Don't scare me like that! What, is there something wrong with it?
No, it's not that. It's just... this is it. Whatever it is, we're about to find out.
It's the moment of truth. There's no turning back now till we've won. Either we get through this, or we vanish along with the rest of the world as we know it. Is everyone ready?
We've come this far. I'm not about to turn tail now. I say we knock this thing out and head back home.
It's time to relegate the past to where it belongs. It's been a long journey getting here, but it ends now.
No, this isn't the end. Once we've overthrown the old order, there's still the task of creating a new world.
A world without divisions, where no one cares whether you're Dahnan or Renan, or if you have magic or not. You're right. We have to win this.
Let's get going then. After all, our future awaits.
Our future. One free of tyranny and exploitation. For the freedom to live with those we hold dear. And for a new era. Let's go.
Kann ich jetzt durch? Zurück. Ah. Aber wirklich, dass wir hier richtig kämpfen, immer. Ich hätte gerne nämlich. Oh. Voll. Ich hätte nochmal zurückgehen können, aber dann hätte man sehr viel nochmal bekämpfen müssen. Okay, was bekämpfen wir hier? Das ist so die Frage. So.
Hold on. Are we on that giant flower?
We're finally here then.
But then, where is the core of the Great Spirit? Or the Renaissance, for that matter.
According to Hevrek 35, this should be where we find the core.
Rinwell, do you sense anything?
This is definitely where the energy of the Great Spirit is strongest, but what's giving off the most energy is the flower we're standing on.
That said, we're not gonna be able to destroy something this huge. You want me to hit it and see what happens?
Hey, look!
The Renaissance!
Is that like Dahnas' astral energy? But why?
What?
Stay sharp! Something's coming!
Ja. Die Verkörperung des Planeten. Ich glaube, wir müssen ihn besiegen.
It wants us gone. It has so much anger. All of its fear has evolved into hatred.
So then, you're saying that this is the Great Spirit's core?
And in order to fight us, it's taken on this form?
My thorns. I feel them whirling inside me. They're getting restless. I'm certain of it. This is the source of my thorns and of my visions. This is the darkness that will consume all existence.
Stieren dürfte er ja nicht angreifen eigentlich.
What do we do now? The Renaissance is inside that thing. And I don't think we'll win this fight without it.
We have to get it back. We will find a way somehow.
Können wir mal ein bisschen ruhig sein? Wir reden ja.
And now that it has a physical form, cutting through it's what we'll do.
Ja.
Great Spirit, we understand you want to live. You've made that very clear. However, if you're planning on destroying everything, then first, you'll have to get through us. Everyone, let's go!
Großer Astralgeist, 58 Level.
Energy for you to consume, and we're not puppets for you to control.
Only humankind has a right to.
Ist überraschend klein gerade geworden.
We will never let something like you take that away from us.
I'm sorry, but we won't let you take any more away from us. We'll do whatever it takes to stop you.
I fight to quell the sounds of anguish from our world, that it may be filled with joy and peace once again.
Give it back. Give it all back. Give us back our world and give me back my own life.
Once and for all, we are going to end centuries of terror and death. Right here, right now.
Wir haben nur den Geist.
No further.
Here, let me help. Air thrust. One more time.
I feel like me again.
Raging cascade. Lightning down. In here. Healing circle. Sleep now.
What a relief.
I'll be standing here. You get the gist. Feel.
Kann mir nicht vorstellen, dass das deine letzte Form ist. Also ich würde mal sagen, so 2 Formen hat er bestimmt noch, ne?
Where are you going? The enemy is going all out.
Oder mindestens eine.
More for the stockpile.
Ach da, ausgewichen. Ich hätte schon so einen Kampf gewartet, wie gegen den Astralgeist am Anfang. Den Feuerdingens. Dass er im Hintergrund steht und wir greifen halt unten irgendwas an. Bei der Größe zumindest.
Look sharp! Lightning tiger blade!
The enemy is going all out! Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon thee!
Astral
That's my cue!
What the world is this round thing?
Alright.
Is this a Lord's handiwork?
I'm past being surprised.
I say we destroy it and
Was sind bedunkelter Neid, entflammter Zorn, stürmische Gier, wässriges Ego und erdener Wahn. Okay. Und ich mache hier mit Wasser fertig erstmal. Minimal aggressiv kämpfen noch hier. So, denke ich noch einen Bodenleger, setze ich das mal ein. Aber da wird nämlich sofort gewirkt. So, das ist Erde. Da braucht man Wind wahrscheinlich.
Now you see what I can do! Dance in the wind! I'm only getting
So, dann haben wir hier dunkelt. Ist da Licht gut? Nee, das ist Licht. Da bräuchten wir Dunkelheit, das kann ich aber nicht bieten. Und hier wahrscheinlich Feuer.
It's thanks to you I can use them.
And I promise I'll always be here.
Your astral arts are truly incredible.
Every little bit helps, right?
Indeed it does.
Indeed it does.
I'll keep pushing to be better as well. I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
It's too much.
Danke.
They're not playing around. I'll bring you back from death's abyss. The waters of creation. I never fit.
I'll smash you! Dragon swarm!
Healing circle. Thanks. Just what I need. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Sleep now.
Let me show you what my arts can do.
Seal and shine. Divine radiance. Close one. Water. Hear my call. You get to guess. Seal.
Not today!
In here.
So.
You get to guess. Air falcon. Astral energy.
Say no more!
Well done.
So, dann hätten wir noch den hier. Aber danach können wir uns ja den Geist wieder zu verwenden.
The enemy is going all out. Dance in the wind. Air thrust.
I can carve through walls! Eat dirt!
Okay, hat wieder neue gemacht. Okay, dann konzentrieren wir uns doch mal auf den da.
Don't give up. Maelstrom. I'll bring you back from death's abyss. I'm on a roll, man. Don't mind if I do. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Whoa, hey, one at a time.
There! Finish it!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Wir gegen 120 Nicht-DLC-Gegnern. Nice.
After all that, it's still standing. Just how strong is this thing?
It doesn't matter. You just have to keep kicking its ass until it bites the dust!
The Great Spirits!
Damn, must have been conserving its energy for an escape.
That bastard took off with the Renaissama!
Hinterher.
Can't stand here and wait for it to come back. We'll have to follow it through there.
You're right. I don't like it, but we've got no choice.
Yeah. No matter what, we can't let it get away.
All right, let's go.
Schild noch mehr. Bis das zumacht am besten. Kriegen wir wenigstens noch Heilung?
I'm surprised we can stand here at all. What in the hell is this place?
Beats me. I've never seen anything like it. More importantly, where's the Great Spirit?
Look! Over there!
What in the world? It's changing shape?
Oh, this is bad. It looks like it's regaining all of its energy. It's going to grow even bigger than before.
Damn it. Come on. We've got to find a way to...
Watch out! Something's heading our way! Guess they're here to try to stop us. There's so many of them.
That means we've got it running scared. Let's take these out and keep moving!
Get out of our way already!
I didn't expect such base tactics from a supreme being.
You can't assume we're fighting something that thinks like a human!
Whatever it is, it's wasting time that we don't have.
Yeah, not only that, but that thing is getting bigger by the minute. It's
starting to slow down the more it grows. We should be able to catch up soon enough.
We just need to hold on. Stay strong, everyone, and stand your ground.
This one can see what happened here if you cross.
That's what my shield
Shouldn't have done that.
Get behind me.
Got it. I'll leave it to you.
Seal! Here! Show me what my arts can do. Rise and shine! Arc
Where
seal!
are you going?
Lightning condemned! Thunderblade! Magic is there! I'll heal you all! More with action! Healing circle! Dance in the wind! Air lock! Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Glacial spear! Raging cascade!
Um da gleich noch mehr Wasser kommen.
I'm going to need to use all the power. Dance in the wind! Rise and shine! Air thrust! Raging cascade! I'm on a roll! Seal! In here! I'll heal you!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
I'm going to need to use eat dirt! Seal! This one's mine! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Searing flame! Reload! I'm out of ammo!
Can't get out of this!
Healing lightning condemned!
So.
Clear! Holy land! Raging cascade!
These sticks have got your name on them!
You get this!
Not today!
Seal!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Dragon shadow!
Lightning condemned!
Armor won't save you!
Thunderblade!
Talon hurricane!
Raging cascade! Sleep now! Annihilation! Far beyond the darkest skies!
You picked the wrong fight!
Leave the shade to me!
Tear you apart!
Ah! You're mine!
Sleep now! Anything in the sky is mine! This one's mine!
I'll burn it all! Flaming pillar! Fire!
Lightning condemned! Thunderblade! Lunar corruption! Lightning condemned! Seal! Sleep now! Lightning! Do it! Get toasty!
So, den hätten wir schon mal.
Here's a healing art! Dance in the wind!
Burn in hell!
Sleep now! Seal! Cyclone! Lightning condemned! In here!
Now I'm real mad!
Blah blah blah! Sleep now! Seal!
I'll crush you!
So.
Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Eat this!
Raging cascade! Glacial spear! I can do this all day!
Far enough! I'll smash you!
Lightning! In here! Into the shadow! I'm ready! Holy land!
I'm on fire!
You picked the wrong
I
fight!
don't even know the word defeat. Here, let me help. Raging cascade! Seal! Glacial spear! Sleep now! Seal! Will this help? I'll heal you! Thunderblade!
So. Ich glaube, das war's dann. Ist nur einmal damagen. Ich hoffe mal, das war's mit den Minigegnern dazwischen.
We caught up to it.
So, was haben wir denn hier? 500.000 HP? Schätze ich mal.
Hold on. Why did it stop absorbing the energy from Dana?
Like it or not, it lacks the means to do so whilst fighting us. We've become the bigger threat and forced its hand.
All right then. Let's get to work so we can take back the Renaissance.
So. Oh, Level 61. Okay. Oh, 390.000. Ne?
We've all come so far. We've faced so much. We can get through this together.
Okay, gehen wir erstmal seine linke Hand.
We are all leaving this fight alive.
Hell, I'm just getting warmed up. You ain't seen nothing yet.
The Great Spirit's getting desperate. So stay on your toes, everyone.
Its power's overwhelming.
Then let's whittle down that thing's power. Go!
Right. Let's start with the arms.
Let's do this, Law.
Leave it to me.
Everyone, I'm counting on you.
Dance in the wind. Air thrust.
Jeder Arm 400.000 hat. Also beide und dann nochmal der Körper selbst. Ah, da kommt mir hinterher. Ja. So, das Goldene. Vielleicht setzen wir das auch mal. Oder wir behalten es, ne? Es könnte ja noch was noch Stärkeres kommen. Sowieso. Vielleicht hier jeder ein Viertel oder sowas, dann verliert er den Arm oder so? Wir werden es gleich sehen. Ach, nice. Machen wahrscheinlich Law und Dingsley links. Die linke Hand. Dann Kisara und Doorlim die rechte Hand. Und die anderen beiden den Körper. Nein, niemand ist okay. Niemand ist okay.
Here, let me heal you.
Wer hat ein Item eingesetzt? Also. Lol, ist gestorben direkt.
No more dithering. Our future begins here.
always impressive.
I guess that makes two of us then.
Now all that's left is the middle.
Let's do it!
Dornen, 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 Dornies. Nice. Ja, ich weiß nicht, ich glaube, ich greife den Hauptkörper an. Ja. Irgendwas, wo wir alle gleichzeitig angreifen, wäre natürlich auch mal nice am Ende. Aber ja. Oh. Ach, den kann ich nicht mehr aufhalten, den. So. Wir haben das Renas einmal bekommen. Und das haben wir überlebt. Oder was? Ob es das jetzt war oder ob wir nochmal kämpfen. Wir werden es sehen.
Both fine. We're going to start the ceremony now, before it can recover. Shion.
Yeah.
returned, just as I told you I would.
Nervig. Kann er sich in Ruhe lassen?
Absorbing the Great Spirit!
Apologies. I can't suppress it for very long.
Wir müssen nicht ohne Shion kämpfen.
Hand it over right now. You plan to use this to defeat the Great Spirit. Which is precisely why I'm here. Stand aside and watch. So then you know how to destroy the Great Spirit. Just as well as you and your sorry lot. The Great Spirit that tried to control me will be annihilated. I won't let you do that! Yet do it I shall. And there's nothing you can do to stop me. You bastard! I shall fulfill my duty as a ruler. With this power, I'll bury that woman and the Great Spirit. Then this charade will finally end. Save everyone. And Sion!
Oh, ich kann doch nicht mit ihm kämpfen.
I'll tear you apart, slay the girl and the Great Spirit, and erect a fortress of death over both worlds. What do you get from all this? When you have all that power, what will you do? My dominion shall reign over all existence. Nothing else matters. That's it? This is so you can rule over all existence just because? Despicable as they...
Kann ich überhaupt heilen? Das ist doch das größte Problem hier.
Even the other lords, even the Great Spirit had a future in mind. But you have nothing. Only death. So what? It matters little to me. You're pathetic. Truly pathetic. And you're not. You are a failure. Empty. A sovereign who couldn't even die in his own time as he was meant to. You're right. I used to wonder why I was still alive after so long. There are things in this world, in the here and now, that are worth protecting. That's why I'm still here. And I won't let you take them away! Dragon Swarm! You will suffer at my hand! You will know nothing but agony! Demon Fang! I'm not done! Demon Fang! Take this! I can't move! Now, nothing can stop me!
Was ist das für ein super dumme... Wie wäre es, wenn ich mal Leute mitkriege, weil ich habe kaum Items, um damit durchzukommen. Ich sehe schon, das wird nichts.
I'll tear you apart, slay the girl and the Great Spirit, and erect a fortress of death over both worlds. What do you get from all this? When you have all that power, what will you do? My dominion shall reign over all existence. Nothing else matters. That's it? This is so you can rule over all existence just because? Despicable as they were, even the other lords, even the Great Spirit had a future in mind. But you have nothing. Only death. So what? It matters little to me. You are pathetic. I can't stand the sight of you.
Hm. Wie heißt der? Was in C irgendwas? Also ich weiß halt gerade nicht, wie ich das machen soll ohne einen Heiler. Wenn ich nur nach seinem Namen suche, kommt immer nur dieses mittelmäßige da. Hm. Hier.
Silence. I'll tear you apart, slay the girl and the girl's spirit, and erect a fortress of death over both worlds. What do you get from all this? When you have all that power, what will you do? My dominion shall reign over all existence. Nothing else matters. That's it? This is so you can rule over all existence just because? Despicable as they were, even the other lords, even the Great Spirit had a future in mind. But you have nothing. Only death. So what? It matters little to me. You are pathetic. Truly pathetic. And you're not. You are a failure. Empty. A sovereign who couldn't even die in his own time as he was meant to. You're right. I used to wonder why I was still alive after so long. There are things in this world, in the here and now, that are worth protecting. That's why I'm still here. And I won't let you take them away! Eternal devastation! The fury of lightning! Eternal devastation! Eternal devastation! You will suffer at my hand!
Das wird der langweiligste Kampf, den wir wahrscheinlich kennen.
This should do it. You will know nothing but agony. Eternal fury of lightning. You will suffer at my hand. Out of my sight. The fury of lightning.
Das Problem ist, wir haben in dem so gut wie nie gekämpft. Es ist halt mehr. Jetzt ein bisschen schießen halt, oder?
Take this!
So. Zieht zwar ein bisschen Leben, aber muss halt sein. Ich sollte vorsichtiger sein. Ja, immerhin 260. Ach, Kritiker sind gut. Ja, try harder. Einfach Bunny Hopping die ganze Zeit betreiben, mehr oder weniger. Ach. Übertreib halt. Zielen muss ich auch noch üben. Bei den Rinwell passiert das nicht automatisch. Mehr oder weniger. So, könnt ihr mal langsam ankommen, die anderen? Ah.
Wrong. It takes true power to forgive! I have no use for forgiveness. The strong shall always triumph here.
You say that because you've been alone so long. If you had someone, anyone to turn to, a single friend, someone to love, people who would support and guide, you can't have been alone your whole life. All I remember is the lashes of whips, each strike spreading a skein of fire across my
Ja, bitte, könnt ihr mal bitte nicht so.
And the slaves who sacrificed their compatriots that they might live. There is no love, no friendship, not there or anywhere else. Is there no way for you to see this differently? Enough! You gamble the fate of this world to save a single life, and yet I am the evil one? How utterly ridiculous. It's true. Maybe it is selfish of me to want to save her, but I swore that I would let no one else be sacrificed in this battle. I can't bear to see her die.
You and I are so much more alike than I had ever imagined.
No, we're not. I want a world built on kindness, on giving, on warmth. You take and destroy. I'm nothing like you. Rending flash! All! Incineration wave! Rending flash!
I am the true Sovereign. All others shall be banished.
Try this! Explosive ring! The blazing sword, with the power Shion has bestowed upon me. I'll take you down! Ignite! This was all mine! Infernal turret!
The fury of lightning!
Rending flash! It's over!
You are the last obstacle impeding my progress. Die!
That's my line! I'll show you the limits of your solitude!
Gut, dass ich in der zweiten Hälfte nicht sterben konnte.
What you've done is evil. There's no denying that. I know you didn't walk your path out of weakness, but merely from misguided strength. Misguided because you were alone. Because you had no friends to keep you on the straight and narrow. No one to use all that strength for, other than yourself. That loneliness could make a monster out of anyone. Out of me. I understand. And I forgive you, Volrun. I don't need your victor's pity. And you can choke on your vain forgiveness. Don't! You wish to save this world? To make your selfish dreams into reality? If you choose to walk that path, you choose a path of betrayal, despair, and corruption. And in the darkness at the end, I'll be waiting for you! Volrun! I'm sorry. The Renaissance is...
Yes. But you still possess the blazing sword. It may not be quite as strong as the Rena's Alma, but nonetheless...
I can't. I would never. It would kill you!
My thorns, they're... Soon the great astral spirit will break free. And when that happens, no one will be spared. But there's still time. You can still destroy the thorns. And me with them.
But that's exactly what we've been fighting to prevent. I promised I would find a way to save you.
You did. I know. But I don't want you to die either. So please, don't let me be the end of the world.
The path Dahnas' energy flowed through is still open. We can use it to call out to Dahnas' will!
Alphen, what are you saying?
Don't you remember? Rinwell said there was a little bit of Dahnas' will inside all of us. If there is a way everyone can come together to form Dahnas' will, then maybe we can ask for it to help us, to find us a way out of this.
Are you really saying that if all of Dahna thinks of saving us, it will become the will of the planet itself? That's madness.
Maybe so, but it's the only way we can save you. And the only way to save Rena, too.
To save Rena?
That's right. Rena's will never had evil intent. If we're saving everyone, that includes them. I don't want to live in a world without you, Xion. And I'm tired of living a life built on death.
Alphen, I'm with you.
Collective will of Dahna, hear my plea! I want to save Xion! And I want to save Rena too! I want to end this cycle of one joy, constantly being sacrificed for another's pain! So please, grant us your strength!
Kleiner Genki-Dama-Moment. Das sieht so komisch aus ohne Brille. Oh, mal gucken, ob das gemutet wird. So. Ja, noch ein Planet. Freut mich ja, was mit den Neges passiert ist. Nicht, dass es zerquetscht wurde. Oder ist es jetzt am Mond vielleicht, wer weiß. Ja. Mehr Anime?
Let's go!
Let's go. So, springen wir mal. Die Musik wird nämlich definitiv geclaimt. Spielspeicher den abgeschlossenen Spielstand. Lädst du diesen. Wird eine neue Freske freigeschaltet, die neue Abenteuer und Begegnung bietet. Hinweis, der Speicherpunkt befindet sich direkt vor dem letzten Kampf. Titelmenü findest du auch den neuen New Game Plus. Okay. Das war mal eine 53 Stunden haben wir gebraucht. Das war mal eine Dingens. Hintergrund. Gar nicht richtig hingeguckt. Da, theoretisch müsste ich jetzt noch ein paar Eulen und sowas suchen. Wofür ist dieses Kackding da? Wenn ich eh nicht reingehen kann. So. Aber hat auf jeden Fall Spaß gemacht. So, und das Ende ein bisschen überraschend. Das ist die Frage. Ich würde mich gerne normal weitermachen. Ansonsten kann man teleportieren wahrscheinlich. Ach ja. So.
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
So, hier hat alles angefangen.
I never realized before just how hot this place is. It's like being inside a fire.
You're only just noticing? Ah, yes, forgive me. The whole lack of sensory feedback situation.
That's the one. It's hard to believe I once worked in this soup, let alone helped spearhead a revolution.
And all with the mask concealing your face. It must have been very grimy beneath that.
Back then, we had our plates full enough dealing with constant abuse from our Renan overlords. It never occurred to me the air itself was oppressive in its own way. My head's spinning just with the effort it takes to walk.
I think that's called heat stroke. You might want to take a sip of water.
You mean that water that's been festering under the sun for days? I wouldn't chance it without boiling it first.
Oh, I know! I'll go to the dock and fetch us some clean water.
Water alone won't suffice. He'll need to ensure his sodium levels are replenished as well.
In that case, let's see if we can rustle up some rock salt. Alphen, you go cool off in the shade for a while. Shion, stay and keep an eye on him.
And then there were two.
Bit of an overreaction, but it's still kind of them.
Maybe it's not the time, but this place brings back memories.
I know what you mean. We're back where it all started.
You don't ever regret meeting me sometimes, do you?
Are you kidding? You started all of this. Bringing down the wall, retrieving my sense of self. I have no regrets.
Welcome back, Law.